resolution and speed, the Sony Alpha a7R6 does both and more. I've been doing this for a long time. I've shot portraits in studios, landscapes in some of the coldest of conditions, wildlife I had no business being near, weddings where I cried more than the guests, and shot video on every format imaginable. I am a jack of all trades, trying to master them all. So this is a special announcement for me. This is the Sony a7R6, 66.8 megapixels on a fully stacked sensor with a new Bionz XR2 processor, up to 16 stops of dynamic range, 30 frames per second blackout free, pre-capture, 8K 30 frames per second, 4K 120 frames per second, 8.5 stops of image stabilization, and can you believe it? So much more. And today, we're not just talking about the new a7R6, but we also have the new 100 to 400 f4.5 G Master, and we're taking them everywhere. I'm taking the a7R6 into a fashion portrait shoot with our in-house portrait photographer, Juan Pablo. And then the camera is going out west to Yellowstone National Park with wildlife photographer Matt Zeffie, followed by running on the sideline at a New York City FC and New York Red Bulls match with our sports photographer, Joe Chadwick. Out at sunrise at Central Park with a brand new lens that feels too good to be true. Crashing a wedding shoot with our wedding extraordinaire, Lotta Mildy. And then we're talking video, because this camera is not just a stills camera, not even close. First thing I noticed, there's a little tactile notch on the lens mount. You can now mount a lens by feel. I know that sounds small, but anyone who's ever fumbled with a mount in a dark reception hall or on a pre-dawn hike, you get it. There is a new top custom illuminated trigger button. Same idea, low light environments, you're not guessing anymore. And they've added a new asterisk marking on the mode dial for memory recall. You get 10 memory recalls for stills, 10 for video, and another 10 for slow and quick modes. So a total of 30. That's serious customization. And remember I mentioned 30 frames per second stills? That means speed boost. But no, this is not the same body as the a7 IV, the a1 II, or a9 III. It's still pretty similar to the a7R V, so no C5 button on here. But you can customize any of the custom buttons for speed boost. Although the body is practically the same as before, the grip is improved. It feels way more confident in the hand than before. And Sony added a tally lamp, which just shows that video is not forgotten here. And one more thing for my video people, the LCD screen articulates the same as before, but when you lift it up, it actually lets heat escape from the body. Important since the a7R6 has up to 2 hours of 8K 30p recording before overheating. And the battery. Yes, Sony introduced a brand new battery, the SA series, 17% higher capacity than before. You're looking at 710 shots on LCD, 600 on the EBF. The new charger is 26% faster. And this part is my favorite. The menu and the charger now shows battery health, not just charge level, health. So you know when it's time to replace it before it fails you on the job. Oh, and the new EVF. Same resolution as before, but 3 times brighter. When shooting in direct sunlight, this is an improvement you'll notice. And then there's this, the 100 to 400 millimeter f4.5 G Master OSS. Internal zoom, small, light, and fast. This is not only Sony's best in its class, but also currently best in the market at this range, reaching 400 millimeters with a fixed aperture at 4.5. We have a separate full video that goes in depth on this lens for wildlife. If you click up here, you can learn more about it. Okay, enough on how it looks, but it's time to see how this stuff performs. I wanted to start here in a studio doing portrait photography because it's what I'm most excited to test. I want to test the sharpness and detail on the skin and clothing, the improved AI autofocus, and the AI auto white balance when shooting in a natural light studio like this one.
Perfect, that's great. Nice, nice, nice. Now, one of the first things that you notice whenever you're shooting with this camera is the detail and just how amazing the photos look even through the screen here. You have 66.8 megapixels, which is great for cropping. And as you can see on the image that we're showing you on the screen, even a photo this wide can be cropped in quite significantly and still keep all those rich details, colors, and contrast that you want from an editorial looking photo. Pixel shifting has been around for a while. It's been in a lot of Sony cameras, and it makes a comeback here in the Sony a7R6 in a great way. Now you have 66.8 megapixels to play with, which means whenever you take your 4 or 16 images in the pixel shift setting, you actually get up to 265.8 megapixels in one image, which is just ridiculous. You could probably print that on the side of a building. The makeup is really bright, it's powdery. We have obviously her skin tones to deal with. We have the dark hair here as well as the clothing. And normally this would be an issue with white balance because sometimes the camera just doesn't know what you're shooting, especially if you're really close shooting with maybe a macro lens or in our case, a 135mm lens. But because of the IR sensor, it does all the work for us. It pretty much figures out what the perfect balance is between the warm tones and the cool tones to just get that perfect photo straight out of the barrel. Eye tracking is one of those features that you need in every camera that you have, right? And one of the things that the a7R6 does extremely well is keeping track of your eyeballs, or your models in this case. So obviously, whenever you're shooting photos of your model and maybe she's moving around, you're shooting continuous shutter really, really fast, 30 frames per second, this camera is able to keep up with that eyeball. This camera shines in a lot of different places, but one that's really important to me is how fast it is. I'm somebody who works really fast and I need to take a lot of photos and I need to deliver a lot of photos. So when you have a camera that can keep up with your workload and that you can send clients photos or even show it to them whenever you're in studio, on set, it is just nice to be able to really show them the quality straight out of the camera so that they know what they're getting.
The Sony a7R6 is for the real working portrait shooter. It is not for everyone. It's for the photographer that crops aggressively and wants that flexibility. With 66.8 megapixels, you have multiple shots in one while maintaining quality. Juan showed us how you can have a 24mm wider shot, but with an intentional post crop, you get a fully new usable composition. Fashion and beauty photographers need that tacked, sharp detail on the skin, hair, and textures on clothes that detail come across on a massive print and commercial deliverables. Now the a7R6 has officially thrown its hat into the wildlife game. 30 frames per second at 14-bit blackout free versus the 10 frames per second at 12-bit on the a7R5. As resolution and speed equal amazing performance for wildlife photography, New York City is not the most diverse when it comes to wildlife. So we're going to kick this portion over to Matt Zeffi out in Yellowstone to talk about his experience with the a7R6 for wildlife.
Maria, we've got an action-packed day around Yellowstone, and I can't wait to show you where this camera excels when it comes to wildlife and landscape photography. So first things first, just having a tool that allows you to shoot 30 frames per second blackout-free is extremely helpful for wildlife. In this camera, with its 66.8 megapixel sensor, while still maintaining incredibly fast speeds, makes it pretty much a sweet spot for wildlife photographers like myself. Using the a7R6 in the field here in Yellowstone made it pretty much seamless to photograph a wide variety of wildlife, from the bison and their newly born calves here in the spring, all the way to the iconic wolves. And I can't forget the bears, which, by the way, I am extra appreciative to have 66 megapixels so that I can maintain extra distance and still crop in with clean results. For real though. With a much faster readout speed from its predecessor and much faster autofocus as well, tracking animals flying across the sky or behind obstructions was really smooth. And as a hybrid shooter, being able to have a single camera that does both photo and video really well means that I don't always need to have two bodies with me at all times. And especially in times like in wildlife scenarios where seconds and even milliseconds matter, and I don't want to switch bodies to have to switch between photo and video. This camera also uses AI-based auto white balance that uses visible light and a new infrared sensor to more accurately calculate white balance in changing environments. And in the field, it can always be a little tricky for cameras to accurately represent the color of like sagebrush, for example, because it just pushes the auto white balance to one direction or the other. And I've definitely been finding that the auto white balance setting is so much more trustworthy with the a7R6. Much like the recent a7 IV, this also has that really helpful speed boost feature, which allows you to use a lower burst frame rate, but set a custom button on the camera to ramp up to the frame rate of your choice when things are really getting action-packed in the field. And I've been using this the entire time in Yellowstone because I want to capture an entire scene, and I do that by using the low burst mode at first. But once something really hectic or interesting happens, then I hit my custom button. I use the AEL button on the back, and it ramps up the burst frame rate to 30 frames per second. Plus, this just helps to save on the amount of photos that I'm taking. That way, I'm not always taking 30 frames per second. Another setting that is crucial for wildlife photographers is pre-capture. This feature lets you half press the shutter and start taking photos before you even fully press the shutter. That way, you can compose your shot of your wildlife, half press the shutter, hold it down, and once something happens, whether it be a bird taking off or a wolf leaping into action, then you can fully press the shutter down and it'll save those previous photos up to 1 second or even down to just 0.03 seconds if you don't want to capture an entire second before you hit the shutter, which is actually pretty unique to Sony that they let you customize the exact amount of pre-capture that you're capturing. On the landscape photography side, the a7R6 also excels as well with the 16 stops of dynamic range to photograph highly dynamic scenes. And if all that dynamic range isn't enough for you, you can also use composite shooting features like HDR shooting with up to 32 exposures. And then you could take those images and then merge them in post using Sony's Imaging Edge software. They also have pixel shift that shifts the sensor to capture either 4 or up to 16 images, the latter resulting in a 265 megapixel photo after merging in post. And noise reduction shooting lets you take up to 32 exposures as well to later stack and remove unwanted noise in lower light scenarios. All right, Maria, I think that's pretty much it for Yellowstone here. And I think that you guys want me to send this back to New York City at the B&H store, but don't think that's happening.
Some people might say 66.8 megapixels has no business being on the sideline, but I'm here at Sports Illustrated Stadium with Joe to capture NYC FC versus the New York Red Bulls, the Hudson River Derby, and I'm going to prove them wrong. Here's what changed. The a7R V had a sensor readout speed of 90 milliseconds. The a7R6 12 milliseconds. That's a 5.6 faster readout. Sony moved to a fully stacked sensor, a first for the R series, and it handles rolling shutter in a way we've never seen on a high-resolution camera like this. So let's see what 66.8 megapixels, 30 frames blackout-free paired with the new 100 to 400 4.5 can do.
So right now it's currently the start of the second half, and I have a lot of great notes about this camera. It's been great so far. The first main note is the battery. It's got a new battery with 17% longer battery life. And right now I've shot 45 minutes of a mix of 8K and 4K video, as well as high frame rate photo. And I'm at 75%, which I don't think I'll need a second battery for the entire match, which is a phenomenon. The second thing to note is before the match, I was able to use the face memory in the camera to plug in up to 7 players. And I used the key players on each team to be able to recognize them easier throughout the match. This gives priority to those faces. Any of those key players get the ball, I'll have them in focus a lot better. But if they aren't the person I'm trying to focus on, the autofocus on this camera with the spot focus has been phenomenal as well. And it's been able to track players through the motion. It's finding the face pretty well. And so far, no complaints.
Are you ready? Listen to this. Insane. On an R series camera.
The next thing is the upgraded 30 frames per second. And for a match like this, generally soccer wouldn't be the camera for the a7R series. But today it is all in focus entirely, and it didn't miss a beat at all. And at 66 megapixels, those don't usually go hand in hand. Now, while the camera has been phenomenal the entire time, what I really want to talk about is the bread and butter of sports and action photography, which is the 100 to 400 lens. This has been phenomenal. And when I tell you that it's lightweight, and for a match like this, I generally have to have a monopod. None today, none needed at all. I've been able to track players, both photo and video, not a problem. And coupled with the 8.5 image stabilization in the a7R6, I'm really not missing a beat, but the action's starting again. So we'll catch you after the game.
One thing that Sony says about this lens that's very true is that it's best in its class and best in the market right now at this range, 100 to 400, 4.5 all the way through. Why this is making a big difference in sports photography specifically is because I'm able to keep my shutter speed 1/1000th of a second that I need to at fast-paced motion, and it's allowing me to keep my ISO so much lower than I was on the 200 to 600. My ISO right now is 1600 and my aperture is at a 4.5 and I'm shooting at 1/1000. That's kind of unheard of with a focal range from 100 all the way to 400. Now, pairing this lens with this camera, 30 frames per second, you heard before how fast that shutter was on an R series. I'm an R shooter. I've been shooting on the a7R5 for years. I was shooting on the a7R4 before that and the a7R3. Those were not fast cameras. They were 10 frames per second and lower. Hearing my shutter go so fast, it's like foreign to me. Okay, that was exhilarating. You can literally still hear the fans cheering in the back. But when it comes to soccer, I've always been the player, not the shooter. And this is a first-time experience for me. And while high resolution is not needed in sports, those big banners will tell a different story that you often see in stadiums. And the 100 to 400, 4.5 all the way through is truly a game changer for sport shooters. Under these lights, I was able to keep a lower ISO while maintaining a higher shutter speed. But also this range with internal zoom feels like cheating. I was able to get wide shots of lead up plays, but then really isolate a player when it comes to a peak moment. And all while hand holding this camera and lens. This is what I love about photography and versatile gear. After all of that action last night, now I get some quiet time with the same setup, just me, the birds, the a7R6, and the 100 to 400 f4.5. Let's talk about the lens for a little palette cleanser from sports, because this is the star this morning. The Sony 100 to 400 f4.5 G Master, internal zoom, light, compact. The extreme dynamic linear motors used in this lens make it 3 times faster in autofocus and 50% better in tracking than the previous version. The 11 blade aperture for beautiful circular bokeh and 7 advanced elements within the lens to suppress chromatic aberrations. Like I mentioned earlier in this video, we do a full deep dive on the lens, but we send it over to Matt Zeffie out in Yellowstone. So if you're a wildlife shooter, you'll want to check that out. Wedding photography requires everything from a camera simultaneously. You need it to be fast when the first kiss happens in a split second. You need it to be quiet so it doesn't disrupt the ceremony. You need it to handle mixed light at the reception, and you need IBIS for dark venues where flash isn't welcome. Today, I'm crashing a wedding with our in-house wedding expert, Lotta Mildy.
So one of the things that's super important to me as a wedding photographer is that I never interrupt any important moments. I think that's specifically important during the ceremony. I just don't want to draw any attention to myself. So having a fully electronic shutter on the a7R6 is just really amazing because you can basically acoustically disappear completely. You're not going to draw any attention to yourself, and you can still really rely on the shutter because you're not going to have any artifacts because the readout speed is so fast. So even if you're using a flash, you don't have any of the weird artifacts like that ugly half frame, and you also don't have to worry about banding. And so now that the electronic shutter is so reliable, you can also use pre-capture for weddings. I know that that's usually a feature more reserved towards sports and wildlife, but honestly, weddings are pretty close to both of those genres if you think about it. And so you can really use pre-capture for those important moments like bouquet tosses or even during the ceremony. So talking about the sensor, another thing is that you have 66.8 megapixels. That means that you can actually make a lot of creative decisions in post because you can do a lot of cropping. You got all this resolution, so you can really kind of make those creative decisions that might be too overwhelming in the moment. You can make them in post and really get the most out of your images that way. So another thing you don't have to think about as a wedding photographer with the a7R6 is white balance, because I know that you're going to be moving around a lot between a candlelit space, a flash situation, outdoor lighting, and not having to think about white balance because this camera is so reliable with the new AI technology that's basically powering the auto white balance. You can fully rely on your gear, and I think as wedding photographers, we kind of want to think as little as possible about our gear throughout the day because we have so much other stuff to think about. Another thing about wedding photographers is that we don't necessarily love to carry around a tripod, and 8.5 stops of IBIS is actually so useful, especially at the end of an 8-hour wedding day, 10-hour wedding day sometimes. And so having 8.5 stops of IBIS means that you can actually do really awesome handheld shots, even in very low light situations. So the creative possibilities really open up with that. So I know that the A12 and the A9 III exist out there, but I think for wedding photographers, we're still budget conscious and we want to make a purchase make sense. And so this really has all of the features that you need for wedding photography while still being in an affordable range for wedding photographers.
The Sony a7R V was not the best for weddings because of the shortage of frames per second needed. 10 frames per second is just not enough when it comes to weddings because weddings really is a sport. So when it comes to choosing which Sony camera is best for weddings, you have real options, and the Sony a7R6 is really pushing ahead here. The A9 III with 120 frames per second feels like overkill in my opinion. The A12 might be a bit out of price range for the everyday working photographer who also needs high glass. And the A7 V might not be enough megapixels if you're looking for large prints and intentional cropping. I think the Sony a7R6 here is really going to be a breakthrough for the hybrid shooter looking for versatility in photo and video, and will pair great with versatile lenses like the 28-70 f2. I've been shooting stills this entire time, but I'm a hybrid shooter at heart, so naturally I've been shooting video when moments called for motion. The Sony a7R6 full frame 8K at 30p, 4K up to 120 frames per second. S-Log, S-Cinetone, focus breathing compensation. This is a serious video camera that also happens to shoot 66.8 megapixel stills. But let me highlight the things that actually stopped me in my tracks. Dual gain. It expands your dynamic range in the shadows without adding noise. I used it in the wedding venue with ambient light and the shadow detail was practically noise-free. Overheating. I know that's usually the first question asked. 2 hours of 8K 30p. Sony built a graphite heatsink directly into the stabilization unit, and remember that flip screen? Lifting it up actually helps the camera breathe. Audio. Sony added a noise reference mic directly into the body that actively reduces background hum in real time. So scratch audio can actually be more than just that when in a pinch. I've been a dedicated R series shooter since the a7R III, but that always meant I had to lug 2 bodies, one for stills and one for video on shoots that required the highest quality for both. And the a7R6 is an upgrade to eliminate just that. It's one body for everything. The a7R V is 61 megapixels, 10 frames per second, 4K up to 60 frames per second, HD 120 frames per second. The a7R6, 66.8 megapixels, 30 frames per second blackout free, speed boost, pre-capture up to 1 second, 8K 30 frames per second, and 4K 120 frames per second. The Sony Alpha a7R6 is the most complete camera Sony has ever put in the R series. It's a camera that works the way a photographer and video shooter actually works. Not in one genre, not in one moment, across everything. I said at the beginning of this video that I'm a jack of all trades trying to master them all. And I think the Sony Alpha a7R6 is exactly the same. I have always had to bring two bodies to shoots that demand the highest quality in both stills and video, one for each. That's the task of being a hybrid shooter. The Sony a7R6 is asking me to stop paying it. Full frame 8K at 30 frames per second, 4K up to 120 frames per second, S-Log, S-Cinetone, focus breathing compensation. This is a serious video camera that also happens to shoot 66.8 megapixel stills. Video is a priority in the a7R6, with advanced autofocus, subject detection from humans, animals, insects, and cars and trains, and even AI-based auto-framing for those solo shooters out there. Dual gain output is the thing that genuinely stopped me. When the skies are bright and the foreground is dark, dual gain extends your dynamic range, so no grain, no muddiness. Overheating is always the first question. The answer here is up to 2 hours of 8K 30 frames per second continuous recording. Sony built a graphite heatsink directly into the stabilization unit, and lifting the LCD screen actually lets the body breathe even more. That's not a workaround, that's engineering. And there's also a noise reference mic built into the body that actively reduces background hum in real time. So your scratch audio can actually be usable audio. With improved active stabilization mode and a tally lamp, the a7R6 is not a video camera with stills capability thrown in it, and it's not a stills camera with video as an afterthought. It's the one body that actually does both and means it. I have always had to bring two bodies to shoots that demand the highest quality in both stills and video, one for each. That's the task of being a hybrid shooter. The Sony a7R6 is asking me to stop paying it. Full frame 8K at 30 frames per second, 4K up to 120 frames per second, S-Log, S-Cinetone, focus breathing compensation. This is a serious video camera that also happens to shoot 66.8 megapixel stills. Video is a priority in the a7R6, with advanced autofocus, subject detection from humans, animals, insects, and cars and trains, and even AI-based auto-framing for those solo shooters out there. Dual gain output is the thing that genuinely stopped me. When the skies are bright and the foreground is dark, dual gain extends your dynamic range, so no grain, no muddiness. Overheating is always the first question. The answer here is up to 2 hours of 8K 30 frames per second continuous recording. Sony built a graphite heatsink directly into the stabilization unit, and lifting the LCD screen actually lets the body breathe even more. That's not a workaround, that's engineering. And there's also a noise reference mic built into the body that actively reduces background hum in real time. So your scratch audio can actually be usable audio. With improved active stabilization mode and a tally lamp, the a7R6 is not a video camera with stills capability thrown in it, and it's not a stills camera with video as an afterthought. It's the one body that actually does both and means it.
a7R6. We are live again today. I'm so happy if you're back, if you caught us yesterday in our live stream, but today we are live from the Academy Mansion on 63rd Street in New York City, overlooking Central Park. And this is for the Sony Alpha in Residence event here. And today I'm starting out with a huge schedule. We're going to be getting so many different guests, different blocks of people coming every 30 minutes, maybe 20 minutes. Who knows if we're going to have some people crashing in between. But my very first guest today is Kesha Lambert.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Hello.
So tell us a little bit about what you do, just to kind of get the audience warmed up.
So I'm Kesha Lambert. I'm a New York City-based wedding and portrait photographer, and I photograph a lot of large multicultural weddings. I always describe myself as a people photographer. I'm also a Sony artisan of imagery and an educator in the photography industry, and I love, community events and sharing and collaborative opportunities like this one. So this is really fun.
Yeah, so I'm so excited. Like when you were on the list, I was like, perfect, perfect person to start with. You and I go way back.
Yes.
We've had so much fun in different shoots,
Yes.
and you're kind of the perfect person to start with. Also, with this launch, have you gotten your hands on the new camera?
I have. I had a chance to work with it here at the Alpha in Residence event. There's so many great sets, cool like setups here. And so I took the camera out, the R6 out with the 50 to 150 millimeter lens, and I am blown away.
And so we were talking about earlier that you are a Sony a7R 5 shooter. And
Yes.
you kind of have been like, do I do the A1II? Do I do the A9 III?
Yeah.
But now this has been thrown into.
Now we have
what?
a new dilemma. Yeah, well, as an R, 7R5 shooter, this is the logical next step for me because, it brings in some of the elements that you might want from the other the other camera bodies into the R5. What we know and love about the R5 is the image quality, the image resolution, and that's kind of why I love that camera. But with the R6, there's so many upgrades and improvements and new features to be excited about. So yeah.
And we were talking about kind of making that decision like for the next one up, and this kind of creates almost like a problem for kind of Sony shooters who have the existing Sony glass and are trying to figure out what to upgrade with. Now there's so many options with the A7 V, you have the A7R6, you have the A9 III, and the A1II. Do you think kind of this is like the perfect wedding photographer camera now that they've added 30 frames per second?
This is definitely for the wedding and portrait people. Like, it's definitely the camera for us, because if you do if you're doing event work, you care about things like low light performance, you care about things like a sophisticated autofocus system, and this autofocus system on the A7R6 will completely like leave your jaw on the floor, because when I say it locks in and even, and it sticks with your subject, it's just truly something truly impressive. So this is a camera for us because we work in environments where things are fast moving, we work in varied lighting conditions. And so this is the kind of camera body that will be able to keep up with the pace of your day, keep up with the types of challenges that are thrown at you, and also give you renderings like of beautiful images.
We were talking about kind of it that you like to crop, and as wedding shooters, sometimes the pace is so fast you don't have time to change lenses or kind of get closer. So having even more now, obviously just 7 megapixels isn't like a crazy amount, but it is an improvement.
Right. I mean, we already have that room. We already had generous room for cropping. Now we have more. So that is always a beautiful thing for a person, especially if you're into doing creative crops, like I do extreme creative crops, but also just having that insurance, because as you mentioned, with weddings in particular, we don't always have the time to like perfectly compose it exactly the way we intend to. And so that gives us the room to make those adjustments, those creative adjustments in post.
Yeah. And so you were saying you're getting into sports?
Yes, I'm dabbling.
We love a person with range.
I'm dabbling. So definitely it's a new territory for me. It's the new kind of thing that I'm excited about. So I'm more of a sports hobbyist. Okay.
But
I'm
opens
enjoying
up your eye to see things differently. Like you're going to take a lot of that information and bring it to weddings.
Yes. And honestly, a friend of mine once said that wedding photographers are the Swiss Army knives of photography. We learn a lot about all the things. So I honestly feel that it's a good kind of starting place if you do intend to segue into other areas later on. You learn a lot of those skills translate.
Yeah. And I was so you weren't aware of the camera or the lens until launch. And I'm actually so excited to really use this lens more in like a creative way, not so much how it's maybe intended like wildlife or sports, but like using it for portrait.
Yeah.
I think it will be really cool to see how wedding shooters use a 100 to 400.
I mean, absolutely. I think that combination will open up some creative options, even for portrait photographers. I love to incorporate movement in my portrait work, and this will be able to, marry some of that the speed with the resolution that you need if you are a person that likes to capture moving portraits or action shots and things like that.
Yeah. So are gonna take one today and go
And
go test it out.
Go test it out every chance I get.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm really excited about some of what I was able to capture with it so far. So
yeah, and I think I with your work again, you have kind of that very colorful type of events that you shoot,
Yes.
especially with a lot of the different types of outfits that
Yes.
the wedding guests have, which I think will be I think that you will be very pleasantly surprised with the camera
yeah.
and how it captures that. Because I do know, like, you know, industry wise, like people, there's always like the debates with the color science between the different camera brands and
Yes.
stuff. And I think that this one really is getting it right.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah. And are you excited to kind of try out this camera? And I've gotten like to get, have you touched it?
I have touched it, but you know what? This is this combo here I haven't. the 100 to 400. So I think that has to be my next one. my next test one. So
I hope your husband's watching.
Yes. I'm, you know, this is great too. This focal range, 100 to 400, is a great focal range for scenarios like the wedding ceremony, but also I'm curious about what it could do for my portrait work. So
yeah, I mean, shooting at 400, like I was saying before, like before it was really like the 200 to 600 or the 100.
That was our go-to for
the 50 to 150.
Yes.
These are really kind of like the only tools portrait shooters really have to really play around with more compression.
Yes.
So I think that this is really going to make a difference.
It'll open up.
And then I know you also do a lot of content creation. And so I think hybrid shooting is an important part of your work too.
Yes. And then the video capabilities. Now that's not I'm definitely, you know, I do it for my content, but having a system that can seamlessly kind of float between the two needs is going to really come in handy. And its predecessor, to the R6, you know, that video wasn't what people use that camera for. You use it for the image, the renderings, image quality. So it's really exciting to see that they've brought some of those other capabilities into this camera body, into the system.
Yeah. And so do you think that you'll kind of, because I know, like, tell us a little bit of your workflow on how you shoot weddings. What's your team like? What kind of gear is your team kind of carrying?
Yeah. So you know, we all have like our lenses and cameras that we lean towards using. And so we're typically showing up on a wedding day with both of those, you know, like I show up with two camera bodies ready to go with the lenses that I know that I'm going to use in the early part of the day. And my second photographer does the same. You need to be prepared for a wide range of things. So we do have a lot of gear because you confront almost every different type of scenario imaginable on a wedding day. And so I could see having this in my kit for certain scenarios.
Mm-hmm. And so we're getting, I think we're getting some questions. So
okay.
How do you justify the A1 when the A7R is here?
How do you
so especially like, and I think for the wedding type of photographer is not necessarily money conscious, but you know, they're the working photographer.
Right.
So how do you justify spending the money on an A1?
So I think when that kind of question always goes back to like learning what you need for your craft. Like what type of work are you doing?
Mm-hmm.
What volume of work are you doing? Like, you know, so for the professional photographer that is really putting their gear to, like, you're really putting your gear to work in terms of you're handling a, you know, kind of significant volume of client work. If you're a photographer that, you know, does long, like these larger weddings that have longer days, then that's the justification, because you need a system that's going to keep up with the pace of your work. And you need a system that is going to give you, that you can rely on. That's extremely important, you know, reliability, performance, because again, with weddings in particular, multitude of scenarios are thrown at you. So you need a system that eliminates that kind of worry about, well, will I be able to function in a low light situation? Will it be able to keep up with me? Well, you need backups on backups on backups. You need, when it comes to that type of work. So, will my gear keep up with what I need to do? So I think when you're thinking about analyzing whether or not it's worth justifying the investment, if I'm doing one wedding a year, then the justification might not be there versus if I know that I need something that to keep up with the pace of what we're doing.
And then, so would you say now, like with this camera, it really can, well, one, the new battery, it's really kind of changing.
That's
I think now it can definitely keep up, at least in terms of life,
right?
Of being on
that extra, though, that extra, even just a little extra is important, especially in events work, because you can miss so much by taking even a moment to swap out batteries and things like that. It just gives you gives you that extra insurance that you'll be able to work seamlessly.
And then I think for the A7R series, and now this is a little bit more of, it can kind of level up with the A12, while like the A12 has its place and they're two different like cameras, but I think this kind of is inching up to be more of the more high-end type of photographer could potentially be choosing something. Like
absolutely.
This.
I believe it's bringing in again some of those features that you would need in terms of the more sophisticated autofocus system and the better performance in low light, and even some of the things that I was excited about is the fact that it has backlit buttons.
Yeah, totally. In a really dark venue, you're like, where is that function button?
So I think that and then the longer battery life and things like that, that level of sophistication will serve you well, especially if you're doing kind of high pressure, no do-overs type of work.
For sure.
That's definitely.
And I know you mentioned like that you kind of, so you had the A7R5, you had the A1, the original.
One.
So I do think like somebody who is kind of that invested all that money in that A1, but now feels like that autofocus I did feel was kind of pretty slow.
Right. You want some improvements with some of you get some of the features you love with improvements.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
So what's your fall looking like? How's the wedding? How are they? Are you booking, locking them in?
I'm locking them in, and that it's looking like that R6 is going to come with me.
You got any good travel ones coming?
I have a wedding in not this year, in Ghana, so I'm excited about that.
So for something like that, what kind of crew are you bringing with you?
So I have my people. I think it's extremely important, especially when it comes to weddings that have a lot of moving parts.
How many guests are
this? So this is going to be I don't have all the details yet, but it's going to be a large multi-day wedding.
Wow.
And so I'm really excited about that. And it'll be my first time going to Ghana.
Oh, cool.
So that'll be awesome. But yeah, I think it's important to have core team with you when you're doing weddings weddings in and of themselves innately have a lot of moving parts. But when you add travel to it, the planning element has to be on point. So, like having team members that you can trust and that will be where they need to be is important. So I work with the same kind of small group of people.
Do you have like a second shooter, third shooter? Or it's just second shooter?
So yes, I have a second shooter and a lighting system that I always work with. Cool. Depending on the size of the wedding. As the wedding gets larger, then yes, we add in a third. I try not to let my team become too large because we don't want to have an obtrusive presence. And I usually can do what I need to do with a second and the lighting. Our lighting assistant also is a photographer. So yes, usually three person team, and we work well together.
And what's your lighting setup? What do you usually do?
So I'm highly portable.
Okay.
Everything is flashes and small strobes.
Okay.
And like off camera, on and off camera.
Yeah.
I do use some constant lights as well.
Okay.
But a lot of it, so highly portable would be my short answer.
Yeah.
I love all the light and work with all the light. And so a lot of times I'm just thinking about, where the setting that I'll be working in, what I want the final collection of images to look like. And that kind of will dictate what lighting scenario is being thrown at me. And that will dictate what setups we use. But we typically are prepared with like flashes and all the modifiers. You have all the things, because that is how you can shape and manipulate your light to get it to look the way you want to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then so with these types of clients, are you normally having to do big prints? I know like big prints these days, like, I feel like it goes 50-50. I hear where people are just, nobody's printing anymore, but then you know that,
I wouldn't say I'm a strong armor for printing, but it's very much embedded into my process.
Okay.
I mean, that is the goal.
Yeah.
We're not doing this for it to end up on a hard drive or on Instagram.
Compressed.
No, absolutely put them on Instagram.
Yeah, I know.
But the goal is to have a tangible touch and feel keepsake, and have them in your home and on your walls, so that when people visit you, they can see these beautiful memories on display. Like, that's why you invest. I think couples, I've been on both sides of the experience, and that's why, you invest in art, photography, is so that you can have it displayed in your home. So yes, large prints are a thing.
Like, how big are we talking print size?
Oh, huge. Like, I mean, I would say the most popular sizes. So we do sessions where we'll kind of do the layout for like if they have a wall that they want to put, we'll do either a collage layout. So there'll be like a statement piece and then maybe some accents. So we do that. But like 24 by 36 and everything, in between. And
do you really notice the difference when it comes to resolution on a camera for those types of prints?
Oh, absolutely.
Really?
Yeah. So and that's why I loved, that's why I was an R5. I am an R5 person. And that's why this new camera is kind of up my alley, because, when you are doing those large prints, you want to know that what you see digitally is going to translate in print.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
That's great.
Yeah.
Well, how's everything? So tell me a little bit more about the sports. So I feel like this is
the dabbling in sports.
First off, why?
Why?
Yeah.
Kids. Yeah. So I have some athlete teenagers, and started taking pictures and content for them. And some, recently an opportunity came my way to photograph at a sporting pen relay. And so that was fun. So, the interest is, I do it casually, no pressure from my kids. And I've developed an interest, a curiosity in that genre. So I want to do more of it. I mean, so watch out for that. We'll see.
You know some people, you could probably get on a side.
Yeah, I know. So, hey, anybody out there that needs somebody to assist them. I absolutely, I've developed a love for it and a curiosity for it. So, and again, like I recently got an opportunity, and I was a little to an assignment, and I was a little reluctant, but I was like, you know what? I'm a wedding photographer. I can do anything. I can do this.
Yeah.
And I bugged a couple of friends of mine that do it to ask for some like suggestions and tips, and I'm excited about what I had fun.
Have you been kind of learning now new speed? Like, there's a speed when it comes to portraits and especially wedding, but now it's like kind of learning like, oh no, I really have to push my shutter speed even more.
This was the surprising thing for me, is that there are a lot of different considerations that I always assumed you need to show up with the biggest lens and be prepared to push your shutter speed to the highest of heights, but it really depends on what you're photographing. And what at least my one little experience, it was a lot more still than when I'm photographing an event or a wedding. Lot less like hustling,
Yeah, right.
At least for the event that I did.
Yes.
So I'm excited to learn more about it.
That's awesome. Well, I want to thank you for joining us and taking the time and hanging out, being my first guest.
This was fun. Thank you for it's always good catching up with you.
Yes, absolutely. Well, thank you so much.
You.
All righty. Well, thanks.
Thanks. Awesome. I forgot to ask before
tell you 66.8 megapixels has no business being on a sports sideline. Here's what changed. The Sony a7R 6 has a 12 millisecond readout. That's 5.6 times improvement. It's what allows for high-resolution camera to handle fast, unpredictable action without rolling shutter, turning your athletes into abstract art. Resolution and speed together on a sideline. Pre-capture means you're getting up to 150 raw images before your natural reaction time kicks in. That peak moment, that celebration, the challenge, the ball hitting the net, you have it all. And the crop room at 66.8 megapixels means every wide frame is also a tight frame. You're getting 2 usable compositions out of 1 shot. Those big banners around the stadium exist for a reason. Resolution sells. Now, full transparency, if you're shooting golf balls mid-flight, the A12 or the A9 III is still your answer. Pure speed is their job. But for soccer, football, the sports where 66.8 megapixels gives you creative reach, the Sony a7R 6 just earns its spot off the bench and into the game. But wait, while I still have you, let's talk about on how you're going to pay for your gear. And what better way than using the B&H Paybu credit card? Save even more with the B&H Paybu card. When you use your Paybu card, you pay the tax and B&H pays you back instantly or get 6 or 12 months special financing. Applying is easy and you can use your new Paybu card right away. For more details or to apply, visit bnhphoto.com/Paybu. Portrait photography is about clean, crisp detail where every pore is on trial. So when I say 66.8 megapixels changes how you work, I mean it. The Sony a7R 6 gives portrait photographers something we've all had to choose between, resolution or speed, but not anymore. 30 frames per second blackout free on a 66.8 megapixel stacked sensor, you're not picking your one hero shot, you're selecting from a moment. The AI autofocus is tracking eyes through movement, through fabric, through chaos. And the new AI auto white balance, it reads mixed light, strobes, plus a big open window, and it handles it. Your skin tone comes out true to life without you fighting the files in post. But here's the thing I keep coming back to. With 66.8 megapixels, a wider shot becomes a tighter shot in post. A 24mm frame can give you a totally different, fully usable crop without sacrificing quality. That's not just resolution, that's creative flexibility on a deadline. For fashion, for beauty, and for anyone who delivers massive commercial prints, the Sony a7R 6 is built for you. This is the portrait camera you didn't know you were waiting for. Wedding photography requires everything from a camera simultaneously. You need it to be fast when the first kiss happens in a split second. You need it to be quiet so it doesn't disrupt the ceremony. You need it to handle mixed light at the reception, and you need IBIS for dark venues where flash isn't welcome. Today, I'm crashing a wedding with our in-house wedding expert, Lotta Mildy.
So one of the things that's super important to me as a wedding photographer is that I never interrupt any important moments. I think that's specifically important during the ceremony. I just don't want to draw any attention to myself. So having a fully electronic shutter on the a7R 6 is just really amazing because you can basically acoustically disappear completely. You're not going to draw any attention to yourself, and you can still really rely on the shutter because you're not going to have any artifacts because the readout speed is so fast. So even if you're using a flash, you don't have any of the weird artifacts like that ugly half frame, and you also don't have to worry about banding. And so now that the electronic shutter is so reliable, you can also use pre-capture for weddings. I know that that's usually a feature more reserved towards sports and wildlife, but honestly, weddings are pretty close to both of those genres if you think about it. And so you can really use pre-capture for those important moments like bouquet tosses or
mostly so I can kind of wet my whistle and get ready for the next person. Like I mentioned, we're going to have different people kind of coming in and out. So we have our next guest here. We have Nate Luebbe, also known as Nate in the Wild on the socials.
On the socials.
And so I know that you got some time with the new camera. Tell me about everything you did, all the things you shot.
Yeah, so it actually arrived like the day that I left on a paid project, and so I didn't really get to use it for like a week because there's no raw support in the editing for a little while, so I couldn't, whatever. It like lived in my backpack for like a week and a half, which was really stressful.
Yeah.
And then when I got home, I took it to the Tetons for 3 or 4 days, and it honestly blew my mind. I'm so excited about this thing.
So what kind of situations were you photographing?
I mean, the Tetons are like landscapes and
Yeah.
wildlife. That's what I went there for. So, you know, sunrises and sunsets, and then just animals. I didn't get to take the 100 to 400, which I was a little bummed about because all the animals were really far away.
Yeah.
But that extra resolution helped a lot for that. My main camera is usually an A1 Mark II. And so having that extra, I don't know what that is, like 20-25% resolution was really nice. I cropped in a lot.
Since you're used to using like the A1 too, how was it on speed wise? Was it like kind of holding up?
I mean, it's the same 30 frames per second. And so to me, it felt pretty much the same, you know, like maybe a tiny bit more. I didn't actually get any rolling shutter on moving animals, which I thought was really cool.
Yeah.
But it is a little bit slower sensor readout than the A1, but the focusing system is incredible. I didn't feel like I missed the A1 when I was shooting with it, which I think is kind of astonishing.
Sure.
You know?
Yeah. And so, again, like we're talking about a camera that normally was more for portrait, not a lot of crazy movement.
Yeah.
Do you see yourself using something like this more?
For landscapes, I think it's like unbeatable.
Yeah.
I mean, because there's generally not a whole lot of things moving in the landscape.
Do you pixel shift?
I don't. I feel like I should.
I know. It just seems like a lot of work, but
exactly. Well, and it's been a feature in Sony cameras for like 5 years now, but it's for the most part, like 50 megapixels is plenty.
Yeah.
Or even like the a7R 3 was what, 42? I was perfectly content with 42 megapixels.
Sure.
So I never really used the pixel shift, but now the sensor's not only more resolution, but they're starting to get like more bit depth and more dynamic range, and the color science has been improved. And so now I'm starting to see, like, in addition to the more resolution, I think this is going to be just a banger of a landscape camera.
And then I know you do a lot of like printing and large prints and stuff. So like, how large are we printing?
I mean, the largest I like will consistently go is like 40 by 60, which you don't need 67 megapixels for that, but it's nice to have the ability.
Sure.
You know?
Yeah, because I think like talking to different portrait photographers and stuff, like printing is a big thing, but I'm always curious, like how big are we really printing?
Yeah, I mean, it would be sweet if I was getting like 12-foot wide prints, but that's a different tax bracket than I'm in, I guess. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. My first 40 by 60 I ever sold was a photo taken on an 11 megapixel Olympus OMD.
Wow.
And it still looked good. So I think like you don't need as much resolution for printing as people think. But, you know, I had to do like some Photoshop upscaling and stuff to make that work. So it's nice to skip all those steps and just like have the pixels coming out of the camera.
So you didn't get to use the lens.
No.
But are we excited to use the lens?
I am. Well, we took it yesterday. We took it to the Central Park.
Okay.
So we got like a couple hours with it. It's actually really funny. It's, you know, it's kind of big. And we walked out, and literally half a block from here, we got accused of being the paparazzi by Michael Rappaport. I'm not kidding. Serious story.
It's a very New York thing to happen.
We were like 25 feet out on the sidewalk, and Michael Rappaport walked by. He was like, "Are you here for me?" And I was like,
I'm here for the squirrels.
"No, but actually, I am kind of a big fan. I'm not here for you, but can I take a photo?" So anyhow, I guess it's good for that. If you are paparazzi,
paparazzi, this is
they'll know you're coming. Unfortunately, if you're trying to be covert, maybe not the one. But it's Central Park, so the wildlife is squirrels and birds, but really awesome for that.
I mean, if you go to the right spot, you might find like a blue heron.
Oh, that would have been sick. Actually, we don't know anything about Central Park because we're from Utah. But I don't know. I really liked it. The thing is, I own the 400 2.8, and I was super impressed by the bokeh on this, which is like kind of crazy.
Some people have been saying like at 400 in specific types of situations, you barely even notice the difference.
Yeah, which is crazy because the 400 f2.8 is 3 times the price. Yeah. Pretty impressive. Yeah. I don't personally care if it's internal zoom or external zoom, so that's kind of like a negligible decision that they made for me. I know some people have really strong opinions.
Sure.
But the image quality is ridiculous, which I think is great. It's like a huge step up from the first 100 to 400.
Yeah, I mean, because I know that you are more used to the like 400, maybe the 600, and even before you were using not the 50 to, were you using the 50 150? I know you guys were using that.
No, I've never actually really used that too much. I would like to, but at a certain point, I have to make smart financial decisions instead of just fun ones.
But something like this, like it's so sharp, and you having to take out like the 400 600, these cases are huge. It just feels like something you could just kind of take and then also zoom out when a bird gets closer.
Yeah. Well, when I do wildlife, I always have 2 bodies. And so I'll usually do like the 400 2.8 on one, and then either the 70 to 200 or the 100 to 400 on the other. So that like I'll have my big 400 prime. And if
Yeah.
they get too close, I have that. Or even if they don't get too close, if I just want a wider shot for some landscape context or whatever, it's nice to have that variability on your second body.
No 300?
I've used it. I like it. Just again, it's like, how many lenses can you own? You know? But yes, this will be a nice, because it used to be, I don't want to say sacrifice, but it was a little bit more of a decision to go to the 100 to 400, because it was like, oh, I'm going from 2.8 to 5.6.
Yeah, yeah,
And like not nearly as sharp.
yeah.
Whereas now it's kind of like, I won't even notice hardly that I changed lenses, which I think
Yeah.
is really cool.
And then I feel like financially, where a lot of people have to make a financial decision, but I feel like a lot of people had kind of had to revert to either the 100 to 400 before, or the 200 to 600.
Yeah,
And that just really is not even a competition anymore.
I think
with
so.
this.
Yeah, this is in a different league.
Yeah,
I
because
mean,
you can just add the teleconverter.
right, totally. And this, I mean, this is a G Master, so like it is that tier above in lenses, and I think it shows like it's crazy sharp.
So where are we going next?
You and I are literally going to Namibia, which is cool. I don't know if that was the royal we or the literal we, but
But yeah, let's
Yeah.
royal we.
heck yeah. I keep looking over here because my fiance Autumn's over here. She'll be on next.
When's the wedding?
You and my mom both.
A plan,
we-
a location, a
We were
date?
going to do it this summer, and then
Oh.
all of a sudden it was March, and it was like, oh, too late. We've been too busy.
Okay.
Next year, we're going to make it happen. Our problem was we met in Stanley, Idaho. We wanted to get married up there.
Cool.
And then last summer they had a huge forest fire, and it did derail the plans a little bit. But we might still go up there.
Stanley, Idaho. That's cool.
It's so
I went
beautiful.
there when condo happened nearby.
Yeah.
We took a pit stop over there.
It's so beautiful. I love that
Yeah.
place. Yeah. I could live there if it wasn't like only 12 houses. I think I would get a little bit stir crazy, but it's beautiful.
Wow.
Yeah. But anyhow,
Yes.
Autumn and I, after this, we literally fly out in like 3 hours, and then we're going straight to Oregon, to the Willamette Valley.
What are you doing there?
Tourism board shoot. We're shooting for the
Cool.
tourism board, doing like Eugene, Corvallis, a little bit of Portland area stuff. It'll be cool, like mountain biking, a little kayaking.
So for some people who don't really know you, tell us a little bit about what you do, what type of locations you go to.
Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. I consider myself like a nature photographer because I just like to be outside. I don't want to be put into just a landscape box or just a wildlife box or just astro. So I just kind of do anything that's outdoors. And so sometimes it's like fine art landscape photography. Sometimes it's leading a workshop. But sometimes it's like tourism board projects, and I actually really like those because I get to stretch the creative muscles a little bit, because we'll go to like a coffee shop with professional models and do like a staged shoot indoors, and then immediately to like trail running on a mountain ridge, which is, I feel like it's good for you as a creative to have to do both of those within like a 2-hour span.
Oh, well, it also kind of really like makes you practice your skills, and
Yeah.
like you're doing portrait photography, portrait video shooting. You're doing kind of like, I think you're doing both video and photo for these
Exactly.
types of things. So I think it really like pushes you to like
Totally. Yeah.
different skill muscles.
You really got to like know your camera well.
Yeah,
Because
definitely.
of different settings for every single scenario. And I'm a big fan. Oh, this is a great opportunity to talk about the new camera. Unintentionally #sponsored. But I have my A1 II is like my go-to camera, and the 1, 2, and 3 program dials. I have I live by those things. I have in the still photos option, I have a landscape option, a wildlife option, and an astro option. And then the turn on the time lapse button is like saved to a special. So like I can switch from day to night or to animals in like half a
cool.
second. And then same with video. I have like a 4K 24, 60, and a 120. So I just turn that little knob. But now they got rid of the 3 and put the asterisk.
Yes.
So you can save 30 different. I'm gonna go crazy.
It's funny, like I don't think people like utilize that
Yeah.
as much as they should.
It's my #1 feature
Yeah.
on my camera. I'm so excited. Because there's times, I'll have like astro, but it's like, well, Milky Way and Northern Lights are a whole different. What about the moon? That's 3 different astros.
That's cool.
We can fill this sucker up.
I was talking to Colby Brown yesterday, and he was also talking about customization on your camera and how important it is. And I'm like, you should probably just like do a live stream just on teaching people how to customize. Like, I think you could do a whole video just on how to customize that asterisk.
Yeah.
And you'd probably.
That's a really good idea. I have a YouTube channel, and I'm terrible about putting videos on it.
That's the video you need to make.
I do. Write
Because
it
I would
down.
watch that. And figure out kind of like how do you set it for the moon? How do you set it for landscape, then astro?
Yeah.
And kind of I guess, assume what those settings could be.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. I mean, Astro, I guess, is like pretty set because I like have my lenses, and if you're in like a dark sky, they're kind of the same settings most of the time. But yeah, for landscape, it's more like this is the ballpark of where I think I want to be. Then you have to dial it in.
Right.
Same with wildlife, but like for the landscape one, the shutter speed is a little bit less relevant because it's going to vary a lot depending on what I'm shooting. But for wildlife, when I turn that knob, it's just automatically at like 1/2000 on the shutter because I want it to be fast.
Right.
So just saves a little time.
Sure. And then so these small features, I feel like I was thinking about you guys with the illuminated back.
Oh, stoked. Stoked.
It's like the little things.
We teach a lot of astrophotography workshops, which is so fun and so rewarding, but it's a lot of people who don't shoot a lot of astro. And so we do spend a lot of time trying to illuminate buttons for people to figure out where they're going without interrupting other people's photos, because it'll be a group of like 10 of us. So I mean, it's not like every single person's gonna have an A7R6 on these,
they're
but
going to send you like 10.
I think that's clearly going to be on every camera going forward.
Totally.
So this camera is very obviously like the foundation of the next step for Sony. I'm really excited for like when all of them have illuminated buttons because it'll eliminate a lot of problems.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
And so tell us a little bit about your workshops. What kind of workshops are we doing? Where do you go? What kind of people come to them?
We go all over and we have people from all over, which is cool. Our next one coming up is Mount Rainier in September. It's for astrophotography specifically. So the Milky Way lines up right over Mount Rainier. It's super beautiful. We love it. But we get everybody from like literally bought their camera 4 days before the workshop started. And they're like, how do I set the date and time? All the way through people who are like establishing a career as a professional and they want like just some final pointers before they jump in, it's really fun. And we have equal amounts of fun with all of those. Because like if you're brand new to photography, your first Milky Way shot is like a life-changing experience.
Like such a wait, so I want to bring Autumn in. Can you give Autumn your chair? You could sit here.
Okay, that's fair. I get that a lot.
You could just sit. Yeah, I am. You guys can share. We'll be fine. I know, sorry, but Autumn gets some time now.
Oh.
I feel like we're talking about your workshops, but like you should be a part of it anyway.
Oh, well, thank you.
So
I appreciate that.
So I want to talk a little bit about, because now that we're talking about Astro, I want to bring some Astro talk into with you, and then also some of like how fulfilling. This was the question why I wanted to bring in when that person gets that like first Milky Way and they're like, mine is just like blown. Is that like not the best feeling ever? That you kind of like, I don't know, made their dreams come true.
It is incredible. Like it makes me emotional, like thinking about it, because I've seen people just their minds literally melt. And especially with like the Aurora, huge bucket list for a lot of people. And to see a grown man cry for the first time seeing the Aurora captured on the back of his screen is just something so special.
I know, like we have wedding photographers are crying because like their father's walking the bride, and like you're just crying because middle-aged man is crying over the Aurora.
But it feels so good because you get to help them achieve something that they've been wanting to do for a long time. And so that just feels like, yes, we did it. It's
so
awesome.
For the workshops, who's planning them? You or you?
We both do. Yeah. I do a lot of the like logistical things, which is super fun, let me tell you. But no, we do we both do like the planning and stuff.
Ideas, man.
Yeah, you're the ideas. Yeah. And then when it comes to dealing with maybe the difficult questions nobody wants to deal with on site during, do you like rock, paper, scissors? Like, all right, you're up.
Sometimes we're pretty good about like, okay, you take this one. Or like, all right, I'll take this one. Depending on what it's about. And like, maybe it's something more about time lapses where I would defer to Nate as like the expert for that.
Fair.
So
okay.
Yeah.
Cool. All right.
So if we need like a Karen, I'll do it. If we need like, am I allowed to swear a little bit? Just a tiny bit? A business bee. I'll be
yeah.
I'll be that guy.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sometimes
cool.
you got to be like, you got to wrangle them. You know, it's like wrangling cats with photographers sometimes. So it's
I
like,
wasn't thinking like the participants. I'm not like, you know, like sometimes we have to like book a hotel and like they're kind of jerks about it. You got to call them like, we're paying you a lot of money.
That too.
Yeah.
That's
Autumn's like, please, do you think that maybe we
I know.
could?
Can we like maybe check in like an hour early, please? Yeah.
All right, cool. So you're free. Now it's Autumn's time. I
All
figured
right,
I
tap
would
out.
Yeah, we're tapping out.
All right.
Okay. So I'm going to properly introduce you now.
Okay.
So now I have my next guest. This is Autumn Schrock. She is a Sony Alpha Collective and master of moon photography, astrophotography, landscape, wildlife, portraits too, I think.
Oh my gosh. What an intro.
So tell me, did you get some time with the camera? What did you get to do? What did you photograph?
I got a little bit of time with it. Mostly I've just been playing with it here, actually. Went over to Central Park, got all the squirrel bangers, you know.
Yes.
But I'm
yeah, I saw your Instagram post. Who's the Disney princess? Was it Nate or was it the squirrel?
Nate, for sure. He is absolutely a Disney princess. Like, he is so good at spotting wildlife, and they always like behave for him. It's amazing. So I called him my little Disney princess yesterday because he was crouched down shooting with the 100 to 400, and there were like 7 squirrels kind of coming around, and I was like, wow. But they're probably just looking for food.
Yeah.
But no, I think the thing I was most surprised by was the autofocus. Like, the subject recognition is light years better than the a7R 5. And I don't think I was expecting, like, you read on paper, these are the specs, and it's X amount faster, like, what do they say, like 5 times faster or something. But you don't really realize exactly how much of a difference that can make until you're using it. And it's just like locking on instantly. And I was really, really impressed by that.
And I was having this conversation earlier with Kesha, and like, I do feel like for the wildlife shooter, somebody who's really looking to level up, like, there are a lot of people who invested a lot of money in that A1. And now it's like, that A1 II is a lot of money. Maybe I'm not utilizing it to the fullest need that when I originally bought that A1. And I feel like this could be like a great replacement for that. And using it in wildlife. So how do you expect this to like really hold up shooting wildlife, shooting landscapes for the speed, and especially going from landscapes to wildlife, where in a second you kind of have to have that speed?
I absolutely think so. I think it's like the a7R 6 will get you like 90% of the way, maybe 80% of the way to like the A1. It's basically, it's a little mini Alpha 1, if you will. So
yeah,
I think
surprised nobody said that. It is like an
it's like a little mini A1, which is great for a lot of people because not everybody needs.
And you see a lot of these types of people, I feel like, on your workshops that are kind of like, they're hobbyists. They're willing to make the investment, but it's not their full time, and then they don't need to make that investment. I think people that buy the A1 II should buy it because they need it, not necessarily just because they can. You should be buying the camera that's right for you.
Yeah. There are a lot of people who will buy it for like, oh, I have the A1, but yeah, no, I think it's really fantastic for kind of bridging that gap. It's made the a7R 5 so much closer to the capabilities of the A1, which is just fantastic for the price point.
And so are you excited to really get to use a lens out there? Because I feel like that range will be really great, more so for you.
Yes. The 100 to 400 is my
Because I know that
favorite.
I remember the 100 to 400 was your favorite.
My favorite lens. And over the years, as things have progressed, it hasn't been updated in 9 years, maybe, I think. So you kind of notice, oh, it's like maybe not as sharp as I remember it being.
Yeah.
And
that's how I feel about the 200 600. I was shooting soccer. And between this one, I was like, oh no.
Yeah.
It's so much better.
It's so much better. Yes. It's mind-blowingly sharp. Yeah. I'm super excited about that. I can't wait to get some
And then while Nate said he didn't really care about the internal zoom, do you?
I mean, I do a little bit,
but I just feel like being out there, like, it gets so dirty. Like, when you're like, being like I'm getting so much dust in that space. I don't know.
We live in the desert, and I feel like I don't really have a problem with that. But I don't know. Maybe I do. I just don't notice it. But I feel like I would hear some crunching. No, I feel like I'm a small person, and so I like things to be smaller, so I can fit into a smaller backpack. Yeah. And this is definitely bigger, but I think. Do I wish it was smaller? Sure, of course. I wish everything was smaller. But I think it's beautiful and it's so sharp that I feel like I have to get it. Like the 100 to 400 is my favorite focal length. With the moon photography, I think it's like key for that.
Yeah. So for some people who maybe don't know you, tell us a little bit about your moon photography, what you like to focus on. What's your favorite thing to photograph?
Yeah, I mean, the moon is one of my favorites. Absolutely. I'm also like a nature photographer like Nate, where I like to do kind of everything outside, but I do have a special place in my heart for the moon.
And I have a series called Happy Moon Day where I take photos of the moon and post them on my socials on Mondays and wish people a happy moon day, because Mondays, you know, they kind of suck for a lot of people. So hopefully to bring a little cheer into their lives. But I really love photographing the moon in maybe a slightly different way than a lot of people do, where it's less about like a moon portrait where you just kind of get a close-up of the moon, and it's more about like the environment, where it kind of feels like the moon is interacting with Earth, and it kind of feels like there's more of a push and pull. So I like to do what I call moon environmental portraits, where you get like the moon balancing over a rock or something, just to make it feel like they're connecting. And this is such a good focal length for that, because you can get up tighter, you know, if you're further away, but still have some sort of environment. But then also if you're a little bit closer to a mountain, you can zoom out to 100 and still get that compression on the moon to make it look a little bit bigger. So yeah, it's amazing for that.
Yeah. And so like I've been wondering about prints. Like I asked Nate like kind of print seats, but I know I always actually bring you up when I talk to different photographers because of like your workflow that you have with your prints and how you're able to kind of sell your prints, have them sent to a lab. This is more me. I'm just curious, what is your workflow with printing, and how do you also make sure people make sure your prints are having the accuracy that they should have? What's your workflow for getting prints made?
Yeah, first,
if somebody wants to buy them.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the first step is definitely having color management for your screens, because you want it to be as accurate as possible for the printer. So I use color calibration, use the Data Color Spider, first of all, to make sure everything, before I'm even editing, that it's kind of as accurate as I can. And then I work closely with my lab. They have, you know, different color profiles that you can soft proof and upload to Photoshop. And so as I'm editing, I'm kind of turning that on and off to see like, okay, how is this essentially going to look printed and from their printer, et cetera. And then, you know, test prints are really important too, because you can get everything perfect, but it's only like an estimation, you know, you're not going to know for sure until you see it, especially when you're printing on different mediums. Like I love printing on metal, and it does kind of change how things look a little bit, you know, compared to printing on paper. So yeah, there's kind of a few different steps that I go through first before actually like getting that test print. But then from there, it's kind of just tweaking contrast, colors, things like that. But yeah.
Cool. Well, all right. Well, I'm so excited you guys came.
Yeah. Thanks so much for having us.
Yeah, of course. And I'm excited to see what more you do, and we'll catch up soon. I'll probably text you after finalize everything.
Yes. Can't wait. Can't wait for you to review it.
But yeah, so we're going to do a little break, and then we'll have our next guest coming up.
Cool.
People will tell you 66.8 megapixels has no business being on a sports sideline. Here's what changed. The Sony a7R 6 has a 12 millisecond readout. That's 5.6 times improvement. It's what allows for high-resolution camera to handle fast, unpredictable action without rolling shutter, turning your athletes into abstract art. Resolution and speed together on a sideline. Pre-capture means you're getting up to 150 raw images before your natural reaction time kicks in. That peak moment, that celebration, the challenge, the ball hitting the net, you have it all. And the crop room at 66.8 megapixels means every wide frame is also a tight frame. You're getting 2 usable compositions out of 1 shot. Those big banners around the stadium exist for a reason. Resolution sells. Now, full transparency, if you're shooting golf balls mid-flight, the A12 or the A93 is still your answer. Pure speed is their job. But for soccer, football, the sports where 66.8 megapixels gives you creative reach, the Sony a7R 6 just earns its spot off the bench and into the game. But wait, while I still have you, let's talk about on how you're going to pay for your gear. And what better way than using the B&H Paybu credit card? Save even more with the B&H Paybu card. When you use your Paybu card, you pay the tax and B&H pays you back instantly, or get 6 or 12 months special financing. Applying is easy and you can use your new Paybu card right away. For more details or to apply, visit bnhphoto.com/Paybu. Portrait photography is about clean, crisp detail where every pore is on trial. So when I say 66.8 megapixels changes how you work, I mean it. The Sony a7R gives portrait photographers something we've all had to choose between, resolution or speed, but not anymore. 30 frames per second blackout free on a 66.8 megapixel stacked sensor, you're not picking your one hero shot, you're selecting from a moment. The AI autofocus is tracking eyes through movement, through fabric, through chaos. And the new AI auto white balance, it reads mixed light, strobes, plus a big open window, and it handles it. Your skin tone comes out true to life without you fighting the files in post. But here's the thing I keep coming back to. With 66.8 megapixels, a wider shot becomes a tighter shot in post. A 24mm frame can give you a totally different, fully usable crop without sacrificing quality. That's not just resolution, that's creative flexibility on a deadline. For fashion, for beauty, and for anyone who delivers massive commercial prints, the Sony a7R is built for you. This is the portrait camera you didn't know you were waiting for. Wedding photography requires everything from a camera simultaneously. You need it to be fast when the first kiss happens in a split second. You need it to be quiet so it doesn't disrupt the ceremony. You need it to handle mixed light at the reception, and you need IBIS for dark venues where flash isn't welcome. Today, I'm crashing a wedding with our in-house wedding expert, Lotta Mildy.
So one of the things that's super important to me as a wedding photographer is that I never interrupt any important moments. I think that's specifically important during the ceremony. I just don't want to draw any attention to myself. So having a fully electronic shutter on the a7R is just really amazing because you can basically acoustically disappear completely. You're not going to draw any attention to yourself, and you can still really rely on the shutter because you're not going to have any artifacts because the readout speed is so fast. So even if you're using a flash, you don't have any of the weird artifacts like that ugly half frame, and you also don't have to worry about banding. And so now that the electronic shutter is so reliable, you can also use pre-capture for weddings. I know that that's usually a feature more reserved towards sports and wildlife, but honestly, weddings are pretty close to both of those genres if you think about it. And so you can really use pre-capture for those important moments like bouquet tosses or
do not leave, even if you're at work, just kind of keep us there in the background. That's okay. So my next guest is Dane Isaac, Sony Alpha Collective and portrait photographer and really creative. And I've always been so impressed with your work. And we kind of go way back. We met a long time ago. Yeah. So I'm very excited to have you here. And so we were talking a little bit before we kind of were rolling, and you haven't had too much time or any time with the camera.
Yeah, I held it. It feels good.
Feels good. But feels good, looks good.
But I have the a7R5.
Okay, so you're an R shooter.
Yes.
Yeah.
R is my favorite line.
And so are you excited about this announcement?
No, absolutely. I think it's always, I don't, when you get the latest camera from Sony, you're always thinking this is it. Because for me, like I already had everything I needed for the R5, and I personally I didn't have any like requests for them to change or add any features, but they figured out.
You're the perfect customer.
They figured out how to add more. And I'm just like, okay, where are you going to take it next? And it's first, I've been with Sony now, not only is it part of the collective, but shooting for a little over a decade now. And every single time, the earlier cameras, we had a lot of feedback, but at some point, like 5 years in of them really like getting the ball rolling, I was like, I don't need more. Yeah. And every single time it comes out, I'm like, okay, I see why you did this.
You didn't even know that I needed it.
No, I didn't know. It's unlike, and this is not a brand shop, but sometimes you update your phone and it's like, it's like, okay, it feels the same. The cameras feel completely different. It's like not the same as updating your phone.
Were you so surprised to see how much more speed they added to it?
Always. Like how?
Yeah.
Like it's like, you know, it makes me want to study engineering to kind of like really go into the science of it because I don't know how they're doing it.
Yeah, like not only speed, but also like added 7 megapixels to it, which still is like a push when adding something like speed.
Even like I remember when I forgot which camera introduced this, but they like backlit the sensor to help with like low light capacity, because obviously like the more megapixels you had, it was like horrible in low light.
Yeah.
Just like little things like that. I was like, okay, well, who's getting paid for that? Who came up with that feature? And a lot of things Sony pushed, you know, Sony is on the cutting edge of the technology, and a lot of things that they pushed, I think a lot of people in the industry thought it was impossible to do. And that's always a good brand to be behind, just like always doing the impossible.
Yeah, and I think one of like the features more for portrait photography that I think is great is the updating on the auto white balance for somebody like portrait who's doing a lot with color. I think you do a lot with like colorful backdrops, and I think something like that will really like enhance something that you didn't know you needed until you had it, until they gave it to you. But I think you'll see like a big benefit on the color.
Yeah, I mean, portrait photographers today, or photographers in general, have so much technology, hardware and software to their fingertips that like it's insane to not be a creative. Because back when I started,
in my day,
I didn't like it.
Yeah, what was your first camera?
First camera, first working camera, because two different stories. So the first camera I ever bought was a Canon 400D, I believe, or I'm thinking I'm getting that right. A T3i is like equivalent.
That was my first camera, T3i. Yeah.
It never worked.
Yeah.
For some reason, so I got a swap from the person I was buying cameras from at the time, and he gave me a Nikon D60, or I think it's like a crop sensor, small entry camera with a kit lens. And I bounced around some Nikon bodies before I ultimately, first full frame camera was a Sony a7 II. And never look back.
Yeah. What a different, like, it's kind of crazy. Like that doesn't feel like that long ago, but like it isn't, and it is, but to see like where we've gone from the a7 II to this.
Because I have the a7R III as well. And picking that camera up after using a7R V for a while, I'm like, oh my God, we've come a long way.
Yeah. And so for some people who maybe don't know you, tell us a little bit about your work. What kind of photography do you shoot? What are the type of inspiration
Ooh. How much time we got?
Yeah.
Okay, so my name is
like 5 hours. That's how much.
Let's go. So my name is Dane Isaac. I was born and raised in Grenada, which is a small island in the Caribbean. We're known as the Spice Island. I actually moved to New York to study architecture. Always had a fascination in
this
photography.
Makes sense why you're interested in the engineering.
Yeah. So, and the only reason I didn't do engineering, honestly, because I hated chemistry. It's like a really weird thing I didn't want to do, but now I'm kind of just like, I should have just did it. But anyway, I did study architecture here in New York, and you know, I loved photography from a very young age because I always looked at it as a form of expression. So I was also drawing as long as I can remember. So sketching everything. Cool. I was a very shy kid, and I actually just answered this question for like someone else the other day that they were like doing some interviews. But as a child that's shy, I think like art in general is like a extension of expression, you know, where I feel like I hid behind like my artwork, which is really good or neat to do. And photography, I remember like opening Nat Geo books. I also love reading, and like seeing these magazines and like seeing a photo and being like, what? Like how, like one photo, I understood the whole story without reading the write-up or the article attached to it. And I was like, I want to do that because it impacted me so greatly. I was like, how can I like learn how to do this art form? And turns out I needed gear. And I was like, and back, you couldn't convince your Caribbean parents back in the 90s to go spend thousands of dollars on camera gear, you know, especially for something. Even maybe now they probably don't see it as a suitable career necessarily. But especially back then, photography wasn't, you know, it was very niche in terms of people that like did it. You know, it wasn't as accessible. I did get my hands on a camera, which I didn't mention before. I don't remember the model, but it was like an early digital camera, maybe in the 2000s. But but it broke within like a month, so I don't count it.
Yeah.
I think I was 14 at the time. So I probably had it for 3 months, took a lot of photos of my dog and the neighborhood I lived in. But it didn't last, and I didn't have anywhere to repair it. So I kind of like shelved that dream until like I got my first paycheck from my architecture intern, and I bought the cameras I mentioned before. Background in terms of like why I do portraiture, like just like life in general really fascinates me. Like everything, I tend to like walk outside and kind of just like marvel at like any little thing, like the leaves blowing in the wind or like the ants on the sidewalk. But like more importantly, like I'm even through architecture, like I'm really interested in like how humans interact with the world. And I think portraiture is a form of capturing someone's story and telling that. So putting someone in a space, whether it be like on a backdrop or for a headshot or in this like grand architectural space that has great lighting and drama, it like just watching how they interact with it fascinates me. So like I just getting the opportunity to capture people in general.
Well, that's like one of my favorite parts about like photography, because every photographer you meet, for the most part, they all have different backgrounds or did something else before. So they kind of bring such a different approach to what they're looking at. Like, you know, you come with like a different background with architecture. You're looking at shapes, sizes, people interacting with things versus somebody else who came from a different type of like philosophy who's looking at photography in a different way.
No, absolutely.
Which is always so cool, because and that's what makes everybody so different, is how everybody brings such a different approach to it. But it's also so fun to kind of collaborate together, which is I think what's also so fun about that community is then you're learning from each other.
Yeah.
Oh, you're seeing it like this. That's so cool. I gotta, and you can really learn from each other on that.
And it sharpens us, right? So it's like one of the things that the internet does, it's like it's bringing everyone online, and you get to see like the perspectives of everyone. And like we don't always like other people's perspectives, which is also fine. But it's like photography, you know, especially in the intimacy between portraiture, or of portraiture, it's like you have the photographer capturing one or more people, and even how you capture, like I can bring this, I can use the same backdrop, the same space at the same time, same lighting every day, and bring different people in, and they all interact with that differently. And for me, I would never get bored, because like they are so unique. You know, even if I dress them the same, they would all give a different response. Their smiles don't match. Like they're obviously like how they feel about how they stand, how they shift their bodies, how they blink. It all changes. And I think like photography in a way at its core was documentation, right? So getting the opportunity to document the human experience, even if it's like, you know, in the photography, like when you do fashion or stuff, like you obviously like you're dressing up everything. So you may have a stylist, hair and makeup. It still is the human experience at the time. It's like a timestamp of reality. Yeah. So if anyone goes back into the archives of like all our photography, you get to see like how humans express themselves at this time. And I think like it's an honor just to be able to contribute to the overall catalog.
That kind of made me remember, like I remember you did like your short videos of interviewing different people. And so kind of what also brought you into video, you know, you were inspired with how people interacted with things. You were a photographer. And then how did you kind of transition over?
Yeah. So I think the first video series I did, you know, was in the middle of the pandemic, where everyone was just at home, and I was like texting all my friends and being like, hey, how are you feeling? And I had this like portrait idea. I was like, hey, like what if, because I was like on my rooftop, as like a lot of people were. And I was like, we can't really do much, but what if I start inviting people when they feel safe to come over one by one and like take their portrait and then ask them like questions following up. And I felt like video was the right format to kind of like encompass like those questions. So I like did this entire series where I like try to like find 20 different people from different walks of life, like whether it be education, politics, art, the common person, service members, whoever. And I called it Connecting while disconnected, and I just like shot their portraits like as a timestamp of like who they were at that time, and I interviewed them, asked them all the same questions, and see how they all interacted with those questions or answered them differently. And then that just inspired me to keep wanting to do that, you know, because I felt like even within my portraiture, when I did portrait work, it felt a lot of like I was interviewing them while I'm taking their photos anyway, you know, because I'm asking them questions about themselves to see how they can like express more of who they are to me through the photos. So it just like was a next step into like what I was already doing just organically.
Yeah. And kind of not to bring it back to the gear, but like I do think that's where having gear that just really does the job right can really open up the creativity. Something like a camera that is able to do incredible photo and video. And I think that'll really open up. And while it's like, you know, a big investment that first time, but it's sometimes people are like, what's the best video camera? What's the best photo camera? Like, I do think it's important for somebody who is interested in really just like capturing the human to have the tool to be able to do both photo and video.
Well, having the right tool brings confidence, right? So like I feel like with like the gear I have through Sony, I have the confidence to try almost anything, you know? So it's like, if I wanted to do video, I didn't have to go reinvest into a whole new setup. I already have, you know, like the a7R5 is not like touted as a video camera, for example, but it's very capable.
Yeah. And I mean, now with the one, I guess, complaint I had, like as also like a hybrid shooter with the a7R5 was that it wasn't 4K 120. And while like it's not like the most necessary thing, but you know, when sometimes there are specific kind of human moments that just like really require that beautiful slow-mo at the highest quality. And they did it.
They did it. Now the a7R6, which is wild to say, wild that we made it this far. You look at Sony's full lineup and you're like, well, a lot of their cameras are converging in terms of specs, you know, and this camera really like takes a lot of, it's almost like cheats off the homework of all the other cameras. You know, it's fast, like the A9. It's like very capable video and photo wise, like the A1. And like the megapixels are insane with all the added other features that they have that are now new to the a7R lineup. It's remarkable.
Yeah. And so with like the megapixels, are you a serious cropper? Do you?
Yes, a little bit of both. I think I try to, in my first pass of a photo, how I capture it is like sometimes I try to capture it perfectly. But then I go back to the photos and I realize that I have so much more to play with. Now it turns into a whole other genre of editing, you know, because now I'm like pulling different parts of the photo where I'm like, I am zoomed in 4x on this and I'm like, no loss.
Right.
And I'm like, wow, this is insane. And now I can start showing up details or telling the story in a different way. And obviously the platforms we post on also affect how we like crop and like use our imagery. So like on Instagram, them adding the carousel feature changed how we like posted work in general. Yeah. Right. So like now from one photo, I can almost like break down this whole story. I can like crop different parts of it. And
yeah, when we were playing with some of the images for portrait and, you know, we had kind of a wide portrait and then we were able to really just crop just to like her mouth. And we're like, wow. And it's a completely different like story that was told just like with her mouth. And having that space has really like kind of opened up. Like I'm not really like a big person who crops heavily, but it's kind of opens up the opportunity. Like I should be. I can be doing many stories with this one image.
I'll if the audience is interested, I'll plug one of my dear friends here. I think he's like one of the best croppers in the industry. Greg Noor. He is I would call him my GOAT, but like he's arguably one of the best like concert or live photographers out there. Cool. And the way he like crops and shows different details of like things happening on stage is absolutely phenomenal. You know, I would encourage everyone to go just like take a quick study of how he does that, because you might not notice at first, but like now that I said it, go and watch some of his like photos, like look at look at it like a microphone shot, for example, that photo might be like 100 times bigger.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, and these cameras allow us to do that.
So we just kind of had walk into the room Mike Bubolo from Sony, and it kind of brings up something that you mentioned before, because we were talking about the engineering of the camera and how you are very interested in how did they do this, and I don't know if he has the answer for this. Magic. Kind of like how did we kind of get to making the low light quality a little better with backlighting, the sensor, and also the speed, and how did we get here? How did Sony figure out how to make this camera?
Yeah, well, I guess like, well, you're not mic'd up, but if you do want me to ask questions that we also can't give away trade secrets either, right? So we have to be very careful what we answer. But I guess like, you know, what would be really interesting for the audience to know is how Sony listens to feedback and iterates on the next technology, whether it be things people have asked for, things people don't know they need yet, and how they blend those things. Because if we just like drop it,
Why don't you sit here?
Okay.
Just for a few.
Yeah, let's go.
You can interview him.
Let's go.
Go for it.
What's going on, Mike?
Dane, nice to see you, man.
She's smaller than me.
Yeah, well, welcome. This was not planned. Welcome to the live show hosted by Dane. So I guess like to my question, to repeat, you know, I think one of the things that the audience may be interested in is like, how does Sony drop a masterpiece like the a7R 5, right? I have that camera. I love it. And then go back to the drawing board and it's like, well, we can do more.
Yeah.
Like how does that happen? What does the next day look like after a launch? Like, are you now immediately thinking about the version 7? Is there a bunch of things?
About version 7 before the 6 came out, right? So there's a couple of things. First, we constantly listen to feedback from creators. We constantly listen to feedback from artists, from being at Condo, being on message boards. We're constantly looking at different things, and I'm constantly sending feedback and reports back to Tokyo to see what's possible, what's not possible, wish lists, things that may never be able to happen. Most things don't get answered, but some things do get answered. So we start working on new technology, new products all the time, right?
So there's always a pipeline.
Always, like that's one thing that we've been priding ourselves on since Alpha, right? Is that we're just constantly always listening and trying to make the best products and features for users and creators, and specifically for certain cameras for specific features that they want. You can see that in like the S series, you can see it in the ZV series, you can see it in the R series, even the 9 Mark III series, where people just needed something that didn't exist and they just worked their way to do it.
Do you feel like you ever like, is there a camera that gets launched and you're like, it felt incomplete, or it just happened? Like, does the industry pressure the cameras to be released at a certain time while you keep working, or because you always could do more, right?
I do think there's always a level of that you feel like you need to introduce something new all the time. But you can see we're not always hitting the same benchmarks in terms of timing of the cameras.
Correct.
Sometimes if something's not ready, we're just simply not ready.
Yeah.
Something else we do is that if we have the technology now, we're going to put it in the camera. We're not going to just hold it off on this camera because we're going to save it for something else. Like this is a brand new sensor that no one's ever seen before, right? Like we make sensors. We're a sensor manufacturer. We're the biggest sensor manufacturer in the world. So we saw this sensor and we're like, we're putting it in this camera now, and we're putting in 30 frames per second now, and we're giving it better high ISO and dynamic range now, and we're doing the new viewfinder now. We're not going to save that viewfinder for, you know, a flagship camera that may or may not happen. So that's one thing that's really cool about Sony too, is that we don't just hold things back just to hold them back, to protect other products. The
customer is always getting the best. And I think like also too, I think one of the things I learned, like once you do take that approach of dropping the technology as you have it, is like you're forcing yourself to innovate past there, because you can't go back and be like, well, keep using the same sensor, keep using the same viewfinder. So no pressure, but this was a big one to top.
Well, that's the thing. And like, the more you talk to people, the more you look at cameras, they're kind of perfect. Like we're at like in the 90% of like what you can possibly do for cameras. So like, where do you go from here? So like now is the time where you really need to think outside the box, because 13 years ago when we came out with, like, let's say the 7R, there were still a lot of things that we could do, like faster frame rates, faster sensor, better video, better everything. And we've 13 years have gotten there. Like, we're at like the peak performance now. So like, what do we do?
Agree. And so we kind of touched on this before you came in the room.
I ask you guys.
No, absolutely. I think like, we touched on this a little bit before you came in the room, but one of the things I said, it was like, you know, the first few releases of the A7 line in general, you know, we had a lot of feedback. But by version 3, I was like, how can this get better?
Yeah.
You know, and then like every camera that came out, I was like, oh, I didn't realize that I needed this. So like at 5, like I didn't think the next camera that was coming out was a next 7 series.
Right? Yeah.
You know, because I was like, at the 5 is this peak performance.
Yeah.
So I look at what if I have to draw like what the S curve of the technology would be? Like, we are up here.
Yeah.
But I feel like sometimes like we kind of extend that curve a little bit with every drop, you know, and
we did that with the 5, right? We did that with subject detection. I never thought that subject detection was even considered a thing, right?
Correct.
I mean, we did IAF 12 years ago, but we never had subject detection like you have now, where you can just simply just let the camera do its job, and I can just not have to think about autofocusing anymore. I can just let the camera do it. And that's crazy. So if you're just like getting into imaging and photography now, like, you're so blessed, because we've had such a struggle for our whole lives.
Again, I touched on this earlier too, where it was like, it's right. Because when I started photography, like taking it very serious and like shooting almost every day of my life, like 13 years ago.
Yeah.
So it was just around the time like Sony was emerging into the world with this new mirrorless technology, and everyone was laughing like, oh, look at them.
Yeah.
Like, I'm trying these sensor makers, and look now, you know, with a robust line. Yeah, it was perfect, because everyone was Sony essentially forced everyone to innovate.
Yeah.
You know, with a camera at their.
So we had film cameras.
Yeah.
My first photojournalism job was a floppy disk and a camera. So I'm just saying, all the Gen Zers.
They definitely took, like, Sony definitely took the risk while everyone was just sitting on their hands and being 100%. Like, we'll just milk these profits.
When the 7R came out, people were like, ha ha ha.
I was
Look
there.
At this toy.
I was there. It was like, it's so cute.
Yeah. They're like, this is great. And then all of a sudden, like you brought up before, the 7 Mark III came out, and the other ones were like, oh, something now. Oh, sorry. But we're like, oh no, we gotta do something about this, because mirrorless is the only way you could have progressed. Like, if we just stuck with digital SLRs, we wouldn't be where we are today.
We wouldn't.
Just, I don't know what we'd be doing, but we wouldn't be doing what we're doing today.
There's so many like brands that you can I say so many, but there's few brands you can mention that changed the industry completely from top to bottom. And like, Sony is definitely one of them in the imaging industry. And I'm just proud to be a part of it, you know, as part of history. Because like, the people that come after us they'll appreciate all the technology that we took the time to like either test or innovate or iterate into the cameras. But they won't know what it was like before. They would even if we go back and pick these cameras up, they would have no idea how the industry felt. And
even like few generations before, like when I have people that are here at the event and they are using the R6 now, and they came and they're still shooting an R3 because they're like, dude, my image quality is great. Like, I don't need to do anything more. And then all of a sudden they pick it up and they're like, I had no idea this is what the world's like right now. Like, this is insane, because the technology is so much better and the autofocus is so much better.
Correct. So I think the imaging industry, you know, and again, I'm not sponsored by anyone here to like dunk on another brand, but like, I don't feel the same urge to update my iPhone, for example, when a new one comes out. When you pick up that's kind of part of the reason.
I have the 12 Pro, so I'm really looking for a new phone. Just saying, Apple. But
part of the reason I haven't like rushed to pick this camera up as quick, because I'm like, I don't want to be forced to buy a new one, but I know the moment I feel it, I'm like, oh, they did it. They really did it. And I'm like, now I have to go buy a new one, you know, and that's how it felt with Sony releases, you know, which is a good thing.
3 consecutive years basically of just ridiculous announcements, like with the 9 Mark III doing something completely different with a global shutter.
Insane.
Then the 1 Mark II that just that was a softer update, because we added AI to something that was already insanely good and the best autofocus out there.
It's a perfect camera.
Correct.
And how do you make perfect?
To me is this, I mean, I'm not just blowing smoke when I say like this is near and dear to my heart, because resolution and image quality is what I want in the camera.
Yeah.
But I always did feel kind of left out in a way that I didn't get to shoot fast. I didn't get to shoot silent. Luckily, they gave me the cameras, so I would shoot with the 1 Mark II, which was nice. But if I didn't have the 1 Mark II at my disposal, like I would be left wanting more. The resolution I felt like was always holding me back until this camera came out.
That's a really good point, and I don't know how much time we have.
Little, you have a heart out.
Yeah, I have a heart. I have to go shoot. I have to go shoot portraits downstairs.
Got like 7 more hours.
I know. I heard.
This is my seat now.
Yeah. But one of the things that like I'm happy I don't have this job to think about, but it's like when convergence is what I think about, like when all the cameras seem to kind of like converge in terms of technology, where obviously you have all the lines, the A1 line, the 9, the R, the S. Yeah. But like some of these cameras feel like this camera probably is better than my S3 at certain things where
for sure.
And I'm just like, that was my specialty video camera, you know? And like, I think it's almost like the innovator's dilemma.
There are a lot of choices and there's a lot of overlap in the lineup, right? Because even though each system we say is designed for a specific user in mind, those lines are blurring more and more because now guess what? Like you can have speed and resolution at the same time. So,
great video options.
But there are still ways that things are better. Like if you think about speed and you put it on a chart, right? Like 9 Mark III is obviously the top, 1 Mark II is second, and then this is third. Then you think about image quality, like this is the top, and then you have A1, 2 in the middle, and you have 9 Mark III at the bottom. So you have like that X curve. So there is still specialized features and functionality that is designed for a specific user that you have to kind of fit yourself into.
Yeah.
The problem is we're all shooting everything. If the client calls, you can be like, yeah, I'll take it, like whatever it is.
Yeah.
But so you don't have to have, but the nice thing is you don't have to have 4 different types of cameras for 4 different types of shooting.
Correct.
Where you can have this, or you can have a 1 Mark II, or you can even have a 9 Mark III, or you can have a 7 Mark V. I mean, I keep overlooking the 7 Mark V in this whole announcement, but all these cameras can do pretty much everything you want to do.
Which is the most insane point for me, because even 13 years ago, I guess like when Sony really started pushing the mirrorless line, you kind of had to have multiple bodies. Yeah. And now you feel like you can have, and the A1 was like the biggest example of that.
Like you're gonna have one body. I mean, 1 Mark II is the one to have, but it's also 7,000.
But yeah, I can keep going forever. So what time? Where are we?
57.
Okay, cool. You have any questions for me?
No. Well, I no.
Yeah. Okay.
I probably will as soon as you leave. So we'll have to come back. You'll have to
I mean, I'm right downstairs. Just ping me. I will if you tempt me.
All right, well, we're gonna sit there now.
Thank you.
With your logo.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you. And we're back. All right, so now we have Bubolo. Now you're in the guest seat, not her seat.
That seat's probably hot. Sorry.
That's okay.
Yeah.
And so let's talk some tech.
Okay. I got you.
So just give us a little overview for some people who, are hearing about the announcement, but, haven't really gotten to have a full scope of like, what is the difference between the A7R5 and A7R6? What are the big new features?
Everything.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, we really did. The 7R5 was such a good camera because it still is right now, technically the best image quality that you can get in a camera. It's got 61 megapixels, and even the 7R5 introduced new technology like having that dedicated AI processing unit that gave you really amazing subject detection for animals, for birds, human pose estimation. So it's hard to think about where you go from there. And the only way we could really do it, you couldn't do a few features here and there for this type of camera launch. We need to come out with something completely new. And that's what this camera is. Like literally everything is new, from brand new sensor, brand new processor, brand new viewfinder, brand new battery, brand new body, brand new menu system, brand new, like literally everything, video features, tally lamp. There's just everything on the camera has been kind of reimagined. But I'm sorry.
No, please.
So what makes it, but
keep going.
Honestly, the two things that make the camera do what it does is that fully stacked sensor and the processing engine. Because one thing the 7R5 wasn't known for is speed. You would be like, hey, it's the resolution camera, it's not the speed camera. And that was fine. And a lot of people were okay with that. But now we're able to have a 67 megapixel fully stacked sensor. So you can have higher resolution. You can have faster scan speed of the sensor itself, meaning that it's now a fully electronic shutter camera. It's something that I always wanted in this type of camera, because when you use a camera in fully electronic, like the 1 Mark II or even the 7 Mark V, you're like, wow, this is kind of nice. Like being completely silent, being a little bit more fly on the wall, depending on what you want to shoot. And also, of course, being able to shoot faster, like 30 frames per second is nice too. But that's something the R series has never done. Remember the old R series was kind of a loud shutter too. It was like ka-chunk, ka-chunk.
Totally.
But like SLR sounding, but it wasn't an SLR. But so this really kind of blurs those lines. You can get better resolution and still holding to the foundation of what R is, because it's not just more resolution, getting more dynamic range, better high ISO performance, better latitude, better video performance. So your image quality is taken care of. We've increased the image quality, which is the heart of the camera, because that would be the worst thing in the world if you stack the sensor to get speed, but you took away what was the R series is known for, which is image quality. So we have better image quality, but now we also have significantly faster speeds and can be completely silent, 30 frames per second, which is something that you also don't think about at 67 megapixels. So, and the camera, albeit is a very good hybrid camera. We have some new video features in this camera that we've never introduced before. But I mean, to me, it's still a stills first camera, because I'm a stills first kind of guy. But so the image quality and the stills image quality and the compositing image quality to me is the most important thing.
And then so for people that are maybe saying that this is making the A1 obsolete, like as I kind of learn more and more about the camera, like there is a pretty big difference in them, where like the A1 shooter should not be upset. If anything, I would be very excited to see what's possible for the A1 III. Like it's kind of making me think like, what are they going to put in that one? But so the readout speeds are different, but also the 30 frames per second in the mechanical versus electronic is still different from the A7. It's the same from the A7R6.
Oh, from the 7R5 you're talking about?
From the A7R6 versus the A1
Oh, yeah. So they're the same speeds, 10 frames per second, 30 frames per second.
Okay.
10 frames per second mechanical, 30 frames per second electronic.
So the A1 is also that.
But the 1 Mark II, the biggest, first of all, if you have an Alpha 1 Mark II, you should be super happy, because you have the best camera in the world. And that's really cool. And it's 50 megapixels and it's super fast. So we make 5 different stack. Well, this is our 5th different fully stacked sensor. And every single time we come out with a stacked sensor, it's for a specific purpose, right? With the 9 Mark III, of course, it was built for the most amazing speed you've ever seen. And then you see with the Alpha 1 Mark II, it's designed for speed and with the highest resolution you can get with that amount of speed. And this fully stacked sensor is for the best image quality while also giving you speed, because the stacked sensors are different from the 1 Mark II to this camera. The 1 Mark II has memory built into the stacked sensor, where this one doesn't. When you add memory, you add more processing, which gives you more digital noise, etc. So the image quality in terms of dynamic range as at this point, this camera is better. In terms of overall image quality, this camera is better. But the Alpha 1 Mark II scans the sensor significantly faster. Like, I don't have the exact specs. Well, I do, but I don't know if I can say them. But it's like anywhere between like 3 to 5 times faster, right? That's a lot faster. You're talking like 3 millisecond scan speed of the sensor. And that means you're able to capture really, really, really fast action without any distortion whatsoever. Where this camera, if you're shooting professional baseball or you professional golf, there's a good chance you're going to get distortion in an electronic shutter. So the Alpha 1 Mark II is still the king, because it's the camera you can pick up and not really ever have to think about what you're shooting in electronic shutter. This camera, you do have to think about what you're shooting.
Yeah.
So, I mean, not everyone shoots those things.
For sure. I mean, and I will say, like, the improvement from the A7R5, I'm more of a portrait shooter. I shoot everything because of this job, which is awesome. But I primarily am a portrait shooter, and kind of the banding on the R5 versus the R6 is kind of insane. The speed really has like enhanced kind of for wedding photography, being able to shoot, even if it's not the full 30, just having 15 to 20 is like super important. And be silent so they don't see that you're there. Because I've had with the R5 kind of be like little things where I was like, I can't trust it. I can't. I'm just gonna have to be loud and everybody's gonna have to deal with it. But with this, I was like, wow, I really now actually can go
It
silent.
makes it like all these cameras can be shooting at us at 30 frames per second,
Yeah.
and we'd have no idea.
Yeah.
So like, yeah.
Yeah. And also the dynamic range, something that's like people talk about more for sports and landscape. Like
Yeah.
I got the chance to be able to use this camera for our video for 2 weeks. And then
Yeah.
I had a shoot over the weekend with back to the A7R 5. And I was like, oh no. And the dynamic range really
It's
made
visible,
a difference.
yeah.
It's such a visible difference. And for portrait shooters, we like really deal with like the most diverse types of lighting because we're stuck to the schedule of the couple's wedding.
Yeah.
And the dynamic range is important to be able to have that option. And it really showed the difference.
Yeah. And I'm glad that you were able to see the difference because I immediately noticed the difference.
Mhm.
And especially in your raw files where you're able to move the file more so than I've ever been able to move a file,
Right.
even though it's like we're still at 14-bit, but it's amazing what we're getting out of a 14-bit file. I'm not saying 14 bits low, but 14 bits a ton of information. And we're
Sony
looking at
ever
like
make a
gigabyte files.
Will Sony ever make a medium format camera?
We already kind of do. Well, just being like the sensors are ours,
Yeah.
right? So I wish we did. It would be so nice. I
Like
want a medium
RX.
format camera. Oh, RX medium format? I don't want to give Canon and Nikon my secrets, but I want a 36 by 30, like a square sensor.
Yeah.
It'll just fix everything because the lenses are not rectilinear anymore. So that way you can cover 36 by 36. Just make it. I'll buy it. But yeah, I want a big sensor too. So
That would be cool.
it's ridiculous that we're saying like, full frame's like not big anymore. We're like, we want bigger than full frame now. I want more than 67 megapixels, but I'm pretty pumped about this. And this lens too is, so you're a portrait photographer. Did you use this lens for portraits or have you tried it for portraits?
No, but I haven't had the chance to do that, but I will say because I'm lucky enough to be able to like shoot so many different types of applications but I am always portrait first in my brain.
Yeah.
So like when we go and travel to different places, I'm always like then setting everybody up for like amazing portraits. And we've gone to really cool places with huge depth. And that's when I'm grabbing like the 200 to 600 and taking like very hero types of images. But with the 200 to 600, I mean, at that price point, it's amazing, but it is a little muddy. And that's where kind of this really can come
This with the
in.
teleconverter is better than the 2 to 6 and 600
yeah.
for sure. So,
so I think, and then I've been kind of talking to different people. I was talking to Kesha earlier, Kesha Lambert, about being able to use this lens. And I think it'll really like open up the opportunities for portrait shooters. Like I honestly would prefer to have something like this and rather than the 70 to 200 because I can use kind of like the beautiful primes, the 85, the 135 and like kind of have this as like my secret weapon.
The 5150 is the camera that hasn't come off my camera yet. Is the lens that hasn't come off my camera. But yeah. So and that with this is kind of a beautiful combination as well. I've never thought about this lens as a portrait lens, but then all of a sudden I'm talking to so many people and they're like, oh, this is gonna be great for my portrait work. I'm like, what are you talking about?
Yes.
I was like, and I'm looking at their stuff. I'm like, oh shit, this is nice stuff.
And even wildlife shooters, I mean, wildlife shooters are portrait shooters.
Well,
they just have bigger, furrier.
Yeah, why do portraits always have to be humans? That makes no sense. Interesting.
These bears are furry, but they have eyes and a nose and mouth. But so we have a question. What was done to combat the poor ISO performance of high megapixel sensors?
That's a good question because you don't think when you think of high ISO, you always said, well, there's going to be a trade-off for high. There's always going to be a trade-off for high megapixels for high ISOs. And that's kind of always been the way. I mean, we see an A7S III, the reason why we're able to get significantly good high ISOs because it's 12 megapixels.
And that's kind of what
Dane's
point was. Like, how could we possibly put all of this into one?
Just new sensor technology. And it's a combination of the sensor technology. It's a combination of the Bion's XR processing engine because it's how you deal with that signal to noise ratio, making that signal to noise ratio lower by using different components in the sensor, by being able to have the throughput and the front LSI to be able to be more efficient and to be cleaner. You can have a 67 megapixel sensor that is much cleaner than it was before. Like being able to have, I don't want to say noiseless because nothing's noiseless, but being able to have beautiful 3200 that I would go and shoot any portrait work right now or anything right now and have it be look and stunning at 67 megapixels is something we would never, ever think of. I remember thinking like 1600 was like my max when we were thinking about cameras 12 years ago.
Never, ever. Yeah. Well, I had the A7R III never would go over.
Yeah.
That was like my 1600. We're like, we're pushing it.
Yeah.
2000. We're like, woof, I'm gonna have a lot of work with this.
I was doing birding the other day, because I'm doing birding now and it's fun, and this lens
So
helps.
hard.
Yeah, it's definitely hard.
It's
I
so
didn't
hard.
realize, but I don't know. Everyone's like, trust me, you're going to do birding one day
I know.
when you're a little bit older. And I'm like, no, I'm not. And all of a sudden I'm shooting it and I'm gray, but it's fine. But I was up to like, all of a sudden I didn't realize because I just had it on auto ISO. I wasn't thinking about it. I shoot manual and then auto ISO.
Okay.
And normally I just let it go as high as I can.
Yeah.
Because I'm not worried about it because I'm shooting A1s and stuff. And I was shooting at like 6,400 because it was dusk and I was at 4.5.
Mhm.
It was great. There was no problems at all. And then I was shooting JPEGs all day and it was just fine.
Yeah.
So having 6,400 at 67 megapixels,
Wow. That's,
I
to
would say
me,
at 6,700
yeah.
and 67 megapixels at least.
I know it's kind of funny, like, because we've seen the tech where we kind of have to meet it at a place so that, we're using it where it should be. And it's hard to kind of come out of that.
Yeah.
Like the AI autofocus now is so enhanced, but I'm used to before where like I'm using the joystick at a spot and I'm moving it. I'm like, I don't know, I can't trust it. But like now this is really giving me the opportunity to kind of just like let it do its thing and starting to use track more rather than manually spot focusing.
I couldn't believe the other day I just went in wide. I was like, I've never shot in wide in my life.
Oh my God. To me,
that's like just shooting in auto. And I was like, I can't do this. I'm like, no one's here. They're not watching me. So I just put it in wide and I just let it do its thing. And every single shot is sharp. And the birds are moving like they're ospreys and they're big, fast animals and they're diving down to get fish in the water and stuff. And I was able to get unfortunately, about 6,500 out of 6,500 shots sharp. So it's the ones that I didn't even miss the bird completely. You still have to be, the bird has to be in the frame.
Yeah.
But the ones that I got were all sharp and I didn't have to do anything. I just put it in wide and bird autofocus and it worked. So
wow. Yeah. So what's next? What can you tell us? Some inside trade secrets. We deserve it. It's a secret. It's just
all
me
I
and
do
you
is
here.
just I asked them politely what to make and I take everyone's feedback and I ask them, please make these things. And I get some of them.
So do we have you to think about the
all of you have to think about it, not just me. I'm just the pipeline. I just send it over. I send it all. Well, some things I don't send
because I know you've been for years the advocate for, just the simple thing when you turn your camera, the menu turns with you.
Yeah.
I know you've always been an advocate for that.
Backlit buttons.
So who do we have to thank for backlit buttons? Who do we
I'm
have to send a cake to?
Pride in that because I've been asking for 15 years. Like every year when you make the presentation, be like, these are things that I want. Square sensor is one of them. So now anyone that makes it, you heard it here first. But backlit buttons is always there. It's like always one of the on the spreadsheet. It's always there. I just copy paste every time. So
I was talking to Nate and Autumn before. I was like, backlit buttons are like, you have no idea. Like for people and it is kind of like you don't realize something like, yes, it's amazing, but they're like, we're on workshops and we have people in the middle of the dark for astrophotography and these are the types of people who
I'm wearing the red
like,
light on my head, like to see my
they
back
don't
of my
know where
camera.
like I know where my function button is at all times. Like it's not something I need to think about, but not everybody is shooting like we are. Like we forget that people don't do this all day long. So having those buttons there, not having to bother somebody else with the light when there's other shooters, having that backlit button is like the tiniest,
like the little details. I know it's always easy for us, right? Because we're not the ones in the lab like engineering it all, but I don't know, it's nice to have. And I know some people are like, did you make it RGB? Can they change colors? Like, no, they cannot.
Somebody asked that
all the time. I'm like, what do you mean change colors? Like, you want it? They're like, no, I want it to like change colors. I'm like, no. It cannot do that. Not yet, at least. Maybe that feedback I won't pass through.
Yeah.
I mean, now I kind of want to do it, but change the colors of it would be kind of cool. Orange would be nice. But
so how do you see people really using this in the real world, both for photo and video?
If you're not shooting extreme speed, like things that the Alpha 1 Mark II and 9 Mark III are designed for, then this camera is kind of for you. Unless you're shooting long form video like we are here, or you want to be able to have the ultimate in video performance or XOCN, then you would move up to an FX, where if you want the ultimate image quality and you also want to have a camera that can move pretty quickly, I mean, this is the camera. If you just want the best possible image quality and you don't want to be tethered by image quality in terms of high ISO and shooting speed, you can use this now because you have the shooting speed, you have the silent shutter, and you have really good high ISOs. If you need extreme high ISOs and you want to shoot at 500,000, then this camera's not for you either. Like then we have in the 7S III. But for a lot of us, this camera will be the camera to want or put on your wish list. So,
All right, well, you heard it here first. It's your number one holiday
it's my
wish
camera.
list.
I'm using this camera. Yeah.
All right, well, thank you so much for coming.
Thanks, I appreciate it.
So we have our next guest already here. So just did you watch our video yet?
No, I don't ever watch my videos. So if you comment on them, I don't read the comments because I hate looking at myself. So,
well, you should watch the video that our team created
Yeah.
for this camera.
oh, those videos I watched. Yeah,
Well, did
yeah.
you
I just
watch
don't
it
watch
yet?
videos with me in it.
Well, what about the one
Yeah.
with me in it?
Yeah, so yeah, I'll watch anything with you guys in it, but not me. Yeah.
So in our video, we had our full team. Some people in the comments were calling us the Avengers.
Nice.
So we kind of took the opportunity because this camera is the camera for all, and to be able to do portrait, wildlife, sports, some landscape, birding, wedding, and hybrid shooting. And like we are so lucky on our team to have so many different types of these people. So we were able to kind of put it to the test in all those different applications. So our next guest, and just introducing him for you, for the audience, was our main portrait photographer, who is
Awesome.
so incredible and does such great portrait photography, but really being able to have the knowledge from different systems. Like he really isn't a Sony first person, which is good to see.
That's even better.
It's better to see how they're really using the camera and the compositions and stuff. So,
and we're so lucky to be surrounded by all these people and have all
I
these
know.
people at our disposal.
I know
right?
we're kind of here like, hey, you downstairs, come up. And
I was
hang
just
out.
saw photographers on the way here from the hotel, and I was like, dude, there's a big event coming up. You should come over. So I had like 8 people following me. They're like, where is this place? And I was like, it's right here. It doesn't look like much on the outside. When they came in, they're like, this is amazing. Thank you. So you should come on by.
But so thank you for coming.
Thank you.
And
I appreciate
we're gonna have
it.
our next
Yeah.
guest come right in.
All right, so take her seat. I'm
So our next guest is Juan from B&H, and he was on our video. If you have been here from the very beginning, you saw him in our video at the start of this live stream. But if you haven't watched it yet, go to our YouTube channel and watch the full video. It's a solid 24 minutes, and we really test the camera in all the different applications. And specifically with your application was portrait photography.
That's right.
So
Thank
welcome.
you for having me.
Here, bring your mic a little closer to you.
Yeah, this is my first time.
Is this your first like podcast vibes?
Yeah, I feel like those comedian podcasts, but less controversial.
Yeah, let's.
No, this is great. You know, like you mentioned before, I am not a Sony first photographer, but if you can grab a camera and you can just do all the things that we did with it, portrait wise and color wise, and all those things, it just means that it's a great camera, you know? And specifically for us in that video, we wanted to test out sort of the, I guess, backdrops and how it handles colors, natural lighting with strobe lighting, kind of mixed things. And I think it was pretty easy to use. It was almost like auto mode, like our previous guest said.
Slowly be kind of transforming into I'm not gonna finish that sentence, but you have been using Sony a lot more lately.
Yeah, for sure.
And really getting to know the A7R 5 specifically.
Yeah.
So I know I was talking to another photographer who had been using the A7R 5 for like 5 months, and then all of a sudden this next camera came up. I'm like, lucky you, because I got the A7R 5 for how many years, and finally we got the new version.
Exactly.
So I just want to really quick just talk about your experience with the A7R 6. What type of portraits? What were you impressed with?
Yeah. So as a photographer myself, portrait photography, I do a lot of editorial. That's kind of the thing that I really strive to do. And a lot of that means just having really nice shallow depth of field, being able to have good colors, get good texture, be able to crop in. There's all these things that really matter in that kind of photography. And so for me, the camera, one of the biggest things specifically was the 66.8.
So we could say 67.
67, right? The 66.8 megapixels. It was just great for cropping in, and that it keeps all the textures.
I was talking to Dane Isaac before, and we were talking about cropping. And I actually need to share somebody he recommended who's like, he calls him the goat of cropping. I'll have to share that with you later. But really being able to do cropping, and I think you're that person that camera is for on cropping and finding different stories from a wide shot to a really tight shot.
Of course. And it was super easy to use, like I mentioned before, you know, even with the lens that we used, which was
we were using like the 24, the 135.
135. Yeah. And it's just, I usually don't shoot at those millimeter lengths, but it was great. I loved it. I had a great time.
And then how did you feel about like the sharpness of the images?
It was good. So one of the looks, if you saw the video at the start of the live stream, we did a kind of like a powdery look on the model. And so being able to capture, like I said before, you can see her skin, the pores on her skin, but you can also get the texture of the powder, even in really tight crops. And that was it just kind of blew me away, to be honest. And obviously the white balance, like I said, mixed lighting, that also was huge.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah,
I was like really impressed. We were cropping in on the images and you can like start to almost see like the scales of her actual like skin.
Yeah.
It was crazy, like the
bizarre.
sharpness.
And then you also shot it for weddings as well as
so for weddings we really saw like the white balance. I think for wedding was strangely like the one thing that really like blew us away the most on how accurate and fast it was with the white balance. We were setting up candles and doing just really like yellow looks to see how it would kind of match with the white dress, and it was
even the skin colors and stuff, because that's usually really hard to do. And then you also used that at the park I saw with birds.
Yeah.
So how was because I don't really shoot like burst, so I wanted to actually ask you, what did you think about the burst mode and how you used it with the birds?
So it felt like I was using an A12 when using the burst mode. It made me forget that I was really just using an R camera, but happily that I had the extra space too, especially with something like birding. And if you have a lens and things happen so fast, you don't really have time.
Yeah.
Like when you're in a studio to just be like, oh wait, hold on, let me get the wide lens. Oh, hold on, let me get the zoom lens. Like you really don't have that time to switch lenses. And so something when having 67 megapixels, you can then crop in when you were at 100, when you needed to be at 400.
Exactly.
So with birding, that's like huge to be able to have that like formula of being able to crop in, have the speed, and be able to subject track something like a bird that's in flight. That's so hard.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I just wanted to thank you for stopping by for a bit.
Of course.
And we're going to have our next guest. You can kind of hang tight. You know, maybe you'll come back in a little bit.
Yeah, we'll see how it goes. Thank you guys for having me. 67 megapixels. All right. Thank you, Maria.
Awesome. Thank you. And we have our next guest already. We have Faruk here, who I'm going to let him introduce himself, tell us everything that you have learned about the camera. Hi, how are you?
Hi, I'm very well. How are you?
Good. Yeah, bring the mic nice and close to you. Introduce yourself to the audience. This camera over here is for you.
My name is Faruk, and I have a YouTube channel called iPhondo. It's like Nintendo or Tornado, but it's iPhondo. And I cover a lot of Apple, Sony, DJI, all sorts of technology, music, and a little bit of art.
Well, I'm so happy that you're here, and I've seen many of your videos, and I feel like we've never really gotten a chance to really spend some time together. So I'm really excited that you're here and talk a little bit more about. One, have you gotten a chance to really use it?
I did, but before that, may I say you guys are killing it in your social medias.
Please continue.
I love it.
Say
I love
more.
all the stuff you guys are doing, all the trends and memes you guys are following. It is fantastic. It just always makes me laugh. And it looks so natural. And I know how difficult that is. So now that we're face to face, I'd like to say that.
Oh, wow. Thank you so much. Yeah. I mean, our team, we're lucky that we have different video creators on our team, but then we also have very talented social media staff on our team who are making all the memes, very relatable. Like sometimes like I'm dying laughing at our memes about like, oh God, so me.
They're genuinely great. They're genuinely great.
That's awesome. So tell us a little about the time that you had with the camera. What did you shoot? What did you test out? I feel like you're like the perfect person to like really like put the camera in a tech test.
Yeah, I didn't have time to test it when it comes to its capabilities because the first time I saw it, it was here.
Okay.
So I had it all day long yesterday, but luckily they had all the stages set up. And I first started taking photos and it was incredible. I switched to full frame with a7R III. So I know the R series really well. It's great for creating the thumbnail when you want to punch in. It's great to video. So it's been great. So coming from that, a7R6 is just incredibly well. That 66.8 megapixel just shows. And there were many different stages here that presented different challenges. And it was just super simple for this camera to handle.
And somebody who's coming from the A7R III, like it's kind of in only 3 new versions, it really has improved so much.
So much. When I go back to check that camera out or see something from it or make a comparison, when you go back to the old menu, you realize how much.
Even that old menu. Yes. From the A7R4 to the A7R5, they went to the new menu. Going back to that old menu, I'm like, oh man.
Yeah, it's great.
Yeah, wow.
And then I tested out the video, and I'm mind blown by this camera.
Yeah, because something with the R series, it has never been. It's been like really great video, but really not the top of the line video. Even something small, like I was saying earlier to somebody else, like I have the A7R5, and it's like I really just wish I had the 4K 120. Like I just need it.
Yes,
you really do.
Yes, and I shot in 4K 120, and there's 2 versions. One is 1.1x crop. And the other one's no crop, which is really important because sometimes, especially when you're doing a product unboxing or something like that, you set your frame, and when you switch to 4K 120 for, I don't know, for like zipping, ripping it open, the frame changes, so you don't want that. So you can switch and then just get the 4K 120.
Yeah, so it's interesting. Like I've been talking, obviously, a lot of portrait photographers, a lot of wildlife photographers, but kind of being able to see how even somebody in the tech world, somebody who's doing YouTube videos, to see how you would use this camera. Is this something really that you would kind of incorporate into your workflow? You wouldn't use something like, well, of course you would, but like you can also use something rather than getting an FX3 or rather than getting an A12, like this kind of fits that.
Yes, FX3 is still my baby.
Yeah.
So I
never forget.
I use A9 III right now for overhead, FX3, and then A1 Mark 1 and A7S3, all in combination. And A7 Mark 5 jumped into the chat as well. But the thing is, with these newer cameras, what I never realized is how great the AI autofocus is. And that came in super handy when I was filming myself wearing Apple Vision Pro, because then your eyes are covered, your face is mostly covered. And that was the first time I realized my cameras without the AI autofocus was falling back a little bit. But this just knows where your face is. That Bion's XR2.
Yeah. And so you were saying you have the A1, the first one. Yeah. And the autofocus difference from that, because they really improved it with the A1 too, the autofocus. I felt like the A1 really was kind of lacking. It was a little slow. And I think now it's kind of like, I've been kind of repeating this, that a lot of people invested a lot of money in that A1. Really excited when that one came out. You were that. Yeah. And then it's kind of like, it is time to figure out what's next. And, you know, maybe investing on an A1 II seems like a little extreme when there is something like the A7R6 that can kind of take that spot.
I feel like the camera has to be out of the way, especially for a content creator like me. When I go to shoot a sunrise, there's no camera operator. It's just me. I set it up and I have to be in focus when I go home to edit that video. There's no second chance. And usually we're chasing the embargoes, the release dates. You can't go back out there again and set it up and then shoot it again. So the camera has to work for you. And this has been great with all Sony cameras since A6500, for me at least. But the better it gets, the more you can do. Because previously you would just stand there and you know you're going to be on focus and everything. But then I started walking towards the camera for the opening shot.
You really look like you have a second operator. Yeah.
So that started showing. And now I can wear my Apple Vision Pro and I don't have to worry being focus haunted or anything. So so the more the camera can do, yes, normally it may feel like, it's just incremental updates, but in practical use, huge difference.
And then so since you're really kind of testing out the different video, have you had a chance to look at the active stabilization?
Yes, we have active stabilization in 4K 120.
It's crazy. A lot of people have been wondering, can I just use this not on a gimbal? And we did like a quick little test of just like active off and active on, and it looks like it is on a gimbal.
It was handheld the entire time when I was shooting, and I shot with the new lens as well.
Is your video out now on YouTube?
No, I'm gonna go back and edit.
Okay.
I'm gonna fly in a couple of hours.
Okay,
and
so
edit
yeah.
it.
So make sure, everybody make sure you watch that, because now I'm
Thank
excited to see your test.
Yeah, so it's really impressive. And I'm really excited to see what the new battery can do.
Yeah. And so you're primarily like, what's your favorite thing to photograph?
So I got into product photography lately with
cool.
focus stacking and things like that.
Like what kind of products?
Whatever I can find in the house. I was just watching a YouTube channel and then I became obsessed, and it's so much fun. Every product brings in a new challenge.
And now you can focus stack straight out of camera.
Yes. So it's going to be great. I cannot wait to see what I can do with it.
And then so you're getting into product photography, photographing pieces of pasta and stuff like around the house.
Yeah, because it starts with the thumbnail, and then of course when you're reviewing a camera, you take a lot of photos with that too. I also take photos. I started taking photos and then it switched into videography anyway for me. But when there's a new challenge like that, when you focus stacking, how do I do that? How do I use my macro lens and then get something that looks like it belongs to a website?
Right.
So that's how I got into it, and I'm having the best time with this.
That's cool. So all right, so tell us more about yourself. You're focus stacking and taking photos of products, and then you're reviewing what are all the different types of things you're reviewing?
So I review all of the Sony cameras usually. Long form, short form. Sometimes it depends. For A7 Mark V, I did a short form.
Okay.
With this, I don't know what I'm going to do, because this has a lot bringing to the table.
Yeah.
This is the new generation of Sony Alpha cameras. It's foreshadowing, even with that tally light on it that is at the front.
Yeah.
Very, very nice detail. And so I feel like this deserves a long form. And let's not say deserve, but but you can squeeze it in short form. Some videos you just have to sit down and then make a long form. That's how I see it. I also review a lot of Apple products, which I feel like I don't want to say very knowledgeable, but I know a lot about the Apple products, so I love reviewing those. And then drones, I fly a lot.
Cool.
I have part 107. And it's an interesting time to cover drones now because a lot is happening.
Yeah.
So I have a lot to say.
Yeah.
You know.
And so somebody's like a tech reviewer where like there's always a debate, like, is all the stuff just the same? It's just a few things, or is it like so exciting on how many new things are coming out? Like, is it all just the same, or is it really something exciting to talk about?
That's a fantastic question, because
thank you.
I think I have a great answer.
Okay.
I think we are in a very nice place right now, because the difference between, when it comes to camera, iPhone 4 and iPhone 4S was huge. So when you put them side by side, people were able to see this giant difference. Now we are in a place that every product, depending on how much effort you want to put into it, are fantastic. So there are updates that are coming that some people may not need, but it makes everything that much better. So it becomes harder to show in the video that the AI autofocus, because A1 focus is great too. We don't have that old focus hunting situation where everyone's in the face detection autofocus, AI is included. So yeah, it may look like the updates are incremental, but then it's not. It's not. The things we use, when they become better, it opens a new chapter for you. You can do more. So now you sit down, you're like, I have this thing that focuses on me no matter what. Has 16-stop dynamic range. So now what do I do? My computer can handle 8K footage. So now what do I do? So I feel like in that sense, we're still getting real nice products.
And so for somebody who really understands tech, like where do you think Sony's really going to take this tech? Like something with the A9 III, I'm sure that was an incredibly exciting thing for you to cover. Do you think they're really going to bring, like what's going to happen with that end of things with global shutter? And then being able to bring high resolution and speed, like what do you think is possible for the next thing? Like what is the A1 III going to be like?
Oh my gosh. I think this is this is foreshadowing what's coming. The new battery says a lot.
Totally.
Feels like we're gonna have more power to utilize. We have a faster reading speed on this fully stacked sensor. So I feel like whatever is coming, I know nothing, by the way.
Yeah,
I know
I know.
nothing.
Yeah, same.
I know, don't come at me. I think we're getting close to a new FX3, which, come on, it's been
What
more
about
than, more
the
than 5.
A7S4?
A7S4. Can they come out together?
Yeah, can they just be the same?
Yeah, can they can come out together if you want
Yeah.
with an EVF.
Right.
Yeah, you know, with the same menus and
I know.
stuff.
Somebody on my team is like A7S4 with an internal ND.
Okay, we have internal. Now you did it. We have internal ND on RX 100
Right.
for gajillion years. I'm looking at you, Sony. Please.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or at least on the FX3.
Yeah, I want to use my 14mm lens outside. Come on.
I know. I do think it's important because actually my husband's like so into golf YouTube these days,
Yeah.
and it's like whatever. But he has been watching these, and I watch them in terms of like the actual shooting. I'm like, golf is all day in the middle of the sun. I'm like, and I can tell, and I see because they'll show like they're such bad videographers, so they're constantly like breaking the 180 rule.
Oh my gosh.
But whatever, they're just capturing it. But I can see that they're all shooting on FX3s.
Yeah.
Obviously with severe NDs, like with like huge stops, and I'm like, they really need internal NDs on these cameras.
Yeah.
And it'll make a difference also on the look, because sometimes those ND filters can be a little too much, and a variable ND is not as good. So sometimes that image quality, just like I can just tell you're on an ND, and it's like, I don't like it. It's distracting.
Yeah.
We really need the different levels.
Please.
So I do think content creators really need that. It's not made just for the cinema type people. They really need to have, content creators need the options.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we're gonna have it in the next version of FX3 or
You
A7S3. No, this. I'm pretty sure we're gonna have the variable shutter,
Okay.
because oh my gosh, we need that, because we film screens and then sometimes we go to another country, but then we still want to film in NTSC. So you know, that is something that is missing from FX3 and A7S3. That's really interesting for me.
Well, you heard it here first.
Yes.
We're gonna have.
We're gonna, and then you said 180-degree rule. So now,
Yeah. Oh,
now
yeah.
I love you guys even more.
I know. I watch these YouTube videos and I'm like, oh, what are we doing?
Yeah, those
But
are the
get
things
it.
I
There's
see.
like,
Yeah.
but at the same time, like, I can't discredit them for just like really trying to just capture the moment. It's just about the story. It's not always has to be about like the pretentiousness of how we're capturing this thing. Like at the end of the day, like I want to see what is happening
This is
versus
true.
like, you
This
know,
is true.
if there's a guy in the back, whatever, it's okay. Like
Yeah.
you still got the shot.
Yeah.
So that's why I think it's important to have the right gear for even these types of content creators who are just looking to capture everything.
Yes, true.
And then I've also seen these types of YouTube videos where they kind of are outside and then they have to go inside, and then I can see the noise
Yeah.
on their cameras. So these kind of small, something like an FX3 or A7S4 really needs to have the image quality.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
But yeah. All right. What else? Tell me what else.
What else? This has been great. New York has been really nice and kind.
Yeah. So where are you coming from?
I'm from LA.
Oh.
So when I was
Tough gas
planning,
prices over there, huh?
yeah, it said rain, 100% chance rain, and now it's
Oh, I know, it's
gorgeous.
beautiful.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I love it.
So do you drive around in LA
I do drive around in LA.
still?
Yes. No, actually, I ride.
Even with these
can
gas
I name
prices?
the autonomous?
Please.
I drive. I'm obsessed with Waymos.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I passed 200 rides. You know, I made a really long video about. I got super hyper focused on it, and
Do you ever get nervous?
never.
So can you tell us a little bit about what that is?
So Waymo is an autonomous car. It's a company connected to Alphabet, which is the parent company of Google. And they make these cars, which looks like it has all sorts of weird stuff coming out of it. That's LiDARs, radars, and then visual cameras that helps this car drive around. And it understands so much, and it drives you around. And it's sort of the best kind of driver you can get because it brakes nicely, accelerates nicely.
So good for the motion sickness person.
Very good for motion sickness. We tried that as well, and the person didn't get motion sickness. And it's just really good. But the traffic is really challenging because a robot is dealing with humans.
Mm-hmm.
This is what my friend Sophia said. It's her words, so I don't want to take credit for it. It's She put it really nicely. It's just one robot dealing with so many humans. So sometimes there are scenarios where Waymo is like, I don't know what this is. So in that kind of situation, you just hit the button and then connect to a service, and then they look at it and then they get you out of it.
Oh, interesting.
But in seriously, more than 200 rides, maybe it happened 4 times or something like
wow.
that. So it's great. Yeah.
So how are you dealing with like the gas prices though?
It's terrible.
Yeah,
I fill
really
up my
bad.
tiny car's tank for more than $100. I drive very little, but still that hurts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Well, when's your flight? Today? You headed
Today,
back home?
yeah.
All right. So I won't keep you any longer.
I gotta leave in 30 minutes.
Oh my God.
Yeah, no, it's fine.
Yeah, we don't have Waymo here to get you there.
Soon they're testing it out.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Well,
Call me
thank you
Waymo.
so much for coming and
Yeah, thank
hanging
you.
out and talking things tech. I would love to catch up soon.
Thanks so much for having me.
Of course.
Yeah.
Thank you. So we're going to have a little break and then we're going to have some more guests. So grab your coffee and then come back soon.
People will tell you 66.8 megapixels has no business being on a sports sideline. Here's what changed. The Sony a7R6 has a 12 millisecond readout. That's 5.6 times improvement. It's what allows for high-resolution camera to handle fast, unpredictable action without rolling shutter, turning your athletes into abstract art. Resolution and speed together on a sideline. Pre-capture means you're getting up to 150 raw images before your natural reaction time kicks in. That peak moment, that celebration, the challenge, the ball hitting the net, you have it all. And the crop room at 66.8 megapixels means every wide frame is also a tight frame. You're getting 2 usable compositions out of 1 shot. Those big banners around the stadium exist for a reason. Resolution sells. Now, full transparency, if you're shooting golf balls mid-flight, the A12 or the A93 is still your answer. Pure speed is their job. But for soccer, football, the sports where 66.8 megapixels gives you creative reach, the Sony a7R6 just earns its spot off the bench and into the game. But wait, while I still have you, let's talk about on how you're going to pay for your gear. And what better way than using the B&H Paybu credit card? Save even more with the B&H Paybu card. When you use your Paybu card, you pay the tax and B&H pays you back instantly or get 6 or 12 months special financing. Applying is easy and you can use your new Paybu card right away. For more details or to apply, visit bnhphoto.com/Paybu. Portrait photography is about clean, crisp detail where every pore is on trial. So when I say 66.8 megapixels changes how you work, I mean it. The Sony a7R6 gives portrait photographers something we've all had to choose between, resolution or speed, but not anymore. 30 frames per second blackout free on a 66.8 megapixel stacked sensor, you're not picking your one hero shot, you're selecting from a moment. The AI autofocus is tracking eyes through movement, through fabric, through chaos. And the new AI auto white balance, it reads mixed light, strobes, plus a big open window, and it handles it. Your skin tone comes out true to life without you fighting the files in post. But here's the thing I keep coming back to. With 66.8 megapixels, a wider shot becomes a tighter shot in post. A 24mm frame can give you a totally different, fully usable crop without sacrificing quality. That's not just resolution, that's creative flexibility on a deadline. For fashion, for beauty, and for anyone who delivers massive commercial prints, the Sony a7R6 is built for you. This is the portrait camera you didn't know you were waiting for.
Wedding photography requires everything from a camera simultaneously. You need it to be fast when the first kiss happens in a split second. You need it to be quiet so it doesn't disrupt the ceremony. You need it to handle mixed light at the reception, and you need IBIS for dark venues where flash isn't welcome. Today, I'm crashing a wedding with our in-house wedding expert, Lotta Mildy.
So one of the things that's super important to me as a wedding photographer is that I never interrupt any important moments. I think that's specifically important during the ceremony. I just don't want to draw any attention to myself. So having a fully electronic shutter on the a7R6 is just really amazing because you can basically acoustically disappear completely. You're not going to draw any attention to yourself, and you can still really rely on the shutter because you're not going to have any artifacts because the readout speed is so fast. So even if you're using a flash, you don't have any of the weird artifacts like that ugly half frame, and you also don't have to worry about banding. And so now that the electronic shutter is so reliable, you can also use pre-capture for weddings. I know that that's usually a feature more reserved towards sports and wildlife, but honestly, weddings are pretty close to both of those genres if you think about it. And so you can really use pre-capture for those important moments like bouquet tosses or
resolution and speed, the Sony Alpha a7R6 does both and more. I've been doing this for a long time. I've shot portraits in studios, landscapes in some of the coldest of conditions, wildlife I had no business being near, weddings where I cried more than the guests, and shot video on every format imaginable. I am a jack of all trades, trying to master them all. So this is a special announcement for me. This is the Sony a7R6, 66.8 megapixels on a fully stacked sensor with a new Bionz XR2 processor, up to 16 stops of dynamic range, 30 frames per second blackout free, pre-capture, 8K 30 frames per second, 4K 120 frames per second, 8.5 stops of image stabilization, and can you believe it? So much more. And today, we're not just talking about the new a7R6, but we also have the new 100 to 400 f4.5 G Master, and we're taking them everywhere. I'm taking the a7R6 into a fashion portrait shoot with our in-house portrait photographer, Juan Pablo. And then the camera is going out west to Yellowstone National Park with wildlife photographer Matt Zeffie, followed by running on the sideline at a New York City FC and New York Red Bulls match with our sports photographer, Joe Chadwick. Out at sunrise at Central Park with a brand new lens that feels too good to be true. Crashing a wedding shoot with our wedding extraordinaire, Lotta Mildy. And then we're talking video, because this camera is not just a stills camera, not even close. First thing I noticed, there's a little tactile notch on the lens mount. You can now mount a lens by feel. I know that sounds small, but anyone who's ever fumbled with a mount in a dark reception hall or on a pre-dawn hike, you get it. There is a new top custom illuminated trigger button. Same idea, low light environments, you're not guessing anymore. And they've added a new asterisk marking on the mode dial for memory recall. You get 10 memory recalls for stills, 10 for video, and another 10 for slow and quick modes. So a total of 30. That's serious customization. And remember I mentioned 30 frames per second stills? That means speed boost. But no, this is not the same body as the a7 V, the a1 II, or a9 III. It's still pretty similar to the a7R5, so no C5 button on here. But you can customize any of the custom buttons for speed boost. Although the body is practically the same as before, the grip is improved. It feels way more confident in the hand than before. And Sony added a tally lamp, which just shows that video is not forgotten here. And one more thing for my video people, the LCD screen articulates the same as before, but when you lift it up, it actually lets heat escape from the body. Important since the a7R6 has up to 2 hours of 8K 30p recording before overheating. And the battery. Yes, Sony introduced a brand new battery, the SA series, 17% higher capacity than before. You're looking at 710 shots on LCD, 600 on the EBF. The new charger is 26% faster. And this part is my favorite. The menu and the charger now shows battery health, not just charge level, health. So you know when it's time to replace it before it fails you on the job. Oh, and the new EVF. Same resolution as before, but 3 times brighter. When shooting in direct sunlight, this is an improvement you'll notice. And then there's this, the 100 to 400 millimeter f4.5 G Master OSS. Internal zoom, small, light, and fast. This is not only Sony's best in its class, but also currently best in the market at this range, reaching 400 millimeters with a fixed aperture at 4.5. We have a separate full video that goes in depth on this lens for wildlife. If you click up here, you can learn more about it. Okay, enough on how it looks, but it's time to see how this stuff performs. I wanted to start here in a studio doing portrait photography because it's what I'm most excited to test. I want to test the sharpness and detail on the skin and clothing, the improved AI autofocus, and the AI auto white balance when shooting in a natural light studio like this one.
Perfect, that's great. Nice, nice, nice. Now, one of the first things that you notice whenever you're shooting with this camera is the detail and just how amazing the photos look even through the screen here. You have 66.8 megapixels, which is great for cropping. And as you can see on the image that we're showing you on the screen, even a photo this wide can be cropped in quite significantly and still keep all those rich details, colors, and contrast that you want from an editorial looking photo. Pixel shifting has been around for a while. It's been in a lot of Sony cameras, and it makes a comeback here in the Sony a7R6 in a great way. Now you have 66.8 megapixels to play with, which means whenever you take your 4 or 16 images in the pixel shift setting, you actually get up to 265.8 megapixels in one image, which is just ridiculous. You could probably print that on the side of a building. The makeup is really bright, it's powdery. We have obviously her skin tones to deal with. We have the dark hair here as well as the clothing. And normally this would be an issue with white balance because sometimes the camera just doesn't know what you're shooting, especially if you're really close shooting with maybe a macro lens or in our case, a 135 millimeter lens. But because of the IR sensor, it does all the work for us. It pretty much figures out what the perfect balance is between the warm tones and the cool tones to just get that perfect photo straight out of the barrel. Eye tracking is one of those features that you need in every camera that you have, right? And one of the things that the a7R6 does extremely well is keeping track of your eyeballs, or your models in this case. So obviously, whenever you're shooting photos of your model and maybe she's moving around, you're shooting continuous shutter really, really fast, 30 frames per second, this camera is able to keep up with that eyeball. This camera shines in a lot of different places, but one that's really important to me is how fast it is. I'm somebody who works really fast and I need to take a lot of photos and I need to deliver a lot of photos. So when you have a camera that can keep up with your workload and that you can send clients photos or even show it to them whenever you're in studio, on set, it is just nice to be able to really show them the quality straight out of the camera so that they know what they're getting.
The Sony a7R6 is for the real working portrait shooter. It is not for everyone. It's for the photographer that crops aggressively and wants that flexibility. With 66.8 megapixels, you have multiple shots in one while maintaining quality. Juan showed us how you can have a 24mm wider shot, but with an intentional post crop, you get a fully new usable composition. Fashion and beauty photographers need that tact, sharp detail on the skin, hair, and textures on clothes that detail come across on a massive print and commercial deliverables. Now the a7R6 has officially thrown its hat into the wildlife game. 30 frames per second at 14-bit blackout free versus the 10 frames per second at 12-bit on the a7R5. As resolution and speed equal amazing performance for wildlife photography, New York City is not the most diverse when it comes to wildlife. So we're going to kick this portion over to Matt Zeffi out in Yellowstone to talk about his experience with the a7R6 for wildlife.
Maria, we've got an action-packed day around Yellowstone, and I can't wait to show you where this camera excels when it comes to wildlife and landscape photography. So first things first, just having a tool that allows you to shoot 30 frames per second blackout-free is extremely helpful for wildlife. In this camera with its 66.8 megapixel sensor, while still maintaining incredibly fast speeds, makes it pretty much a sweet spot for wildlife photographers like myself. Using the a7R6 in the field here in Yellowstone made it pretty much seamless to photograph a wide variety of wildlife, from the bison and their newly born calves here in the spring, all the way to the iconic wolves. And I can't forget the bears, which, by the way, I am extra appreciative to have 66 megapixels so that I can maintain extra distance and still crop in with clean results. For real though. With a much faster readout speed from its predecessor and much faster autofocus as well, tracking animals flying across the sky or behind obstructions was really smooth. And as a hybrid shooter, being able to have a single camera that does both photo and video really well means that I don't always need to have two bodies with me at all times. And especially in times like in wildlife scenarios where seconds and even milliseconds matter, and I don't want to switch bodies to have to switch between photo and video. This camera also uses AI-based auto white balance that uses visible light and a new infrared sensor to more accurately calculate white balance in changing environments. And in the field, it can always be a little tricky for cameras to accurately represent the color of like sagebrush, for example, because it just pushes the auto white balance to one direction or the other. And I've definitely been finding that the auto white balance setting is so much more trustworthy with the a7R6. Much like the recent a7 IV, this also has that really helpful speed boost feature, which allows you to use a lower burst frame rate, but set a custom button on the camera to ramp up to the frame rate of your choice when things are really getting action-packed in the field. And I've been using this the entire time in Yellowstone because I want to capture an entire scene, and I do that by using the low burst mode at first. But once something really hectic or interesting happens, then I hit my custom button. I use the AEL button on the back, and it ramps up the burst frame rate to 30 frames per second. Plus, this just helps to save on the amount of photos that I'm taking. That way, I'm not always taking 30 frames per second. Another setting that is crucial for wildlife photographers is pre-capture. This feature lets you half press the shutter and start taking photos before you even fully press the shutter. That way, you can compose your shot of your wildlife, half press the shutter, hold it down, and once something happens, whether it be a bird taking off or a wolf leaping into action, then you can fully press the shutter down and it'll save those previous photos up to 1 second or even down to just 0.03 seconds if you don't want to capture an entire second before you hit the shutter, which is actually pretty unique to Sony that they let you customize the exact amount of pre-capture that you're capturing. On the landscape photography side, the a7R6 also excels as well with the 16 stops of dynamic range to photograph highly dynamic scenes. And if all that dynamic range isn't enough for you, you can also use composite shooting features like HDR shooting with up to 32 exposures. And then you could take those images and then merge them in post using Sony's Imaging Edge software. They also have pixel shift that shifts the sensor to capture either 4 or up to 16 images, the latter resulting in a 265 megapixel photo after merging in post. And noise reduction shooting lets you take up to 32 exposures as well to later stack and remove unwanted noise in lower light scenarios. All right, Maria, I think that's pretty much it for Yellowstone here. And I think that you guys want me to send this back to New York City at the B&H store, but don't think that's happening.
Some people might say 66.8 megapixels has no business being on the sideline, but I'm here at Sports Illustrated Stadium with Joe to capture NYC FC versus the New York Red Bulls, the Hudson River Derby, and I'm gonna prove them wrong. Here's what changed. The a7R5 had a sensor readout speed of 90 milliseconds. The a7R6, 12 milliseconds. That's a 5.6 faster readout. Sony moved to a fully stacked sensor, a first for the R series, and it handles rolling shutter in a way we've never seen on a high-resolution camera like this. So let's see what 66.8 megapixels, 30 frames blackout-free paired with the new 100 to 400 4.5 can do.
So right now it's currently the start of the second half, and I have a lot of great notes about this camera. It's been great so far. The first main note is the battery. It's got a new battery with 17% longer battery life. And right now I've shot 45 minutes of the mix of 8K and 4K video, as well as high frame rate photo. And I'm at 75%, which I don't think I'll need a second battery for the entire match, which is a phenomenon. The second thing to note is before the match, I was able to use the face memory in the camera to plug in up to 7 players. And I use the key players on each team to be able to recognize them easier throughout the match. This gives priority to those faces. Any of those key players get the ball, I'll have them in focus a lot better. But if they aren't the person I'm trying to focus on, the autofocus on this camera with the spot focus has been phenomenal as well. And it's been able to track players through the motion. It's finding the face pretty well. And so far, no complaints.
Are you ready? Listen to this. Insane. On an R series camera.
The next thing is the upgraded 30 frames per second. And for a match like this, generally soccer wouldn't be the camera for the A7R series. But today it is. All in focus entirely, and it didn't miss a beat at all. And at 66 megapixels, those don't usually go hand in hand. Now, while the camera has been phenomenal the entire time, what I really want to talk about is the bread and butter of sports and action photography, which is the 100 to 400 lens. This has been phenomenal. And when I tell you that it's lightweight, and for a match like this, I generally have to have a monopod. None today, none needed at all. I've been able to track players, both photo and video, not a problem. And coupled with the 8.5 image stabilization in the a7R6, I'm really not missing a beat, but the action's starting again. So we'll catch you after the game.
One thing that Sony says about this lens that's very true is that it's best in its class and best in the market right now at this range, 100 to 400, 4.5 all the way through. Why this is making a big difference in sports photography specifically is because I'm able to keep my shutter speed 1/1000th of a second that I need to at fast-paced motion, and it's allowing me to keep my ISO so much lower than I was on the 200 to 600. My ISO right now is 1600 and my aperture is at a 4.5 and I'm shooting at 1/1000. That's kind of unheard of with a focal range from 100 all the way to 400. Now pairing this lens with this camera, 30 frames per second, you heard before how fast that shutter was on an R series. I'm an R shooter. I've been shooting on the a7R5 for years. I was shooting on the a7R4 before that and the a7R3. Those were not fast cameras. They were 10 frames per second and lower. Hearing my shutter go so fast, it's like foreign to me. Okay, that was exhilarating. You can literally still hear the fans cheering in the back. But when it comes to soccer, I've always been the player, not the shooter, and this is a first-time experience for me. And while high resolution is not needed in sports, those big banners will tell a different story that you often see in stadiums. And the 100 to 400 4.5 all the way through is truly a game changer for sport shooters. Under these lights, I was able to keep a lower ISO while maintaining a higher shutter speed. But also this range with
All right, so we're back and things are constantly changing here. And what we are so fortunate is that we are here at the Sony Alpha in Residence mansion here on 63rd, right next to Central Park. So what's been fun is during these breaks, we've been able to kind of escape and see what cool people are hanging around and just kind of grabbing them, bringing them in here.
Yeah.
And I ran into Johnny.
Yep.
So usually the man behind the camera, oftentimes in front as well. So tell the audience, who are you?
Yeah, so I go by Johnny V. I work with Sony. I used to be internal, and now I work with them to help create these launches for social.
So are you
any digital
freelance now?
I am.
Ooh,
yeah,
good to
so
know.
I'm out there if you need me, but I am dedicated to Sony. I'm a Sony shooter.
Awesome.
And I got to work on the R6. So this thing is awesome. And I'm sure you know what it's like to be in my position when you're doing these launches. And I'm a hybrid shooter.
Mm-hmm.
When I got the R5, I really liked that camera. But my issue was when I was shooting photos and, buffering 60 megapixel files and had to go to video, like I was still buffering when I was trying to get that shot in motion. Didn't have that problem with this camera. So I think I'm going to get it.
And then, what about for video? Are you impressed with the video quality?
Absolutely.
Especially coming from the R5.
It's amazing. It's amazing. Just being able to have that power in your pocket and really the hybrid performance game is there where I need it to be. And it's everything I want.
And I think something that's important for like hybrid shooters to understand, and maybe for photographers to understand, is that when you are a hybrid shooter, you really need the most in video quality, at least to be able to create, even if it's something so small like a vertical reel, but like something that your work, which is always so impressive, and one, how fast you edit, because I love it, and two, you really use the specs to it in mind of how you're going to edit them. I feel like you're really great at like speed ramping, using super slow-mo, but then getting that I know your stuff.
Yeah, thank you so much. And I haven't really been shooting too much 8K until now. I feel like 8K is going to
what makes you choose that?
Well, being able to use video vertically and horizontally, out of the same video file, like that's a big one. And even shooting vertically, like I edit 1080 for my vertical reels and stuff.
So when you export for social, are you exporting a 4K or are you exporting 1080?
Good question.
And there's only a right answer for this.
I'm exporting 1080.
Yes. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. But now I feel like maybe I can export in 4K if I'm shooting in 8K.
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of really interesting how it can open up more possibilities of where these videos can go. I think a lot of websites are starting to implement more vertical video and kind of different places that brands can really use higher quality. There's a lot more now vertical screens you see in Times Square and all these different places that I think people are forgetting that, you really need high resolution if you're hoping for that to be on like the big screen.
Yes. And like with events, I'm going back and forth all the time, but just being able to have the flexibility, like, well, I shot that horizontal, but I shot in 8K. So now I can really use this.
Yeah. I know. Some people are like, oh, there's no open gate. Like,
we're not going there.
We don't need it.
We're not going there.
We're not going there. We have the 8K. Like you are really able to kind of manipulate that for so many different platforms.
And what's really cool is like even the images, like, the resolution is where I need it to be. I know my butt is covered when I'm shooting and I'm not missing the moment, and it all looks so good.
Yes. And so for photography, what kind of photography are you really, I really know you as like an incredible content creator.
Thank you.
But what is the type of photography you're really focusing on?
I love landscape. I love travel, all the fun stuff that gets me out into the wild. But professionally, I'm doing a lot of product stuff, a lot of in situ, a lot of lifestyle.
What kind of products?
These products.
Interesting. Cool. Yeah, that's awesome. So meta.
Yeah, right. But yeah, it's really helped me out, and I'm very impressed. And I think we are where we need to be. And I keep saying it on all my posts, like this just feels right.
That's awesome. Well, I want to thank you for taking the small time you had.
So much. Thanks for grabbing me while I'm working.
I just kind of saw you. This was perfect.
Yeah, and if anybody's around, check out Alpha in Residence, register, come check out the sets, like get your hands on the camera.
Yeah, I just took a quick little walk and I was like, this place is so cool because it's like little nooks, tiny hallways, and all of a sudden this massive, incredible room. It's been really cool to see the types of sets that
Yeah.
that the team has been able to put together and the type of shooting experiences. And I can even just walking around 2 minutes around that some of these a lot of aspirational photographers that I've seen in New York City who are really
They're all
interested in learning.
here.
They're really here. Like there are
Yeah.
people like the B&H team has the event space that we have
Mhm.
live events, and I'm seeing some of these people here. And
They're here.
They're really and they're geared up, ready to get some stuff for their portfolio, try out some new gear.
Yeah.
So it's been really nice to see how it really is helping the community and giving people access.
Access for sure. Like there's a lot of really good talks, a lot of really good tips. You might get your picture taken by your favorite photographer.
Mhm.
There's a surprise around
Yeah,
every
this
corner.
is a good time to meet your heroes.
Heck yeah. Heck yeah. Well, thank you
So,
for having me.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate
so,
it.
up next, we have Dave Krugman. And we're
My
going to have
God.
you guys switch seats. You can come right in. Thank you. Of course. Thank you so much. So Dave Krugman you might have seen him on our live stream for the A7 IV. For the, right? The A7,
Yeah, at the
A7
store,
V. Bring your
right?
mic a little closer to you.
Hello,
Yeah,
testing.
hello.
I'm a little
So
taller.
right, that was the A7 V.
Yeah.
So we had you for the A7 V, and I've been seeing kind of how you have been using cameras in the variety type of way from photo video. So I just want to do a little introduction while you're giving the audience an introduction about you. I'm actually going to have Ella create a little meet cute here, and I'm going to have Juan take my seat. So Juan is from the B&H team, and he is a portrait photographer.
Awesome.
And I did feel like you guys would be a good little mesh to discuss creativity using different types of compositions.
Yeah.
You know, we're not here to just talk tech. I want to talk about art. So
Absolutely.
I'm going to
You came to the right place for that.
Yes,
I love to wax poetic.
Yes. So go ahead. Tell the audience who you are and what you do.
Is any of
Yeah,
these?
you can
That's
look at
right
this
here.
one right here.
Hey guys, I'm Dave Krugman. I'm a Brooklyn-based photographer and writer. I'm also the founder of All Ships, which is a creative community culture company trying to bring people together and show that a rising tide lifts all ships. And I love to make street photography, travel photography. I just love the way that light and physics interact with the world. And I like to study it like a mad scientist. So
Yeah, well, hey, nice to meet you first.
nice to meet you, man.
So I was actually checking out your page, and one thing that I found really interesting was your use of colors that some people maybe stray away from, right?
Mhm.
Like you have a lot of like almost neon blues and like pinks and really, you know, it's stuff that you don't normally photograph. So I just wanted to know, I guess, how do you use this new camera or just Sony in general to kind of figure out that's your style?
Yeah, so great question. I think it helps to explain my style by explaining my influences. Like all of our artistic outputs come from our artistic inputs. And so I grew up, 80s, 90s in the world of like cyber noir, The Matrix, Blade Runner, Star Wars, like all these fun science fiction movies. My latest favorites are like Dune, the Dune series. And so my work is very like cinematic and stylized because of that influence. And one thing that I find about New York City as a street photographer is that it's kind of sliding into that cyberpunk world a little more every day.
Especially, yeah, like with AI and all the crazy stuff going on. You're
Yeah.
just like, whoa.
But even just
yeah.
like the billboards and like, people's bicycles have all these lights on them and like e-cigarettes, and it's becoming more and more cyberpunk. And so I like to train my lens on that type of stuff. And that comes with a lot of neon, a lot of shimmer, a lot of water. And so that kind of explains why I lean into that style. But to bring it back to your question, which is, how does this technology help me to achieve that? Because I find these cameras to be very cyberpunk as well, in the sense that, the electronic viewfinder and the world that's within your camera is like the best augmented reality technology on the planet.
Yeah.
Where I can look through this viewfinder and I have this whole overlay of information about the scenes I'm working in, how to optimize for the different types of effects I'm trying to get. I could very quickly switch to, shooting 4K video, 4K 120, insane motion stuff, which I'm getting really into now. And so I just feel extremely enabled by the level of technology. And it seems like with every new camera that comes out, it's just another leap forward in the power and ability for me to create the type of imagery I'm trying to make.
And so talking about the camera a little more, would you say is like one of the features that you maybe love the most? I guess for me personally, I shoot a lot of portraits, but I like to think that it's a little more abstract. So I like to crop in. And I'm assuming you shoot a lot of maybe landscape stuff that you end up maybe editing later to be, maybe portrait style.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I'm wondering if maybe the megapixels were one of your favorite things.
Well, the resolution of the video, the resolution of the images, there's a couple of ways to even further enhance the resolution. Like, in Lightroom, you can do denoise.
Yeah.
And I'd say like the thing that I love the most about the Sony system for me, as somebody who shoots largely in very low lighting, is like it's just insanely powerful in low light. Okay. And you can render reality in a way that like it's almost like seeing in the dark.
Yeah.
And I think that allows me to, for example, shoot at much faster shutter speeds when it's raining out and actually suspend each raindrop in the air because I'm shooting them faster than gravity is pulling them down. And if I couldn't have my ISO at 5,000, that's a much more difficult prospect to address. Sure. And so it gives me this incredible amount of bandwidth and creative leeway to push the camera into realms that you could never shoot on film because there's just not enough available light, or you could never shoot on an earlier generation DSLR because they just don't have the sensitivity needed to get to those shutter speeds.
And another thing I noticed about your work too was that you like to almost shoot through textures. I see your work. I recently saw a photo you posted where you're shooting maybe through glass, I think, and they had some raindrops and stuff. Is that just like a big part of it? Are you just trying something out, or is that something that you constantly chase, is like textures in your photos? Because
yeah. So
shooting at night, it's like you said, sometimes it's hard to get detail.
Yeah. So again, like this is a great way to kind of segue into a little more philosophy of photography. But basically, everything you learn about light and everything you learn about your equipment and your cameras and every tool that you have in your toolbox, they all can multiply by each other. So if I learn how to use a pane of glass, and I know that if I stop down the aperture a bunch, I'm going to get more detail behind the glass because my depth of field is more expansive. If I understand that, I can understand how to use those elements in a million, almost an infinite amount of ways. And so I'm always experimenting and pushing the limits with texture and color and light and shutter speed. And, I'm not going to name everything that goes into photography,
of course.
But because I can combine them in a way like almost like vocabulary, you can create all these new and novel sentences and new and novel poems. And that's why the pursuit of photography, I don't ever think there's a mastery of the craft. There's only increased fluency in the craft.
True.
And so you can get more and more fluent as you add more and more tricks and techniques to your visual vocabulary.
And I also saw, Maria mentioned it a little bit, but you've been moving into a little bit of daytime stuff too. So I saw you posted something with some, I believe they were with the cherry blossoms.
Yeah, absolutely.
Blown away. Was that just like in the moment you were like, oh, this is here?
Well, as our world moves more and more into motion and shorter attention spans, I do have to concede that in the attention game of social media, which unfortunately we're all participants in, motion is really eye-catching. And I'm also, like I said, I'm inspired by cinema, I'm inspired by science fiction, and starting to incorporate motion into my work, I'm starting by making these little visual vignettes where I'm like, what would this photo look like if it was moving?
Okay.
And I'm just a really basic way to introduce myself to color grading and introduce myself to the different complexities of creating great log video and stuff like that. And so in an attempt to teach myself and educate myself, I've just kind of been setting up shots I would normally take as a still and just letting the camera record in like 4K or 60p or 120, like whatever, and just seeing how that feels. And so in the spring, when all the cherry blossoms were like blowing in the wind and like, making little cherry blossom tornadoes in the streets, I was like, oh, this is a great opportunity for me to just kind of flex and see what I can do here. And then that ended up, being really fun for me. And I went down that rabbit hole and I shot it in a way that it's not just a picture of a tree or a video of a tree. It's like, the petals like, getting stuck along a curb or like down blowing through the subway or something like that.
Yeah.
And so I was able to kind of take my photographic sensibilities and translate them into video. And then I got an incredible response online of people being like, this is awesome. I love this, which then, helps feed my, that feedback cycle of, oh, like I can do this. Like I have a little more confidence now in my ability to make these short videos. Maybe I can make something longer. Maybe I can make a short film. Maybe I can, And so the one thing I do love about social media, despite all the pitfalls, is that you get an incredible amount of instantaneous feedback on your work, and you can either choose to listen to it or you can ignore it. But for me, I find it very motivating to put my work out into the world, to have a good response and then iterate and grow from there.
So how long have you been on Instagram, if you don't mind me asking you?
Oh, wow. I'm going to age myself.
Like 2003, like it came out?
Yeah, since it came out.
Okay.
I think I was probably like 1 year in, I started doing it. It was like 2011 or 12. Somebody fact check me there. Yeah. But one funny thing about my Instagram is I've never deleted anything. So like you can, when people ask me for my advice, I'm running a free mentorship program in Instagram DMs that I'm starting next week. When people ask me for my advice, I'm like, look, if you want to see the journey, like you can go to the beginning of my feed and like see what I had for lunch in 2011, and then see how I slowly became, a Sony ambassador and leveled up my career to the point where I get to do it for a living. And I intentionally left that whole journey there so that younger photographers can see that it's not, you don't just snap your fingers and like have an audience. You really have to iterate, and like layers of paint. You have to really add something every day and be productive every day. And then eventually that adds up into a photography career.
And how long did you get to play with the camera?
I didn't have a lot of time today. I'm hoping to get some more time after this.
Okay. Yeah.
But I did do the headshot sessions downstairs. So I was taking portraits of people,
Nice.
Updating their headshots and stuff in the little photo studio. And it's amazing. I mean, the eye focus, the tracking, the recognition, that augmented layer that you see, and you can add things to it, you can subtract things from it. And the articulation of the back screen, how you can pull it out and twist it in any which way. And it was really amazing. And wireless tethering to the computer, like it was just like super solid.
Yeah, that's one of the biggest things about this camera, right? Is speed, because what you're shooting, I believe, I don't know how many frames per second it shoots, but it shoots pretty fast.
Oh yeah, very fast.
It comes down to that. And I actually wanted to ask you, shoot, I forgot. Okay, so editing wise, right? So are you shooting RAW with your images, or you do tend to like guide yourself to JPEG?
Oh, I always shoot RAW.
And then what's the editing process like usually with your Sony cameras?
So I shoot RAW. If I'm going to be transferring to my phone, I shoot RAW and JPEG, and I transfer the JPEGs because I think the compression is better from camera to phone. But generally, I just shoot RAW, and then I import it to my Lightroom catalog, and I do have my own presets. But generally, I like to per shoot. I'll make a tone that I like. I have all these certain signatures that I'll add to it. And then I'll either save that as a preset and like apply it liberally across the shoot, and then go individually select by select and fine tune everything.
Yeah.
Or I'll just like synchronize. I'll just like select the one I edited and synchronize the shoot. And then I always like to go back and make sure that I'm not just like making global adjustments that don't make sense.
Of course.
So as the light changes, I'll make a new base.
Like just raw dog the camera?
Yeah,
like,
I do.
You got an umbrella with you?
Like,
what's the situation?
People always DM me on Instagram because I shoot a lot in the rain, and I'm like, they're like, oh, how do you protect your camera in the rain? I was like, whatever I tell you, do the opposite. Like, I'm constantly getting like rain and snow, and just the elements are all over my camera. I mean, if I had my camera, it's over there, but like if I had it with me, I could hold it up and you see it's like it's a loved camera. Yeah. It's the paint is, just from me bashing it around everywhere for years and years and years, but they're incredibly resilient. I've never had a camera break on me in the rain. And even the ones that are like weather resistant have been incredibly resistant for me.
That's good.
And yeah, I wouldn't recommend, I wouldn't recommend doing it the way I do it. But I refuse to be encumbered by like
it's too much, right? When
umbrellas and then the plastic and everything. I'm just like, I just need to be free. And what I do is I literally, again, don't listen to me. I tuck it under my coat, and then when I see something I want to shoot, I'm like, whoosh, whoosh,
it works. If it works, it works.
Like that. And it does work. So that works for me. That is not a recommendation for the audience.
Disclaimer: don't try this.
Do not try that at home.
Don't try it at home. Okay, so what's with your kit? What do you usually carry around with you whenever you're shooting?
Oh, I mean, it depends what I'm shooting.
Let's say that this is a day you just, it's raining maybe, and you just you're like, okay, I want to get out there right now.
Yeah, if I want versatility, what I'll do is I will just carry like a walk around lens, which is like the 24 to 70 2.8 GM2. That's kind of my like go-to. Like I can shoot wide, I can punch in, I can do portraits, I can do landscape, whatever. But I am a sucker for the primes. Like I really love the 50-1.2. That's one of my favorite lenses of all time. And the 70-200. Like a lot of people don't shoot street with long lenses.
Yeah.
And I do because I'm like, I get my own perspective this way. Yeah. And you know, I can shoot an interesting scene from a block away, or I can go back to 70 and like get a little closer up and stuff like that too.
Amazing. Well, if you'd like to say anything last to our viewers here, maybe some recommendations for beginner photographers, final thoughts about your camera, so we can let you go. Let us know.
The camera's great. All the alphas are great. I love them. It's photography is so much about the way you see the world. And if you have good technology that stays out of the way, it's much easier to see the world in your own way. The other thing I'll say is, if anybody out there has questions about photography, I'm really liberal and open with my knowledge. I'm an open book. I'll share absolutely everything I've ever learned. Just DM me on Instagram, and you know, it might take me a day or two if I'm busy, but I always go through my requests and I talk to people, and I will just tell you everything I think about photography.
Amazing.
And yeah, that's a very real offer.
Well, thank you so much for coming through, guys. Obviously, check out his page. We're going to bring Maria back in so we can switch over. And yeah, it was so nice to meet you, man.
Thank you so much for having me.
Was that the meet cute you thought it was going to be?
Absolutely. It was so cute.
So for my next guest, we're still live, we're still going, and my next guest is going to be Ira Block. He is a Sony artisan, and he is a jack of all trades. He does portraits, he does landscape, some wildlife, and you come on in, just get in here. Yeah, get in here.
Just walk right in, taking David's house.
Yeah, sit right down.
Oh.
So we're still live and we're still going.
So yeah, we're live. Terrific. I love it.
So tell us a little bit about your small time of experience that you.
My experience?
Yeah, so far with
You
this
have a
camera.
few hours?
Well, with this camera, have you had some time?
Yes. No, I've been taking
Bring the mic a
pictures-
little close to you.
A little like this?
Yeah,
Okay.
just like
I like
that,
to lean
yeah.
back. All right. So I've been taking pictures for a long time, since I was in high school, and I've been moving forward ever since then. I worked for 40 years for National Geographic. So that's a while.
Yeah.
That's a while. And now I'm still as busy as ever. And what's great is the technology has made my storytelling so much more complete, because in the days of film, when we were lucky to shoot at ISOs, and we called that ASA back then,
Yeah.
of 200,
Right.
that was a lot. And now I start off right off the bat with the camera at 200. And in a lot of cultures, when you photograph a culture, a lot of things happen in the night. There we go.
There you go.
In the night, or in rooms that are very dark, and you just couldn't photograph that without setting up lights.
Yeah.
Once you set up lights, it kills the whole natural feel. People are more aware that you're there. So big change in my life was digital, and now I could tell stories much deeper than I was able to before.
Sure. And I think kind of a recurring theme has been like, this is the tool. And as many, the newer Sony cameras are the tools that are just allowing us to be creative. But it feels like now with the a7R6, like with the highest resolution at the highest speed, it's got all the things we just really need to forget about it, to do the thing we need to do. You can trust the autofocus to kind of just nail it every time. And I think while some people say it's like too much tech and like ruining the creativity, I feel like it's the opposite. Like you're allowed to now just like, it's going to do its thing. And now I can just focus on the people I'm photographing.
Yeah, if you don't want to think about your equipment, you want to have things just sort of flow naturally for you. And when you get a new camera like the Alpha 7, no,
This one?
Yeah.
A7R6, the Sony Alpha?
A7R6, yes. When you get a new camera, it takes you a day or two for your hands to know where to go. But after working with it for a while, it's part of you. And you just think about what you're shooting. And for me, it's looking for a moment or multiple moments. And the camera's got to just function.
Yeah.
And I remember years ago, you'd worry in the days when I was shooting film, oh, there was that great moment. I hope it's sharp. You know, I hope the exposure's right. And I'd be halfway around the world and I'd ship film back to the magazine and I wouldn't know for months. And I'd be sleepless at night wondering, was that great shot? Did it make it or not?
Yeah, I guess we'll find out in a few business days.
Yeah, but now it's the cameras are complicated tools, but once you set it up to the way you like to work, it's just part of you, and you don't even think about it. And the new camera fills a lot of needs. I've been working mostly with my Sony A1s because they're faster cameras. This camera though is big megapixels, great resolution, and it works fast. So this is the next camera for me.
Absolutely.
Next week I'm going to Croatia. I'm taking it along.
Yep.
Of course.
Yeah, if one's missing here, like we'll know where it is.
Yes. So it's really a nice move by Sony. They just when you don't think a camera could be better, just when you think they've got the best one already, they come up with something that's just over the top.
Yeah, and I've been talking to a few people that kind of have also workshops. I know you lead many workshops, and you have these types of people that join your workshops that maybe have access, are willing to make the investment to have the best gear, but sometimes the best flagship camera like the A1 II could be a little too much. And I think that's where this can also fill that gap to have like the highest quality for somebody like who's hosting a workshop and they're asking, what camera should I be getting? And I think this is like kind of meeting that middle gap.
Yeah, so from what I understand, it's a terrific price point, and it definitely be the way to go if you're looking for a camera or you're upgrading, or if you want to have a second camera, especially if you travel a lot and take a lot of trips. You always have to have a second camera with you.
And then I know that you are also having either an assistant or even yourself getting into video and shooting more videos and more content while you're on your travels. So I think this is also filling that space where the A1 II was that perfect like hybrid camera. And this is really now just like top of the quality in terms of both photo and image quality, and video quality.
Yeah, it's nice to have a camera that will do both for you. And especially for video, the larger batteries are going to be great if you're doing a long interview. And like when you interview me, it goes on forever, Marie. You gotta
I know.
So you gotta cut it off a little bit somewhere. And so it's a really nice camera. And the lens is an incredible lens if you're doing certain types of photography. For me, it's not a lens I'm going to just, I could pack it in the bag and travel with it. But if you're shooting wildlife or sports, or if you're shooting, especially birds, it'll be.
Oh, of course. But even so, like on your travels, it's big, but it's not like massive and it's not crazy heavy. And I think it's going to open the opportunity for people who happen to have it because they're ready for a potential animal or kind of situation that would call for it. But you could really play around and take really wonderful environmental portraits with this type of glass.
Oh yeah, this would be great for portraits because you just not, you know, at f4.5, knock out the background.
Yeah.
And it's really lightweight.
Yes,
I was
exactly.
surprised when I picked it up.
Yeah.
So if you know you need it, you could travel with it. You just have to sort of
Plan for it.
plan and you know what, you know, how you're carrying your equipment on the plane. It's like any gear that you take with you. You've got to know, what am I going to take on the plane? What am I putting in the belly?
Right.
You know, and how I'm moving around. For sure, safaris, people that are going on safaris, that'd be fantastic. Fantastic.
Well, I just want to thank you for stopping by. You know, we're best buds. So
Yes,
luckily
we
I have
are.
you on speed dial.
Yes.
Whenever I'm hosting a live, I know you're my first call. So thank you so much for stopping by.
Great.
And,
nice to see you.
That's it. Like you said, I have to know when to cut you off. And I think this is it.
This is it. And, you know, you could always, there's still time for people to come down here.
Yeah.
Oh,
maybe
yeah. Tomorrow. Yeah.
Exactly.
Tomorrow's
So-
another day.
Exactly. So thank
All
you
right.
so much.
All right.
All right.
Are we still live? I
We're
have
still,
to get
we're
up.
never cutting.
I have
We're
to have
still-
a
No, that's fine.
my
We're
walk
casual.
off has to be very.
Yeah, walk off. So coming up next, we're still live and we have Chris Burkard and we're so excited to have him. I am so excited to have a conversation with him. How are you?
Look at that little prop you got there. That thing is
Bring
pretty.
the mic a little close to your.
You got it.
There
Absolutely.
you go.
Here
You
we
can
go.
bring it up a little bit to make sure you're comfortable.
Perfect.
How's it going? How are you feeling?
It's going. Yeah, today's been a lot in a good way.
Yes.
And you know, it's cool to see the energy around this camera release. But honestly, I think more than that, just the group of passionate photographers that are like interested and eager and asking questions and talking about their life's journey, and everybody's in a different place. That, to me, that's really fun. It's really fulfilling.
Yeah, I was having a conversation earlier with somebody else, and my favorite part about coming together with photographers is everybody comes with such a different just taste in what they're interested in. Some people came from architecture, some people came from fine art or painting, and so some people love just travel, some people love the human experience or food. So it's so cool to get to like talk to each other and be like, wow, that's your approach to it. That's amazing.
I love that.
And I think you kind of are one of the people that a lot of aspiring photographers really look up to in terms of like kind of finding that eye, finding that inspiration. And
yeah, sometimes that comes with a weighty amount of responsibility, I
Yes,
feel,
it
because
does, I bet.
I get asked a lot for life advice or wisdom, and I take it so seriously, maybe a little too seriously, because I think I see a young version of myself in everybody, just like wide-eyed, no idea what the world is there to offer them, and trying to find your place amongst so many talented creatives and so many opportunities. And nowadays, photography kind of looks like everything and anything. You know, it can be, you can pick up a camera for commerce, you can pick it up for likes on social media or to impress somebody. And I think in the beginning, it really looked more like art purely, like for art's sake.
Right.
20 years ago when I picked up a camera, it was like, oh, you're choosing to be an artist.
What was that camera?
That camera, gosh, back then, I want to say the first camera was a old Canon film body that was my girlfriend's mom's at the time. And it had this hippie strap, like guitar strap on it, all metal, beautiful body. And then eventually I had got an Olympus, and I got a Nikon, and then evolved my path into digital photography. But in the beginning, it was like expired film from CBS. I'd go get that expired film. You know, I'd pay for the 1 hour development and scans. And yeah, it was a weird time, you know?
And then so kind of bringing it back to now and the gear that you're using.
Yeah.
And really, I think you have shown the world, and I think that's why people look to you, because of the work that you have shown, is how you can use the gear and use it in so many different ways, using it for like fine art and also just capturing the environment and telling a story with something as so little. Like some of my favorite photos that you shot are more like the aerial shots.
Thank you.
Kind of getting the river paths, just the different like crevices in mountains and stuff. And I think that's so interesting. And yes, the tool is helping there. But it's really the eye that kind of can understand how to use these tools. I was just telling Ira, like these tools, like with this upgrade with the A7R6, we have 67 megapixels, and we have the best video quality as well. But having 67 megapixels with a 30 frames per second is really giving us
with the burst
the tool to be able to accomplish the vision that you might have had.
Well, and
before.
that's what's funny is that the what ends up happening is the tool the tool reestablishes the benchmark. And I, you know, when I was speaking today, I was sharing the story about 20 years ago being in Yosemite as a kid. The first time I ever went there to shoot landscape photos, and I had like the worst camera. I can't even remember what it was. And I was just like so frustrated because I felt like I was in this like the greatest sports arena that any photographer could ever play in. And I was stepping up to bat and I had like a plastic wiffle ball bat.
Right.
You know, I felt so unprepared. And to come back for this campaign armed with bordering on, you know, digital medium format, 67 megapixels, it can bring shadow and detail out of stuff that I never even needed or wanted or knew was possible. It feels like this full circle moment. And it feels like, you know, in some capacity, you know, you're given these tools that can help really fully realize this vision that at the time, younger me never even knew was possible. So it is fun. It is fun when there's that intersection of creativity and art and like what you want and the technology is there.
Yeah, we have these conversations all the time with different creatives like, oh yeah, I went to go photograph these whales and I just had like, I had an A7 II and it was like not gonna be it. And like, so I feel like we're finally getting to a place where you can be armed and ready to go
for sure
with the right thing to capture that vision.
Right. And I think what's tricky about cameras in general is that most of us, we have a Ferrari in our hands, but we're deciding to drive it like a Volkswagen. You know what I mean? Like you're using the 12 cylinder on 4 cylinders because you don't know. And I think what's so cool is that now, if you really spend the time to learn the nuances, the intricacies, how pre-capture works, you know, raw, compressed versus uncompressed, et cetera, you're unlocking this potential in your workflow that like you never realized was there. And I have to remind myself of that sometimes.
Yeah. And so what was really your system of choice? Are you an A1 II shooter?
I am for sure. An A1 II is like if I had to just close my eyes and pick up one camera for any job, it would be that. But a lot of times the jobs that I'm doing, they require the image quality that I can really only find in the R.
Yeah.
Right?
You do big prints.
Yeah, a lot of it is like bigger prints or prints for clients or billboards, or you're shooting something for a brand commercially that, you know, when I walk downtown New York City, I'm seeing my work on, you know, a lot of different stores and stuff. And I was like, oh, wow, I never knew they were going to print it that large.
Right.
I'm so grateful we shot it on this.
Yes, I've had that too. Or even for, and it doesn't have to be so like, oh, it's going to be on a billboard for such a big brand, but like even the working photographer really does need this. I just like kind of my own experience, like I shot something for a swim school for kids and they needed photos to put on the building. And I was like, oh yeah, sounds good. I used an A7R5 and I was like, oh, thank God I used that.
Yeah, of course.
Like I didn't even think about it in that way. I was like, wow, you really printed that
and
big.
And you never know how they're going to crop something, how much they're going to push in, how much detail they might need. And that when a camera gives you that viability to do so, you just feel, I think, an extra added measure of security as a photographer to be like, cool, I'm shooting this on the quality and the body that's going to like get the job done.
Absolutely.
You know?
Well, I don't want to take more time.
I love this. This is great. This is what we're here for.
Well, what else do you want to talk about?
Yeah. You know, what's funny is the presentation that I shared today was actually the same presentation I did for the, there was a B&H Night Summit that I spoke at, and I loved it. I loved that presentation so much that I wanted to redo it because I feel so passionate about night photography because it's the one place where I think everything that you've learned kind of has to go out the window, and photographers are reminded that you really need situations where you can experiment, where you can mess up, where you can be okay with like just creating something new. And I love that. So yeah. Oh, you guys, debt of gratitude for letting me be a part of that Night Photography Summit. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, do you think people will be using, I mean, granted, any really at this point, any A7 series of the newer ones are great for Astro. Yeah. But do you think this is going to be, because like the big question is like, is this good for low light because it's the R, it's a high megapixel?
Well, the thing that's tricky is that you're always looking at, there's cameras that's going to be specialty. There are cameras that will be specialty for anything you want to shoot. But when you find that kind of one that checks a lot of the boxes, I think that's great. And the new A7R6, the cool thing about it is that you actually can shoot in low light without it falling apart. Right. My presentation was sharing how I shot the A7S for one project, the A7R5 for another project, and the A1 II for another project, all low light, all at night in darkness. And just the varying amounts of light made those different bodies useful in different scenarios. And that's what's cool is that all of the cameras are now benefiting from the other cameras technologies. So you're getting these that although they're focused in their field, they can still do so much, which is cool.
So what's next? Where are you going?
Where
are you biking to from here?
Oh my God. Next, I am home for a minute.
What's home?
Home is Central California right now. And then at the end of the month, I got to go back to Europe. I got to go to Germany.
Okay.
And do actually a ride through Germany.
Do you still live in Iceland?
I am not living in Iceland. I still have my office there and a house there and a life there, but I'm back in California. Wanted my kids to be in like high school sports there and kind of be close to family. And so,
I guess Iceland's not really the place for sports.
But it's still where my heart is, and it's still a place we go back to. And I think I just, with how much I'm on the road, it's so nice to have a place I get to call home that's like feels really grounding.
Yeah.
Because when you're giving and giving and giving so much as a creative, you really want to have a place where you can fill your cup back up.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
I want to
Thank you for having me.
Are you kidding? Thank you so much for stopping by.
This is a sick little room. I should have hung out here earlier. This is the vibe. Yeah.
Well, thank you so much.
great.
And we're still going live.
Cheers.
We're not
Perfect.
cutting. We're doing it. And so up next, straight to live. Our next guest doesn't even know that we're straight to live. So our next guest is Gabriella Gabriellaa. So good. She has 2 names. And she has welcome. Come sit right down. Put the microphone nice and close to you.
Okay. Wow.
Yeah, bring it
I haven't done a live like this.
Yes, we're going live.
I love it. Coming in hot.
Like I mentioned earlier, being here at the Alpha Experience, it's nice to just kind of walk downstairs. Like, you ready to come into this live stream? So we ran into each other. We go way back. We've hung out, and your work is incredible. And it's been so fun to watch you grow over the past few years to go from, the working photographer, the concert photographer, to really like real deal, being part of brand launches, becoming a huge model, but still kind of not keep giving up on the photography side. I was wondering like, oh, she's doing the modeling thing. I wonder how we're going to keep going with the photography thing. So it's been awesome to see you continue to be the person behind the camera.
Thank you.
Of course. So
it's so good to see you
and
run into
you. So were you excited when you found out about the brand new camera?
Every time we have a launch, it's like Christmas morning. Sorry, I've been spending a lot of time in Mexico City, and I'm thinking in Spanish, and then I'm like,
that's good. We can do it.
We can Spanish it. So yeah, it's like Christmas morning. It's so exciting. I just like can't wait to like go through the new menu and just learn things.
Yeah.
And for this one specifically, it gives me this like nostalgic throwback because of like the light up buttons. I feel like
So
that's
cool.
so 90s. And so like, is that a nightlight? Like, but it's so essential because when I'm shooting shows or like private concerts, like they are a dark lit room.
Absolutely.
And then you're kind of like muscle memory, touching the buttons, but having that feature is like really unique.
They were like, oh, I did need that.
Yeah. It's like, I never thought I would need that, but it's kind of amazing.
So what type of shooter what kind of camera were you using, I guess, before this came out? What is your go-to body right now?
So I have 2 go-tos, the A12 and the 7.5.
Perfect.
The R7.5.
Yeah.
And both the most incredible, reliable cameras. The 2, of course, is like a step up from the A1, which was so incredible. I remember renting it and being like, I want to wait for like the newest version of this that had, a few tweaks and just made my life as a photographer so much easier. And it just, the image recognition, like just how you can like go and change it from like animal to human to moving. And it's just amazing. And now this camera's features lock in on certain people, right? Certain eyes, even if other people are crossing.
Right.
And that's the biggest thing when I'm doing video and photo. I feel like a lot of my gigs now in New York, I have to do both.
Yeah.
Because moving portraits are so amazing and so fun, and you want to feel like you're in the room, right? And then I feel like doing video and having this reliable gear has made me a better photographer, because I'm like, I really want to simplify the way I shoot. I kind of like to think in like old times, like, okay, in analog, you only had 34 exposures. I'm like, okay, let me not overshoot. Let me nail 10 shots, because sometimes I only have 5 minutes with an artist, and I want to just make sure that there's 1 to 5 like amazing shots that they can use for whatever they need.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people keep talking about the enhanced autofocus, great for wildlife and stuff. But I was talking to somebody else, like, when you're shooting wildlife, those animals are pretty like just there. They're not really moving much. Versus something like a wedding, something like an event, like there's a lot of cross through.
Yeah.
You really actually need that autofocus to be really good, really at the top, like catching people's eyes. So I think it's important for portrait shooters and event photographers. Like really, it's for the working photographer.
It's definitely to make our lives easier. And now with all the new innovations and all the Sony systems, it's like I don't have to over edit. I see exactly what I see through my viewfinder, and that's the final image. And people are like, wow, like you must have over edited this and done this and then that. I'm like, no, I just like have reliable gear that helps me see the finished results. And then I can pick up more jobs, and then I can be more creative.
Right.
And that for me as an artist has really been groundbreaking.
So what were you doing in Mexico City?
So I have been in New York for 16 years, which is so crazy. It's my home. I, started here as a young photographer and have been freelance for 10 years, but the winters have been getting really hard for me. And not being in a Latin country, I'm from Colombia, as you know, same, hermanitas. And I just really want like a Latin base. So now I'm spending the winters in Mexico City, in Colombia.
Awesome.
I was going to go to Peru this month, but I got injured. So I'm in Mexico kind of healing my leg. And now it's rainy season. So I'm just kind of editing. It's so amazing to be in New York again. I'm like, whoa. It's like, because I haven't really lived here like permanently all year. And then I'll be back in the summer here.
Okay.
But yeah, I've been doing a few series. I've been doing my Bag Lady series in Mexico. I have a series that in Spanish is it's about love. So when I first went to Mexico, it reminded me of Paris. Like everyone is so affectionate on the streets and everyone's just so happy and the weather is so nice. You've been to Mexico City, right?
I actually have not. No,
Maria, you have to.
Okay, I'll come
It's
with
a
you.
Dream, come with me. So basically, I'm splitting my time between New York and there in the winter. So I'll be there for the rest of this month, and then I'm going to go to Europe because I really want to see the juxtaposition of like the beauty and the love I see in Mexico, and then in somewhere so romantic like Paris. And then I'm adding to my market series. So I'm going to different little niche markets all around Spain. I'm going to be in Paris, and then I'm doing a few when I go back to Mexico.
That's awesome.
And then I have a lot more travel coming up in
Great.
Latam. I was going to be in Peru this month hiking, but I hurt myself.
Okay.
So I've had to recover, but I want to do that. I think El Camino de Santiago is in there.
I've done it.
You've done it?
Yeah.
Did you love it?
I did.
How many days did you
I
do?
did the last leg. It was like 6 days.
6 days.
So
That's
like that
perfect,
last
right?
leg is
That's perfect.
Yeah. That's
Okay,
that's all I would really
We'll
recommend.
talk about this
Yeah.
because I want to do it with my brother.
Yeah.
Who coincidentally his name is Santiago. But he's always wanted to do it.
Yeah,
And I feel
it's
like
incredible.
the time is now.
Yeah.
And the hike is like pretty
It's so easy. It's
pretty
flat.
easy, right?
If anything, it's like it's so easy that it's hard. Flat land is very difficult to
Interesting.
like. It's more tiring than like hiking because
Okay.
it's flat. It's like a little harder on the
Sure.
knees. But no, it's very accessible.
Okay. Cool.
So highly recommend.
Yeah. So yeah, there's
Yeah,
a
we'll
lot
talk
of
about it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
let's talk about it. There's a lot of trips that I'm really excited about. A few bucket list places. So I'm thinking Asia for the rest of the year or the winter, like
Yeah.
the end of this year, and maybe New Zealand. It's a
Oh,
place I
that's awesome.
really wanted to go, and one of my really good friends is from there. So she's like, come visit me. But I just need to make sure my foot is healed.
Yeah, of course.
And then, but I feel like mountains are just, they heal you. Like
It's
the
true.
water heals
Yeah.
you, like having your camera. I'm putting together a underwater workshop with APA
Oh my
in
God, that's
July.
so cool.
That's really exciting. It's going to be in New York.
Wow.
So I'll be back in New York in July, and I'm just excited to get in the water.
That's awesome.
I want to get certified. What is it called? Not scuba diving. Yeah, scuba diving.
Yeah.
I don't know what the certification is, but that's like on my top 5 things I want to do this
Yeah.
year. So wish me luck.
That's awesome. Well, I want to thank you for stopping by. I'm so happy
Thanks
I
for
ran
having
into
me.
you, and I'm excited to watch all your series. I hope you find some love, but maybe like not too fast because I want you to still like kind of do your thing.
Thank you. We have to balance.
Yes, exactly.
We have to balance. And yeah.
So thank you so much. And we're still going live.
Oh my God, I love it. And
next. So, you can have your walkout. And up
like, where do I
next, we
look?
have Monica Sigmon. And I'm very excited to, just come right in. We're live. We're doing it. And we're live from you. We're live on YouTube and Instagram. So for those who, you know, are maybe on their desktop on YouTube but have to run out of the house and continue on their phones, we are also live on Instagram or on YouTube on your phone on the app. And so, Monica, hello.
Hi.
Hi. Why don't you give the audience a little introduction about
What
yourself and
camera
what
am I
you can look
even
at this one.
Okay.
Go ahead. And bring the mic a little close to your phone.
Wait, I want
mean,
my
to your
cell phone
mouth.
so I can take it behind the scenes.
Yeah, bring the mic a little close to your mouth. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, you can always, yeah.
Hold on.
Perfect.
There we go.
Yeah.
My husband loves it when I just yank the boom arms like that. He's like, there's knobs. Don't do that. You're weakening the whole system. My name is Monica Sigmon. I am a portrait photographer. I specialize in families and children. And I had a studio in Virginia for 25 years. And we recently relocated to Houston, Texas.
Oh, wow. I didn't know that.
We there's a studio there named Giddings, and it's 98 years old. Wow. It's the 4th oldest portrait studio in the country. And so they approached us about taking it over. So we bought that and moved to Houston last June.
Wow, that's amazing.
I know.
And so, and I know that you used to kind of do part-time in Brooklyn.
Well, you know, I still come up here a lot.
Okay, cool.
So I still have clients up here in the city, and I do a lot of shoots up here and
That's
stuff.
great.
So I'm here a couple times a year.
All right, so let's do some tech talk. For
let's
like
do
a sec.
it.
So have you had some time with the new camera?
Yes.
Awesome. How long? Like just
like moments.
Okay. So what was your main body? What is currently your
So
main?
I'm a7R 5 all the way.
Okay.
Like that has been, is this in the right place?
It's fine.
Okay. So I have used that since it came out. I was on the 4 before that, the 3, and then I actually started on the 2. So, and really it was funny because on my way up here, I was thinking, on my way out into the city the other day, I was thinking, I really don't know what they could add to the 6. Like, what do we need? Like, there's nothing else that we need. And so, so I thought this will be, you know, no big deal. But I said that about the 5 too. And I had pre-ordered 2 of them before the launch was over. So, so I really thought, but again, like they just find all the things that we didn't even know we needed sometimes.
Yeah.
And, so yeah, so I'm super excited.
We got to spend a little bit, like lucky for me, I got to spend some like 2 weeks with it, which has been awesome. And while there's a lot of talk about it for wildlife and sports, but it really is like there's a lot of great features for the portrait photographer.
Yes.
And one of the things we were impressed with was the white balance.
Yeah.
On how fast
Great.
it is, and something like when you're in a studio with different types of lighting. And it's one of those things I didn't know I needed it until now that I have it.
Right.
And some of the industry talk is like, you know, Sony's colors, like this is really like nailing it. And I think portrait photographers are really gonna be able to just be so impressed and be like, wow, this is now we're
I'm
kicking with
thrilled
gas.
about that. I'm super excited about 30 frames per second, which doesn't sound like it would be important for a portrait photographer, but I do photograph a lot of little children and you know, sometimes that can come in handy. Super excited about that and the readout speed, but even just holding it, I mean, I did actually shoot with it, but even just shooting with it for a few moments yesterday, like I could instantly feel the speed difference. Like it
feels like you're shooting with an A1 II almost.
It feels like, oh my gosh, you know, this is now an extension of my brain. And there happens to be a camera in the middle of my brain and the final output, but it's super fast and sharp. And I noticed the tracking difference, and it felt really good in my hands. And so I'm really excited about that. And then I thought, I was like, who really needs that many megapixels? But then I started thinking, okay, well, what's the difference between that and 61? Like, that's not that big of a deal. But then I started thinking, that's 10%.
Right.
That's 10%. And I crop in on a lot of my images.
Yeah, so I was going to ask you, are you a big cropper?
Yeah. I try to not do that, but I try to shoot, you know, full frame, but we sell a lot of large wall art. And so clients have very specific needs. And so sometimes we do have to crop in and, or I have to extend the background, you know what I mean? And so it's nice to have all of that information in the file.
And it allows you to like really crop creatively, because I do think families like to have like almost like that triple vertical, like wall art across, but sometimes that one can be so large. So it's like allowing you to crop and make specific decisions without without losing anything whatsoever.
Yeah.
And it's while like, you know, you don't like to crop, but like, you know, you could still crop by half and still have the same amount of resolution that you're starting out with many other cameras.
Crazy.
So,
and oftentimes I'm like shooting from far away, like full length portraits. And then depending on where we're hanging it, the perspective might not be quite right. They need something cropped in and closer. And so I'm so glad I have all of that I can go from full length to even, you know, a tight group hug and not lose anything.
Absolutely. And so do you like, again, like we keep saying, like we don't think about things that portrait photographers are using, but I've been talking to a couple portrait photographers about this lens and kind of opening up a new world for portrait photographers because of the constant aperture and the focal range.
Right.
So
I think location photographers are going to love that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And being able to kind of play with more than kind of the 70 to 200 is really like that maximum that really like a portrait photographer would use at this moment because of the aperture.
Right. No, I think a lot of location photographers are going to find great benefit with that and the speed of that too. And it's just, the technology is just evolving so quickly, and I'm so grateful that we have all of these tools because it's really allowing us to think less and less about the gear and more about the people in front of us, the subject matter in front of us, and that's really exciting. And the other thing that I'm super excited about is the pre-capture that we had on the A9 III
with those kids,
and like these kids. I mean, oh my gosh, to have that now, it's
animals
like
are so much easier than kids.
My world is, yeah, exactly. My world is complete. So to just have that pre-capture, I think it's 15 frames that we have now. As
you
a
have up
pre-capture
to 1
option.
second. And so up to 1 second of first shooting.
It's crazy. And so I photograph a lot of dancers. So I think it'll be super helpful for that. Make sure I got the right, you know, the apex of the jump or whatever. And then these little kids and their expressions or big groups even, you know, you just get that one blink and it's like, oh, so the a7R 5, you know, the resolution was the trade-off for, I mean, the speed was the trade-off for the resolution. And so now I feel like we're not making a compromise anymore. We have it all together. So I can't wait.
That's
I cannot wait.
Well, I want to thank you.
Should I just put my order in now?
I mean, you
Can
said you already did
just,
two, didn't you?
No, that was when the 5. Like that was like what I'm saying. Like I thought,
Wow,
I don't need
okay.
anything.
Yeah.
And then the 5 I ordered 2 before the end of the launch. And now I'm like, okay, well.
Well, you know some people.
Yeah, I know some people. Yeah.
Well, I want to thank you for stopping by.
Thank you for having me.
This was great.
This
and I'm
is
so
such a
happy we
good
got
event.
to catch up.
Yes.
And so we're going to take a little bit of a break finally, maybe have a little bit of water here. So we're going 6 hours.
Oh my
straight
God.
through.
Oh
So
my
we're going
God.
to take a break and we'll catch you guys just in a few minutes with our next guest.
Resolution and speed, the Sony Alpha a7R6 does both and more. I've been doing this for a long time. I've shot portraits in studios, landscapes in some of the coldest of conditions, wildlife I had no business being near, weddings where I cried more than the guests, and shot video on every format imaginable. I am a jack of all trades, trying to master them all. So this is a special announcement for me. This is the Sony a7R6, 66.8 megapixels on a fully stacked sensor with a new Bionz XR2 processor, up to 16 stops of dynamic range, 30 frames per second blackout free, pre-capture, 8K 30 frames per second, 4K 120 frames per second, 8.5 stops of image stabilization, and can you believe it? So much more. And today, we're not just talking about the new a7R6, but we also have the new 100 to 400 f 4.5 G Master. and we're taking them everywhere. I'm taking the a7R6 into a fashion portrait shoot with our in-house portrait photographer, Juan Pablo. And then the camera is going out west to Yellowstone National Park with wildlife photographer Matt Zeffie, followed by running on the sideline at a New York City FC and New York Red Bulls match with our sports photographer, Joe Chadwick. Out at sunrise at Central Park with a brand new lens that feels too good to be true. Crashing a wedding shoot with our wedding extraordinaire, Lotta Mildy. And then we're talking video, because this camera is not just a stills camera, not even close. First thing I noticed, there's a little tactile notch on the lens mount. You can now mount a lens by feel. I know that sounds small, but anyone who's ever fumbled with a mount in a dark reception hall or on a pre-dawn hike, you get it. There is a new top custom illuminated trigger button. Same idea, low light environments, you're not guessing anymore. And they've added a new asterisk marking on the mode dial for memory recall. You get 10 memory recalls for stills, 10 for video, and another 10 for slow and quick modes. So a total of 30. That's serious customization. And remember I mentioned 30 frames per second stills? That means speed boost. But no, this is not the same body as the a7 IV, the a1 II, or a9 III. It's still pretty similar to the a7R5, so no C5 button on here. But you can customize any of the custom buttons for speed boost. Although the body is practically the same as before, the grip is improved. It feels way more confident in the hand than before. And Sony added a tally lamp, which just shows that video is not forgotten here. And one more thing for my video people, the LCD screen articulates the same as before, but when you lift it up, it actually lets heat escape from the body. Important since the a7R6 has up to 2 hours of 8K 30p recording before overheating. And the battery. Yes, Sony introduced a brand new battery, the SA series, 17% higher capacity than before. You're looking at 710 shots on LCD, 600 on the EVF. The new charger is 26% faster. And this part is my favorite. The menu and the charger now shows battery health, not just charge level, health. So you know when it's time to replace it before it fails you on the job. Oh, and the new EVF. Same resolution as before, but 3 times brighter. When shooting in direct sunlight, this is an improvement you'll notice. And then there's this, the 100 to 400 millimeter f4.5 G Master OSS. Internal zoom, small, light, and fast. This is not only Sony's best in its class, but also currently best in the market at this range, reaching 400 millimeters with a fixed aperture at 4.5. We have a separate full video that goes in depth on this lens for wildlife. If you click up here, you can learn more about it. Okay, enough on how it looks, but it's time to see how this stuff performs. I wanted to start here in a studio doing portrait photography because it's what I'm most excited to test. I want to test the sharpness and detail on the skin and clothing, the improved AI autofocus, and the AI auto white balance when shooting in a natural light studio like this one.
Perfect, that's great. Nice, nice, nice. Now, one of the first things that you notice whenever you're shooting with this camera is the detail and just how amazing the photos look even through the screen here. You have 66.8 megapixels, which is great for cropping. And as you can see on the image that we're showing you on the screen, even a photo this wide can be cropped in quite significantly and still keep all those rich details, colors, and contrast that you want from an editorial looking photo. Pixel shifting has been around for a while. It's been in a lot of Sony cameras, and it makes a comeback here in the Sony a7R6 in a great way. Now you have 66.8 megapixels to play with, which means whenever you take your 4 or 16 images in the pixel shift setting, you actually get up to 265.8 megapixels in one image, which is just ridiculous. You could probably print that on the side of a building. The makeup is really bright, it's powdery. We have obviously her skin tones to deal with. We have the dark hair here as well as the clothing. And normally this would be an issue with white balance because sometimes the camera just doesn't know what you're shooting, especially if you're really close shooting with maybe a macro lens or in our case, a 135mm lens. But because of the IR sensor, it does all the work for us. It pretty much figures out what the perfect balance is between the warm tones and the cool tones to just get that perfect photo straight out of the barrel. Eye tracking is one of those features that you need in every camera that you have, right? And one of the things that the a7R6 does extremely well is keeping track of your eyeballs, or your models in this case. So obviously, whenever you're shooting photos of your model and maybe she's moving around, you're shooting continuous shutter really, really fast, 30 frames per second, this camera is able to keep up with that eyeball. This camera shines in a lot of different places, but one that's really important to me is how fast it is. I'm somebody who works really fast and I need to take a lot of photos and I need to deliver a lot of photos. So when you have a camera that can keep up with your workload and that you can send clients photos or even show it to them whenever you're in studio, on set, it is just nice to be able to really show them the quality straight out of the camera so that they know what they're getting.
The Sony a7R6 is for the real working portrait shooter. It is not for everyone. It's for the photographer that crops aggressively and wants that flexibility. With 66.8 megapixels, you have multiple shots in one while maintaining quality. Juan showed us how you can have a 24mm wider shot, but with an intentional post crop, you get a fully new usable composition. Fashion and beauty photographers need that tacked, sharp detail on the skin, hair, and textures on clothes. That detail come across on a massive print and commercial deliverables. Now the a7R6 has officially thrown its hat into the wildlife game. 30 frames per second at 14-bit blackout free versus the 10 frames per second at 12-bit on the a7R5. As resolution and speed equal amazing performance for wildlife photography, New York City is not the most diverse when it comes to wildlife. So we're going to kick this portion over to Matt Zeffi out in Yellowstone to talk about his experience with the a7R6 for wildlife.
Maria, we've got an action-packed day around Yellowstone, and I can't wait to show you where this camera excels when it comes to wildlife and landscape photography. So first things first, just having a tool that allows you to shoot 30 frames per second blackout-free is extremely helpful for wildlife. In this camera with its 66.8 megapixel sensor, while still maintaining incredibly fast speeds, makes it pretty much a sweet spot for wildlife photographers like myself. Using the a7R6 in the field here in Yellowstone made it pretty much seamless to photograph a wide variety of wildlife, from the bison and their newly born calves here in the spring, all the way to the iconic wolves. And I can't forget the bears, which, by the way, I am extra appreciative to have 66 megapixels so that I can maintain extra distance and still crop in with clean results. For real though. With a much faster readout speed from its predecessor and much faster autofocus as well, tracking animals flying across the sky or behind obstructions was really smooth. And as a hybrid shooter, being able to have a single camera that does both photo and video really well means that I don't always need to have two bodies with me at all times. And especially in times like in wildlife scenarios where seconds and even milliseconds matter, and I don't want to switch bodies to have to switch between photo and video. This camera also uses AI-based auto white balance that uses visible light and a new infrared sensor to more accurately calculate white balance in changing environments. And in the field, it can always be a little tricky for cameras to accurately represent the color of like sagebrush, for example, because it just pushes the auto white balance to one direction or the other. And I've definitely been finding that the auto white balance setting is so much more trustworthy with the a7R6. Much like the recent a7 IV, this also has that really helpful speed boost feature, which allows you to use a lower burst frame rate, but set a custom button on the camera to ramp up to the frame rate of your choice when things are really getting action-packed in the field. And I've been using this the entire time in Yellowstone because I want to capture an entire scene, and I do that by using the low burst mode at first. But once something really hectic or interesting happens, then I hit my custom button. I use the AEL button on the back, and it ramps up the burst frame rate to 30 frames per second. Plus, this just helps to save on the amount of photos that I'm taking. That way I'm not always taking 30 frames per second. Another setting that is crucial for wildlife photographers is pre-capture. This feature lets you half press the shutter and start taking photos before you even fully press the shutter. That way you can compose your shot of your wildlife, half press the shutter, hold it down, and once something happens, whether it be a bird taking off or a wolf leaping into action, then you can fully press the shutter down and it'll save those previous photos up to 1 second or even down to just 0.03 seconds if you don't want to capture an entire second before you hit the shutter, which is actually pretty unique to Sony that they let you customize the exact amount of pre-capture that you're capturing. On the landscape photography side, the a7R6 also excels as well with the 16 stops of dynamic range to photograph highly dynamic scenes. And if all that dynamic range isn't enough for you, you can also use composite shooting features like HDR shooting with up to 32 exposures. And then you could take those images and then merge them in post using Sony's Imaging Edge software. They also have pixel shift that shifts the sensor to capture either 4 or up to 16 images, the latter resulting in a 265 megapixel photo after merging in post. And noise reduction shooting lets you take up to 32 exposures as well to later stack and remove unwanted noise in lower light scenarios. All right, Maria, I think that's pretty much it for Yellowstone here. And I think that you guys want me to send this back to New York City at the B&H store, but don't think that's happening.
Some people might say 66.8 megapixels has no business being on the sideline, but I'm here at Sports Illustrated Stadium with Joe to capture NYC FC versus the New York Red Bulls, the Hudson River Derby, and I'm going to prove them wrong. Here's what changed. The a7R5 had a sensor readout speed of 90 milliseconds. The a7R6 12 milliseconds. That's a 5.6 faster readout. Sony moved to a fully stacked sensor, a first for the R series, and it handles rolling shutter in a way we've never seen on a high-resolution camera like this. So let's see what 66.8 megapixels, 30 frames blackout-free paired with the new 100 to 400 4.5 can do.
So right now it's currently the start of the second half, and I have a lot of great notes about this camera. It's been great so far. The first main note is the battery. It's got a new battery with 17% longer battery life. And right now I've shot 45 minutes of a mix of 8K and 4K video, as well as high frame rate photo. And I'm at 75%, which I don't think I'll need a second battery for the entire match, which is a phenomenon. The second thing to note is before the match, I was able to use the face memory in the camera to plug in up to 7 players. And I used the key players on each team to be able to recognize them easier throughout the match. This gives priority to those faces. Any of those key players get the ball, I'll have them in focus a lot better. But if they aren't the person I'm trying to focus on, the autofocus on this camera with the spot focus has been phenomenal as well. And has been able to track players through the motion. It's finding the face pretty well. And so far, no complaints.
All right, ready? Listen to this. Insane. On an R series camera.
The next thing is the upgraded 30 frames per second. And for a match like this, generally soccer wouldn't be the camera for the a7R series. But today it is. All in focus entirely, and it didn't miss a beat at all. And at 66 megapixels, those don't usually go hand in hand. Now, while the camera has been phenomenal the entire time, what I really want to talk about is the bread and butter of sports and action photography, which is the 100 to 400 lens. This has been phenomenal. And when I tell you that it's lightweight, and for a match like this, I generally have to have a monopod. None today. None needed at all. I've been able to track players, both photo and video, not a problem. And coupled with the 8.5 image stabilization in the a7R6, I'm really not missing a beat. But the action's starting again, so we'll catch you after the game.
One thing that Sony says about this lens that's very true is that it's best in its class and best in the market right now at this range, 100 to 400, 4.5 all the way through. Why this is making a big difference in sports photography specifically is because I'm able to keep my shutter speed 1/1000th of a second that I need to at fast-paced motion, and it's allowing me to keep my ISO so much lower than I was on the 200 to 600. My ISO right now is 1600 and my aperture is at a 4.5 and I'm shooting at 1/1000. That's kind of unheard of with a focal range from 100 all the way to 400. Now pairing this lens with this camera, 30 frames per second, you heard before how fast that shutter was on an R series. I'm an R shooter. I've been shooting on the a7R 5 for years. I was shooting on the a7R 4 before that and the a7R 3. Those were not fast cameras. They were 10 frames per second and lower. Hearing my shutter go so fast, it's like foreign to me. Okay, that was exhilarating. You can literally still hear the fans cheering in the back. But when it comes to soccer, I've always been the player, not the shooter, and this is a first-time experience for me. And while high resolution is not needed in sports, those big banners will tell a different story that you often see in stadiums. And the 100 to 400, 4.5 all the way through is truly a game changer for sport shooters. Under these lights, I was able to keep a lower ISO while maintaining a higher shutter speed. But also this range with internal zoom feels like cheating. I was able to get wide shots of lead up plays, but then really isolate a player when it comes to a peak moment. And all while hand holding this camera and lens. This is what I love about photography and versatile gear. After all of that action last night, now I get some quiet time with the same setup, just me, the birds, the a7R 6, and the 100 to 400 f4.5. Let's talk about the lens for a little palette cleanser from sports, because this is the star this morning. The Sony 100 to 400 f4.5 G Master, internal zoom, light, compact. The extreme dynamic linear motors used in this lens make it 3 times faster in autofocus and 50% better in tracking than the previous version. The 11 blade aperture for beautiful circular bokeh and 7 advanced elements within the lens to suppress chromatic aberrations. Like I mentioned earlier in this video, we do a full deep dive on the lens, but we send it over to Matt Zeffy out in Yellowstone, so if you're a wildlife shooter, you'll want to check that out. Wedding photography requires everything from a camera simultaneously. You need it to be fast when the first kiss happens in a split second. You need it to be quiet so it doesn't disrupt the ceremony. You need it to handle mixed light at the reception, and you need IBIS for dark venues where flash isn't welcome. Today, I'm crashing a wedding with our in-house wedding expert, Lotta Mildy.
So one of the things that's super important to me as a wedding photographer is that I never interrupt any important moments. I think that's specifically important during the ceremony. I just don't want to draw any attention to myself. So having a fully electronic shutter on the a7R 6 is just really amazing because you can basically acoustically disappear completely. You're not going to draw any attention to yourself, and you can still really rely on the shutter because you're not going to have any artifacts because the readout speed is so fast. So even if you're using a flash, you don't have any of the weird artifacts like that ugly half frame, and you also don't have to worry about banding. And so now that the electronic shutter is so reliable, you can also use pre-capture for weddings. I know that that's usually a feature more reserved towards sports and wildlife, but honestly, weddings are pretty close to both of those genres if you think about it. And so you can really use pre-capture for those important moments like bouquet tosses or even during the ceremony. So talking about the sensor, another thing is that you have 66.8 megapixels. That means that you can actually make a lot of creative decisions in post because you can do a lot of cropping. You got all this resolution, so you can really kind of make those creative decisions that might be too overwhelming in the moment. You can make them in post and really get the most out of your images that way. So another thing you don't have to think about as a wedding photographer with the a7R 6 is white balance, because I know that you're going to be moving around a lot between a candlelit space, a flash situation, outdoor lighting, and not having to think about white balance because this camera is so reliable with the new AI technology that's basically powering the auto white balance. You can fully rely on your gear, and I think as wedding photographers, we kind of want to think as little as possible about our gear throughout the day because we have so much other stuff to think about. Another thing about wedding photographers is that we don't necessarily love to carry around a tripod, and 8.5 stops of IBIS is actually so useful, especially at the end of an 8-hour wedding day, 10-hour wedding day sometimes. And so having 8.5 stops of IBIS means that you can actually do really awesome handheld shots, even in very low light situations. So the creative possibilities really open up with that. So I know that the A12 and the A9 III exist out there, but I think for wedding photographers, we're still budget conscious and we want to make a purchase make sense. And so this really has all of the features that you need for wedding photography while still being in an affordable range for wedding photographers.
The Sony a7R V was not the best for weddings because of the shortage of frames per second needed. 10 frames per second is just not enough when it comes to weddings because weddings really is a sport. So when it comes to choosing which Sony camera is best for weddings, you have real options. And the Sony a7R VI is really pushing ahead here. The A9 III with 120 frames per second feels like overkill in my opinion. The A12 might be a bit out of price range for the everyday working photographer who also needs high glass. And the A7 V might not be enough megapixels if you're looking for large prints and intentional cropping. I think the Sony a7R VI here is really going to be a breakthrough for the hybrid shooter looking for versatility in photo and video, and will pair great with versatile lenses like the 28-70 f2. I've been shooting stills this entire time, but I'm a hybrid shooter at heart, so naturally I've been shooting video when moments called for motion. The Sony a7R VI full frame 8K at 30p, 4K up to 120 frames per second. S-Log, S-Cinetone, focus, breathing, compensation. This is a serious video camera that also happens to shoot 66.8 megapixel stills. But let me highlight the things that actually stopped me in my tracks. Dual gain. It expands your dynamic range in the shadows without adding noise. I used it in the wedding venue with ambient light and the shadow detail was practically noise-free. Overheating. I know that's usually the first question asked. 2 hours of 8K 30p. Sony built a graphite heatsink directly into the stabilization unit, and remember that flip screen? Lifting it up actually helps the camera breathe. Audio. Sony added a noise reference mic directly into the body that actively reduces background hum in real time. So scratch audio can actually be more than just that when in a pinch. I've been a dedicated R series shooter since the a7R III, but that always meant I had to lug 2 bodies, one for stills and one for video on shoots that required the highest quality for both. And the a7R VI is an upgrade to eliminate just that. It's one body for everything. The a7R V is 61 megapixels, 10 frames per second, 4K up to 60 frames per second, HD 120 frames per second. The a7R VI, 66.8 megapixels, 30 frames per second blackout free, speed boost, pre-capture up to 1 second, 8K 30 frames per second, and 4K 120 frames per second. The Sony Alpha a7R VI is the most complete camera Sony has ever put in the R series. It's a camera that works the way a photographer and video shooter actually works. Not in one genre, not in one moment, across everything. I said at the beginning of this video that I'm a jack of all trades trying to master them all. And I think the Sony Alpha a7R VI is exactly the same. Resolution and speed, the Sony Alpha a7R6 does both and more. I've been doing this for a long time. I've shot portraits in studios, landscapes in some of the coldest of conditions, wildlife I had no business being near, weddings where I cried more than the guests, and shot video on every format imaginable. I am a jack of all trades, trying to master them all. So this is a special announcement for me. This is the Sony a7R6, 66.8 megapixels on a fully stacked sensor with a new Bionz XR2 processor, up to 16 stops of dynamic range, 30 frames per second blackout free, pre-capture, 8K 30 frames per second, 4K 120 frames per second, 8.5 stops of image stabilization, and can you believe it? So much more. And today, we're not just talking about the new a7R6, but we also have the new 100 to 400 and 4.5 G Master, and we're taking them everywhere. I'm taking the a7R6 into a fashion portrait shoot with our in-house portrait photographer, Juan Pablo. And then the camera is going out west to Yellowstone National Park with wildlife photographer Matt Zeffie, followed by running on the sideline at a New York City FC and New York Red Bulls match with our sports photographer, Joe Chadwick. Out at sunrise at Central Park with a brand new lens that feels too good to be true. Crashing a wedding shoot with our wedding extraordinaire, Lotta Mildy. And then we're talking video, because this camera is not just a stills camera, not even close. First thing I noticed, there's a little tactile notch on the lens mount. You can now mount a lens by feel. I know that sounds small, but anyone who's ever fumbled with a mount in a dark reception hall or on a pre-dawn hike, you get it. There is a new top custom illuminated trigger button. Same idea, low light environments, you're not guessing anymore. And they've added a new asterisk marking on the mode dial for memory recall. You get 10 memory recalls for stills, 10 for video, and another 10 for slow and quick modes. So a total of 30. That's serious customization. And remember I mentioned 30 frames per second stills? That means speed boost. But no, this is not the same body as the a7 IV, the a1 II, or a9 III. It's still pretty similar to the a7R5, so no C5 button on here. But you can customize any of the custom buttons for speed boost. Although the body is practically the same as before, the grip is improved. It feels way more confident in the hand than before. And Sony added a tally lamp, which just shows that video is not forgotten here. And one more thing for my video people, the LCD screen articulates the same as before, but when you lift it up, it actually lets heat escape from the body. Important since the a7R6 has up to 2 hours of 8K 30p recording before overheating. And the battery. Yes, Sony introduced a brand new battery, the SA series, 17% higher capacity than before. You're looking at 710 shots on LCD, 600 on the EBF. The new charger is 26% faster. And this part is my favorite. The menu and the charger now shows battery health, not just charge level, health. So you know when it's time to replace it before it fails you on the job. Oh, and the new EVF. Same resolution as before, but 3 times brighter. When shooting in direct sunlight, this is an improvement you'll notice. And then there's this, the 100 to 400 millimeter f4.5 G Master OSS. Internal zoom, small, light, and fast. This is not only Sony's best in its class, but also currently best in the market at this range, reaching 400 millimeters with a fixed aperture at 4.5. We have a separate full video that goes in depth on this lens for wildlife. If you click up here, you can learn more about it. Okay, enough on how it looks, but it's time to see how this stuff performs. I wanted to start here in a studio doing portrait photography because it's what I'm most excited to test. I want to test the sharpness and detail on the skin and clothing, the improved AI autofocus, and the AI auto white balance when shooting in a natural light studio like this one.
Perfect, that's great. Nice, nice, nice. Now, one of the first things that you notice whenever you're shooting with this camera is the detail and just how amazing the photos look even through the screen here. You have 66.8 megapixels, which is great for cropping. And as you can see on the image that we're showing you on the screen, even a photo this wide can be cropped in quite significantly and still keep all those rich details, colors, and contrast that you want from an editorial looking photo. Pixel shifting has been around for a while. It's been in a lot of Sony cameras, and it makes a comeback here in the Sony a7R6 in a great way. Now you have 66.8 megapixels to play with, which means whenever you take your 4 or 16 images in the pixel shift setting, you actually get up to 265.8 megapixels in one image, which is just ridiculous. You could probably print that on the side of a building. The makeup is really bright, it's powdery. We have obviously her skin tones to deal with.
And we're back. So I hope you enjoyed that break, because I'm hoping then that's it. We're going till the end. This party continues and there's no more breaks. So up next, we have Brooke Shaden. And so, you know, I don't want to botch this. Granted, I love your work. So creative, portrait photography, and honestly, great talking points for this camera. But why don't you introduce yourself a little bit?
Yeah, my name is Brooke Shaden. I am a conceptual self-portrait artist. So I specialize in dark art, surrealism, whimsy, all sorts of fun stuff.
That's awesome. And, you know, not to like out myself, I was like stalking you a little bit, and I went back. Yeah. And I was like, you know, she's really been dedicated to this and really doing this thing a long time.
Yeah.
And like, which is cool to see like how you've used technology that was just available to really to do your vision. I feel like a theme that has been kind of going, that I've been noticing from different people, is what this tool is able to do for our vision.
Completely.
And it's finally like, you know, there obviously like too much tech and all that, but this really is that tool that's like meeting us halfway.
It really
where
is.
it's now you don't have to think about anything and you could just do the thing you're good at.
Exactly. I mean, I feel like the evolution has been perfect, where I started out with a broken camera that couldn't do anything for me. No autofocus, dead bug in the lens, like whole ridiculous situation. And I had to learn how to force the technology to work for me. So now at this stage in my career, it's so nice to not have to do that. And I know what I'm doing now intuitively, and the camera does it with me. Instead of it's not doing it for me, it's not working against me. We're in collaboration with each other. It's such a good feeling.
Right. And I think as like artists, you have this vision in your head of like what is possible. And sometimes the tool is unable to meet us there, or,
Absolutely.
you know, or you just didn't have it and you're like, it didn't meet me there.
Yes.
And that's always been the case. And I feel like this is really helping people, just like, you know, especially as a self-portrait photographer, you need to make sure your focus is good, that your settings are dialed in. There are so many tools that are amazing for somebody who's for a solo shooter, both photo and video. You know, the bracketing's great, the dynamic range that you need to like sun. I'm sure you're dealing with different environments changing at any given moment.
Oh, it's
Like, with the
incredible.
sun?
I mean, like I've got it. It's memorized my face.
Yeah.
It tracks my eyes.
cool.
I'm in front of the camera. I am not looking at what I'm doing.
I've never thought about doing memory recall for myself.
It's amazing.
That's such a good
It's
idea.
amazing. And the great thing is, like, I'm not, for example, I'm usually not even shooting with the creator app or anything. Like
Yeah.
I'm just shooting with a little remote. I
Wow.
can't see what I'm getting.
Yeah.
I'm just trusting.
Right.
And it used to be that I couldn't trust because nothing would come out. It was all out of focus. Nothing. It would focus on the background, whatever. And now I don't worry about it. My shoots are no faster, I would say, because now I'm just playing more.
Yeah, right.
Like there's just that instinct of like, well, I don't have to worry about other things. So let's just play.
Yeah. So I overheard you talking about your sunrise girly. Same.
Yes.
Why sunrise?
Oh my gosh. First of all, privacy. Far too often I am naked in the forest. So like that's a whole issue on its own. But second, I'm only shooting actually before the sun has come up or
Okay.
after it's gone down.
Yeah.
So speaking of
You're
the high
blue hour
dynamic
girly.
range, yeah, like I am blue hour all the way and I am shooting not only with very little light, but also way underexposed because that works for my style. So to have the ability to bring back the shadows, like I got to shoot with the new camera in only JPEG and I was able to bring up those shadows no problem.
So what is your camera of choice at the moment?
Yeah, so right now I have the a7R5.
Okay.
So the 6 is like a no-brainer.
And I'm so curious to see how you really take it once you really get a chance to use it out.
Yeah.
I think you're really going to notice like that dynamic range.
Oh,
and
I've
especially when
noticed,
you're
yeah.
shooting like backlit sunrise. Sometimes.
Absolutely.
Like that is one of the things I notice the most is like how I'm able to push the ISO if I need to.
Oh, yes. I mean,
without the
totally.
noise.
Yeah, I got to shoot with the camera for a couple of weeks beforehand.
great.
I was in this amazing chateau in France. It was like a dream situation, but I wasn't shooting with lights. And so a lot of the time I was actually shooting backlit with window light. And there was detail in the shadows, even in JPEG. I'm like not worried at all about it. And so it was a great experience, like all around. I need the resolution. Like I need that R series for what I do. I'm making large prints a lot of the time. I mean, it was even, I could punch right in on the subject from far away, perfectly sharp, amazing.
And so are you an extreme cropper?
You know, I'm actually not a cropper, but I shot a lot of images.
Out of context, it is so funny.
I know, it really is, isn't it? I shot a lot of images with the camera while I had it, and I wasn't always being as intentional as I could be, particularly because I had this amazing chateau just for one day. So we're like running around like crazy, just trying to get as many shots as we can. And so I wasn't shooting as intentionally as I normally do. So I did crop in on those a lot. But normally I actually expand my frame out and add pixels, which is now problematic slightly given how many pixels are in this new camera.
Right.
So I'm finding, I was like, oh gosh, now I have a 12,000 pixel image and it's like getting bigger and bigger, but it's great. It's what I need.
Yeah. And so do you think it's going to be a great tool for you? You handle a lot of different, like I've seen you do some book covers.
Yes.
And a lot of just very like intentional art.
Absolutely.
That really requires the detail.
It requires it. And for example, I do some public art installations sometimes. I have images that are printed at 25 feet, you know, so it's like, I want that resolution for that and that detail.
Yeah. So have you gotten a chance to use the lens?
I have not used the lens.
And so I feel like it'll be interesting. Like I keep having kind of the same theme where people are able to use this type of glass that is maybe, I guess, made for the wildlife and sports shooter, but somebody who's looking for more artistic ways and finding unique ways of composition, I think could really benefit from something.
Oh,
like this.
definitely. Something I've been really into is that I shoot all natural light most of the time. I'm usually out in a forest or some natural space. And when you're shooting natural light and you have no real separation from the subject to the background is always distracting. So I've actually been starting to use longer lenses to compress the background so that there is more separation.
Sure.
I can't believe I've only just discovered this like 17 years in. This is wild.
And so so with this resolution, think about kind of when you were starting out and what are the types of ideas that are coming to you and things that you're going to be able to accomplish? And also younger you, like, can you believe the things you're able to accomplish now?
Absolutely. I mean, my first camera was a 12 megapixel camera, you know, like.
I know I was talking to Nate Luebbe before, and he was like, yeah, my first like 40-inch print was on an 11 megapixel.
Absolutely. Same. And you're just looking at it like, oh, this is bad. I hope nobody notices, you know? But no, something I've always wanted to do is to create a huge tableau of an image, like a really long panoramic fine art image of tons of images stitched together. Like, not a dream anymore whatsoever. Totally doable.
That's awesome. Well, I want to thank you for coming by.
Oh, thanks for having me.
Of course. And I'm so excited to see the art that you create.
I can't wait to show you.
And yeah, so, you know, you could just, this is casual. You can kind of head on over and we have our next guest.
See y'all.
Thank you. And our next guest is Jake Guzman. Did I say that right?
Yes, you did.
Okay, come take a seat. So
Hello.
you're the star of it. Yeah, right. Get nice and get close. You're the belle of the ball. You were on the launch video.
Yep.
How was that experience? Tell us about it.
Oh, it was so fun. I mean, it was different being in front of the camera. I think it's like it's nice being behind it, but when you're in front of it, it's like a different feeling. And like working with the team, like the team at Wolves is amazing. Like all of them are so like helpful and like really good at what they do. So it was like such a smooth process. Getting to meet Chris was amazing because I've looked up to him my whole life. Like as a photographer, he's like one of the OGs, like in like on like in the Instagram scene, I guess you could say. But
sure.
He been a huge inspiration. To meet him was just unbelievable.
So tell me a little bit about your experience with the camera, the kind of shots that you got. I think kind of seeing your work, which I think is so cool. And I feel like after this, I like would love to talk to you and talk about your process on getting like details. Like I feel like your images are so surreal. Even your video work feels so like, I don't know, so like HHHD.
Thank you.
Which is really cool. So I'm curious to see how your post-processing is, but what was your experience like?
Well, I mean, I loved the camera. I mean, I love how small and lightweight it is. Like I'm a huge backpacker. So the fact that it's really small and compact is like amazing. The resolution was unbelievable. Like all my photos usually have like a small person for scale to kind of show how big the scene is. So it's nice when you zoom in, you can actually like see like what the person is. You can see all the details, have like a pixelated like little human.
Yeah.
But no, like I love the camera. I think the autofocus was amazing. The colors are really good too. I mean, like they added that new AI into the sensor, and the colors are very vibrant.
Yeah.
Really like that.
Well, that's what I mean. Like I feel like your images are so vibrant and beautiful. And I feel like
colors.
that seems like your signature look is just like as vibrant, but still true to life.
Yeah.
As possible, because it's like sometimes you see like severe vibrancy and you're like, okay, like relax on that slider there.
Yeah, no,
but it feels just so true to life still.
I think I definitely used to be the person that was dragging the sliders up. It's definitely dialed back a little bit more. I'm trying to have like a more natural approach, but I still love saturated, vibrant photos that kind of like jump off the page a little bit.
Absolutely. And but you also shoot video.
Yeah, no, I've been making the jump. I think with photography, they kind of go hand in hand. Like when you're composing each shot, I feel like if you have that photography background, jump into filmmaking, like it's been such a fun transition to make, and that camera was amazing for video.
Yeah, and so what I think is interesting, and I feel like social media now is in like this weird place where people are actually allowed to try a lot of different things, and things are working. And something I love that you do on your Instagram is kind of force people to watch wide.
Yeah. Oh yeah. No, it's like,
and whether it's this way or making you turn your phone or whatever, but kind of just like committing to it and like allowing and forcing people to see the image how it's intended to. And I think you do a really good job and people seem to like really resonate with it.
Thank you. Yeah, no, it's like I tried doing the whole vertical thing, and like I'll always take vertical videos with my phone, but when it comes like shooting with the camera, I think horizontal is you just can't beat it. Like you get such amazing compositions, and it's been nice to post it on Instagram and get like a good response to it.
Yeah.
I mean, at first, like people are like, this is a weird looking, like I want it to be vertical, but I think if you just keep posting, usually people get used to it.
That's great. And so before getting the chance to use the a7R6, what is your main body normally?
So for video, I was using the A7S III.
Okay.
And like that was my go-to. I think the low light on that was amazing. But then I got the A1 II, and that thing is just a powerhouse. I mean, it's good at video, it's good at photo. And like that's just been my go-to camera for forever.
So do you see now kind of almost those like until the A7S4 comes out.
I know, yeah.
I know we had
It's gonna have
Bubolo
night
here.
vision.
We had Mike Bubolo from Sony here before. And we're like, can you talk to somebody, make that happen ASAP? Like,
Yeah.
what do we have to do to get an A7S4?
I know, yeah, I know, for real.
But can you see yourself now kind of using the A7R6 where it's like meshing these two bodies that you've been using as one?
Oh yeah, yeah. No, I think they like the A1 II and like the A7R6 are very, very, very similar.
Mhm.
Like there's like a lot of similarities in there, and like in the two cameras. I think the video on the A1 II is phenomenal, but I mean like it was just as good on the other camera too.
That's great. And so tell us a little bit more about your experience working on this launch. Was this like your first kind of bigger, I guess, commercial style appearance?
Yeah, no. So it was like a first time like on a big like movie set, I guess you could say. Like it felt
I
like
always
a movie.
am wondering is to get, and we have Colby Brown sitting here, and I'm going to ask him the same thing because I've always actually wondered with these launches, like I'm such a run and gun shooter.
Yeah.
And we try to keep it as little stuff as possible. And it almost seems like almost physically impossible to bring the things that we would love to have. But it feels like with these types of shoots, they bring the stuff and make it happen.
Oh yeah.
So how was that experience with like having such a big film crew?
Well, like I said, it was different. I mean, like just like I'm a big gearhead, so like me, like looking at all their cameras, I was like looking at their like their cinema rigs. I'm like, whoa, that's sick,
right?
And like all their lenses, they had like crazy amount of lenses. Like I asked him, he was like, yeah, it's like 500,000 with the lenses. And they had like the sound guy, they had like the DPs, they had their big like crazy rigs with like the string on the top. I was like, dude, this is crazy.
Well, it sounds like you want a job over there.
Yeah, for real. It's like if photography doesn't work out, I'll let it be like a DP or something.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you definitely have the eye.
Thank you.
So I just want to thank you for stopping by.
Yeah.
And I can't wait to see more stuff that you create with this, and I'm gonna be following because I really, really love like the stuff that you've been putting out.
Well, thank you so much.
Of course. Well, thank you. So this is casual. You can kind of hop right out. We're still going. And up next, I have Colby Brown. If you were watching our live stream yesterday, we talked so much, but somehow not enough. It's never enough.
It's never enough. I can always talk more with you, Maria.
I know,
you
me
know
too.
this.
I miss you so much.
Oh, you're so kind. We have a
felt
lot of good memories.
I know, it's so true. But I felt like we had like such a 2 years where we were like together almost too much. And then it's been such a big gap.
it's been too much of a gap. But we had a lot of fun times.
Yeah. So how's the day been? I heard you were just on a panel.
Yeah, I was just on a panel. I have I did a couple photo walks earlier.
Thank
I
God
actually
it
have
didn't
another
rain.
photo walk in like 10 minutes
Oh,
where I'm
good.
doing. These events are fantastic. I love interacting with people. I obviously love, the technological side of things. I love geeking out. But it's a lot, right?
Yeah.
And we're trying to condense so much information and social aspects that make these communities fantastic into these small spaces.
Right.
And I think by Saturday when I get home, I'm
We're
going
going on a
to sleep.
silent
I'm
retreat.
sleeping for the weekend.
Yes.
That's what I'm doing.
But one of my favorite things about like these type of events, like, especially somebody who loves to geek out on gear, and I love to talk about gear. I love to talk about also the art and the composition, but we don't really have that many people to talk to about that stuff. Like, you could go home and it's like, do you really care? But I love these events because you get to finally kind of express those things.
100%. Well, you get to find so many like-minded individuals,
Yeah.
and I agree. I mean, my wife is a fantastic woman. She, we have a wonderful life together. She does not like any of the technical side of stuff. So I am not talking about camera gear. As soon as I start talking about certain things, you can see just like her eyes gloss over, and she's just like, when is he done? Then we can get back to a normal conversation. Yeah.
So tell us about your experience. As I was talking with Jake, like you got to be also the belle of the ball with this video. How cool. And I did see, I saw Hannah posted like her behind the scenes, which is so cool to see like that and see the crew, you guys on that like big swamp boat, like the whole crew, all of you together. Like, how was that shooting experience?
It was a lot of fun. I mean, the big production stuff is always a challenge. I've done that a number of times over the, last couple of decades. And, there's obviously a lot of moving parts. When you have a great team, it makes a big difference. And I think that's where, everyone synergistically works together for common good. And when the team works together and they have a vision for what they're trying to do, it makes our jobs as the creatives in the front of the screen, front of the camera, makes us, makes it feel more natural. But we enjoyed it. I think the biggest challenge for us, honestly, strangely, was the weather. I don't think that I have ever, I don't think that can remember being as cold as I was in New Orleans. And the reason for that was not just because they had this cold front move through, but it was because it was New Orleans. So of course, none of us were like prepared for that.
Right.
And then you're on these jet boats where the wind had picked up naturally. So you have this natural wind of, 20, 25 mile an hour gusts. And then you're on a jet boat and it's a cold front and you're not wearing the right clothes and you're not prepared. So I actually joked with Hannah that, I'm kind of surprised, like, how sharp they made us, look, because the whole time we were like shaking because we were like, it's like, look cool. And you're like, okay, try not to shake, point to a bird. And yeah, it was quite interesting.
I know. I always joke that I love to live in the heat, but I hate shooting in the heat. I would prefer to be in like sub-zeros shooting.
Yeah.
But because you come prepared.
Yes. Yeah. It makes a huge difference.
Versus when you're hot, you can't really like prepare as
there's only so much you can do.
Filled with mosquitoes. Yeah. But being in the cold, you're able to prepare. And I feel like this is, I don't know, just weather talk. But,
sure. No.
But like people in New York are always freezing. And I'm like, it's because everybody's wearing ripped jeans. And when you go out to like Yellowstone or somewhere, you go prepared and it's almost like you're hot because you're so over prepared.
You're over prepared. 100%. But you're 100%. You're right. I mean, I also would prefer cold over heat. I mean, like, when we were in, Ecuador and the, humidity and stuff in the jungles out there, like it was challenging at times. I had sweat pouring out, all those other things you're dealing with. But it's not as bad. And then, you end up in a cold environment and, or you're, whatever situation, you're not prepared. And it's no fun for anyone.
So tell us about your experience of actually using the camera on these shoots.
It was fantastic. I've always been a fan of the R series of bodies. It's been the focus on resolution and image quality, and it's always produced in that range. But because I do, generally wildlife, and I travel to all 7 continents, and I'm constantly going to these environments, photographing very challenging subjects. I've historically, my main gear setup right now is 2 A12s and an A9 III because of the sensor readout speed and the autofocus, technological, aspects of just how accurate it is. And I actually ended up selling my R5 a year or two ago because I just wasn't using it as much because of some of those limitations. And now with the R6, like being able to use it in environments or situations with subjects that are significantly faster moving than I might have anticipated, and having a camera that I can depend on makes a big difference. And then also having that with the resolution, it makes it so much better. And it's such a great tool to be able to have resolution, speed, and accuracy, that much resolution, right? Like, again, people don't thinking about it. I mean, they come out with these cameras and there's all this text, the tech sheets and stuff on there, but you're shooting 30 frames per second at nearly 70 megapixels. Like, that's insanity. If we were having this conversation 5 years ago, it would be like you're drunk. Like, this is not like, this can't be possible.
Right. I mean, when the a7R 5 came out and they're like, it's 1080 one time, we're like, yeah, makes sense. I can't, I'm not even mad. Like, it makes sense. Like, we can't have it all.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. There's always going to be a trade-off, right? Yeah. And I think that's what's most unique about this camera is the fact that there are significantly less trade-offs. Geeky, conversation, the A12 and the A9 III is still going to be faster with the sensor readout speed and the autofocus calculations per second. Like, it's just how they're designed. But when you need to prioritize image quality and resolution, and you need to crop in a lot because you're photographing small birds or subjects are going to be at a distance, you now have a viable, professional resolution-based speed camera, such as the a7R6, and that's fantastic. I'm going to add it to my camera lineup, and now I might go with an A12 and an R6 on a lot of trips now, so that I can then, depending on my lens options, focus on image quality and then also speed, and kind of get the best of both worlds.
Yeah, and I think some people might say like, this is too many options, too many cameras, but it really is like, well, yes, I guess so, but it really is kind of making the photographer focus on the thing that they truly need versus kind of the options, like kind of just because they can kind of thing. Like, I think the A9 III, while it's like almost nichifying itself, but I think that's okay. Like, it's for that person.
It's for a purpose, right?
Because like, there are people I've heard like some wedding shooters out here with an A9 III. I'm like, why? Like, while of course it's a great camera for it, but like you should have the thing that you really need.
Yeah. No, I 100% agree. And oftentimes they don't get it. But I think that having the ability to have these different options, and also at very different price points, you know what I mean? Like, this is $4,500. That's not cheap, but it's also not $6,500 or $7,000. And that's what the flagships are, the A12 and the A9 III, right now with prices increasing with tariffs and all this other stuff. But I think it's interesting, again, having this jack of all trades, this kind of hybrid camera now, where you don't have the shortcomings as we were talking about before. It's awesome to have choice and at different price points for everyone else that's out there to pick the camera that makes the most sense for what you're trying to do with smaller limitations than you might have had if you purchased a camera just 2 or 3 years ago.
Right.
It's awesome.
Yeah.
It's great.
And so I am going to be curious to see how you use, like, what makes you choose which body in certain moments.
Yeah.
With intentional shooting, I know you love to not have to spray and pray. If not,
yes. I want to think through it.
But also depending on the type of animal that's there, and like what is what are you grabbing for?
Yeah, I think ultimately when it's going to come down to dynamic range and resolution, croppability, I think I'll go for the R6 now. And if I'm going for pure speed, making sure I have no jello effect, making sure I have I'm photographing a cheetah at 70 miles per hour, I'm photographing barn swallows or osprey on approach. Like if I have the ability to use the best camera for that purpose, I'm going to. And I think that's what makes the most sense. And for a lot of people, again, that don't have an A1 II or an A9 III, the A7R Mark VI is going to be more than enough for 99.9% of situations out there. And then for people like me that also have these other options, we'll be able to pick and choose depending on if we need the best of the best, or we need know that we're going to need to go for that image quality and that resolution because maybe we're blowing up a print or we want to do that. Like our intention's different. Yeah. And that's going to be fun. Again, I like choice and I like the geeky stuff.
Yeah. Well, I know you have another stop.
I do. I have 3 minutes for a photo walk right now.
So thank you so much for stopping by.
Of course, my pleasure.
And you're actually going to be our last person today. We're ending it with you.
Excellent.
So we started it with you yesterday and now we're ending it with you today.
That's a lot. I love it. I appreciate it.
So I want to thank everybody for watching all day. We've been on since 10 a.m.
Oh my goodness. That's a long time.
Yeah, it is a long time.
I mentioned so many voices though. You get the opportunity to talk to so many of us and pick their brains.
I mean, okay, I won't close it just yet.
Yeah.
So I was able to kind of speak to so many different people from different walks of life, different like applications. We started with a wedding photographer. Then we had Ira Block. We had Nate and Autumn. Then we had Bubolo. And then I let like Dane Isaac Dane Isaac interview Mike Bubolo themselves.
That's awesome.
And then we had Chris Burkard talk about like his style of photography, but then immediately had like Gabriella talk about like her types of travel. So it's been cool to see how like this really is for everybody.
Yeah, it's a good mixture. And all you guys watching in and listening in, like that's fantastic. Be able to get such an amalgamation of different passions and interests and technological and creative approaches in a single space. Like that's awesome. I'm actually think I'm going to go back and listen to. Like I've known Chris for like 15 years and I still love listening to him tell his stories.
I know. It's almost annoying.
100%. Specifically with Chris. Everyone else is good. So
so this will be on YouTube. It'll as soon as this live is over, we can watch it back. So if you are just starting to tune in, don't worry. As soon as we end, you can start right back over and watch the whole thing.
Love it.
So thank you everybody, and hopefully we'll do this sometime soon again. Awesome.